After temporarily setting aside the issue of Koyuki, Naruto started thinking about the mysterious murals and strange statues in the land of whirlpools. Suddenly, he remembered that there seemed to be a shrine dedicated to the Uzumaki clan outside the village. After recalling carefully, he remembered there were about 27 statues in the ruins. "Hey, Kurama." Naruto turned on the sofa to look at Kurama. "You've seen the Sage of Six Paths, right?" "I have." Kurama paused his drinking and looked up at Naruto. "Why?" "Was the Sage of Six Paths a god?" Naruto suddenly asked. "Not sure, probably." Kurama paused for a moment and then changed his words. "No, he wasn't." "What exactly is a sage?" Naruto sat up from the sofa and looked at Kurama with complicated eyes. "A sage who can age, get sick, and die doesn't seem like a god at all." "That question. I'm not entirely sure either." Kurama pondered for a moment before saying, "I haven't seen the Sage of Six Paths many times, but whenever he appeared, I could feel his presence." "And now?" Kurama's tone rose, questioning back, "What do you think?" "So the Sage of Six Paths has disappeared." Naruto got up and paced in the living room, "But I often hear people talking about Jashin Festival outside." "In the land of rivers, some villages also worship the Shinigami, and the death demon consuming seal and impure world reincarnation do exist." "I don't know." Hearing the name of Shinigami being mentioned, Kurama's head drooped immediately, and he mumbled, "Why are you asking about these things?" "Nothing, just asking." Naruto replied casually. If the Sage of Six Paths truly existed, then what about those who came before him? If those gods also existed, could their powers have been siphoned off and turned into ninjutsu? In a sense, both death demon consuming seal and impure world reincarnation are sealing techniques. But at the end of all these truths lies destruction, the vanished land of whirlpools. Naruto began to feel excited. This was much more interesting than ninjutsu. Since the cursed warrior of the land of Bird, Naruto has developed an interest in the option of seizing power over a country. Simple illusions could even create faith and control the populace of an entire nation. But what if it were a real god? If the Uzumaki clan could carve out the power of the Shinigami, could he attempt it too? He didn't necessarily want to be Hokage, but the idea of becoming a figure of worship, now that was thrilling. After all, he couldn't stay in Konoha forever, and there would always be a day he would need to leave. The missions in the land of rivers, the land of birds, the land of snow, the system kept nudging him towards seizing control of small countries. Naruto wasn't naive, and he knew mundane authority wasn't all that useful. If he truly had to manage and diligently run a small nation, he'd be at a loss. Moreover, he is still a genin of Konoha, and it would be meaningless to seize power too early. Toki from the land of birds, Kazuhana Koyuki from the land of snow, and the untriggered mission involving the Queen of Rorin, the bloodline of the royal power is continued through the princess. If this is the case, then the role of a church would come into play. The current issue was understanding the connection between the Uzumaki clan and those strange powers. Although the Uzumaki clan had declined, the bloodline persisted, and Naruto is sure he could find something special. With this in mind, Naruto felt it was necessary to visit the Uzumaki clan's shrine. It was located in the Konoha forest, quite a distance away from the village. "I'm heading out for a bit." Naruto threw on his clothes, bent down to change his shoes at the entrance, and said, "You stay here and guard the house." "Hey." Kurama curled up on the sofa and mumbled, as memories of the fear of being dominated returned. It was the same during the death demon consuming seal, and again when Naruto ordered him to devour the Roots shinobi. The towering soul made him shiver uncontrollably. Kurama had no doubt that, given a white short blade, that guy could become a fanged, blue-faced demon with white hair. Naruto left home excitedly and walked in the direction outside the village. But he hadn't gone far when he ran into a group approaching, covered in dust, looking like they had traveled overnight. "Asuma-sensei, hello," Naruto said, offering an awkward smile as he bumped into Team 10. "Oh, it's Naruto. Naruto, you're back." Asuma, who had just returned from a mission, watched as his 3 students and Naruto greeted each other enthusiastically. He didn't rush them, but lit a cigarette and watched their interaction with a smile. "I heard you had an accident at sea," Shikamaru said, patting Naruto on his arms and legs. "It's a miracle you're unscathed." "What could possibly happen to me? It's just a shipwreck." Naruto couldn't help but boasted upon seeing his friends. "If the ship hadn't sunk in the deep sea, I would have been back ages ago." "You're something else, huh? And you even brought back the mission's target," Shikamaru said, giving Naruto a light shove on the shoulder. "Of course, haven't you heard of my 100% mission completion rate? I'm practically, I'm still a patient?" Ino had pinched Naruto hard and said angrily, "Don't get so full of yourself. You almost lost your life, and you're still showing off. You hardly seem like a patient." All right, Ino." Choji interjected, trying to calm things down. "It's already a miracle that Naruto made it back. He might really be injured, you know." "Choji, don't be fooled by this guy. If he was really hurt, he wouldn't have been discharged from the hospital," Shikamaru added. Oh, well, that's good then. Choji took a step back in relief. Ino grabbed Naruto firmly, her brows furrowing as she eyed him closely. Where are you planning to go? Naruto hesitated. He couldn't exactly say he was going to visit the Uzumaki clan's ancestral shrine. That sort of thing was considered unlucky, especially for people who frequently went on missions. Most would avoid it. But Naruto, having no superstitions, didn't care. He'd even dance on a grave before a mission if it came down to it. Even though there was an accident during the last mission at sea, he'd still go next time without hesitation. Just as Naruto was drafting a lie in his mind, Asuma suddenly exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke up. Team 10, dismissed for now. I have some things to take care of. Shikamaru, report to the Hokage's office later with the mission report. Ino was stunned, then turned around to look at Asuma, who had a knowing smile in his eyes. Yes. Ino Shikacho responded in unison. After Asuma left, Shikamaru's shoulders immediately slumped as he complained tiredly, why is it always me doing the mission reports? Choji looked away and said sheepishly, Shikamaru, I'd help if I could, but you know Tsunade-sama always sends back the reports I write. Ino, who was still holding onto Naruto, glanced over at Shikamaru. Just as she was about to speak, Shikamaru cut her off. Forget it, I'll do it. Ino, we'll go first. After saying that, Shikamaru pulled Choji along, leaving the scene. Suddenly, Ino and Naruto were the only ones left on the road. Ino released her grip on Naruto and asked again, where are you going? I'm going to check out a shrine. A shrine? Ino's brows knitted as she looked around. Which shrine? What are you doing in a place like that? Just to take a look. Naruto replied, I found something while I was out, so I thought I'd check it out. Wait for me. Huh? Naruto was taken aback. Huh, what? I said wait for me, I'm going with you, Ino said. Naruto's house was nearby, so Ino decided to freshen up there. After traveling overnight, she looked exhausted but didn't seem to mind. She soaked in the bathtub and almost fell asleep. Knock, 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 3 gentle taps rang on the bathroom door. What is it? Ino asked unhappily. Nothing, you just seemed really restier. Naruto suggested as he stood outside the bathroom. No way, Ino refused. If you try to sneak off by yourself, I'll throw away the key and never look after you again. Naruto was at a loss for words. I meant, it's getting late, so why not go tomorrow? The next morning, Uzumaki clan's shrine. The torii gate, painted in a fading crimson, stood tall, engraved with the Uzumaki clan symbol. Naruto and Ino stood in the courtyard, looking up at the dilapidated eaves, then casting their gaze to the half-broken door of the shrine. The place was even more desolate than Naruto had expected. In the yard, there was an abandoned well, with a shaft of white sunlight shining directly down, its surface covered with floating green algae. Weeds grew rampant in front of the shrine, and fragments of tiles littered the ground. It was early spring, and fresh green plants clung to the crumbling walls, looking almost like they had just been pulled from the water. Perhaps due to the frequent rains in the forest, the ground was covered with moss. This place, Ino, wearing a thin green sweatshirt and a hood, looked back at the dark red torii. How long has it been since anyone's been here? Hearing this, Naruto thought for a moment and realized that the last Uzumaki clan's member in Konoha was probably Kushina. About 10 years, maybe more. Huh? Ino shivered a bit. It's only been 10 years and it's already this rundown? Isn't it possible that it was already abandoned over a decade ago? Naruto couldn't help but correct her. This is the shrine of the Uzumaki clan. No one has been here for a long time. Huh? The Uzumaki clan? Ino looked at Naruto. I just found out about this myself. He said with a smile, even though I share the same surname, that's all there is to it. I don't know anything else about them. A broken water tank in the yard caught Ino's attention. She was about to walk over when Naruto grabbed her. Where are you going? There's a water tank over there. She pointed to a corner filled with rubble. Something seems off about it. Don't wander around here. Naruto glanced at Ino with a complicated look. That thing is not a water tank. Look again. But that clearly a water tank. Ino was a little confused and turned around to look again. In the overgrown corner, there was no water jar, only a pile of white bones that could belong to either a human or an animal. Surrounding the bones were several eerie purple flowers. Ino was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't expect that it was actually an illusion. I could have sworn I just saw. It's fine. Just don't get close to it. Naruto pulled her back and held her hand. This place isn't particularly dangerous. Just stick with me and you'll be okay. This is a dilapidated shrine, and to put it bluntly, it is just an empty grave. Naruto wasn't too concerned, as the only thing he wanted was the masks hanging in the shrine. He lightly kicked the door open. The shrine was empty, with only some fallen debris on the floor. The hollow interior was so quiet that the only sounds were their footsteps. A gust of wind blew through, making the broken door creak. Naruto, do you hear that? It sounds like someone's laughing. Ino gulped and kept repeatedly glanced behind her as if something was following them. "I don't hear anything," Naruto replied without change of expression. "Now it sounds like crying." Ino almost pressed her whole body against him, gripping his hand tightly. "Naruto, should we leave this place first?" Ino's voice trembled, and Naruto could feel Ino's grip on his hand growing stronger. She was still quietly trying to back out, and her mumblings echoed faintly in the empty hall. She suggested that they should bring Shikamaru and the others next time, thinking it might be safer with more people. Naruto just listened, while his gaze was fixed on the 27 masks on the wall. In response to Ino's mumbling, he occasionally nodded or hummed. Some things cannot be avoided, and they are already here. Crying, laughing, it didn't matter. Right now, Naruto had set his mind on the Uzumaki clan's legacy, and not even the Sage of Six Paths could stop him. 27 demon masks hung on the wall, each one grimacing fiercely. The Shinigami mask was positioned in the center. "Just stand here and don't move," Naruto suddenly said. "Huh? Then what are you going to do?" Ino was a little scared. Thinking of the crying, her face turned pale. "You want me to stay here by myself?" "I'm not going anywhere. I'll just be here," Naruto reassured her, letting go of her hand. He looked around and picked up a long stick from near the base of the wall. Ino obediently stood still. Just an hour ago, she thought she was accompanying Naruto to a shrine for some simple prayer or offering. But now, she was feeling anxious. She didn't expect things were taking a strange turn. She stood trembling in the center of the shrine's main hall. The door continued to creak, though there wasn't even a breeze this time. Ino noticed footprints appearing on the ground, and the masks on the wall seemed to stare at her menacingly. There is definitely something wrong with this shrine. The footprints stopped about 3 meters from Ino, then started moving straight toward Naruto. Ino tried to warn him, but she found herself unable to speak. Naruto seemed to be completely unaware that something was wrong with the surrounding situation. He stood under the wall of masks, holding a long stick he had picked up, poking and prodding at it, trying to poke the masks off. Ino clearly saw that the set of footprints had already stopped right behind Naruto. She was frozen in place, unable to move or speak, only able to watch helplessly. Suddenly, with a snap, one of the masks fell from the wall. Naruto bent down to pick it up and suddenly heard a gust of wind behind him. He turned abruptly, but by the time he did, Ino saw the demonic mask that had fallen was already on his face. Whoosh! All sounds vanished, and the shrine's main hall returned to complete silence. Ino suddenly felt that she could move again, and she took a deep breath, as if she had never breathed before. "Naruto, behind you." But as she spoke, she froze. Because when Naruto turned around, there were no footprints in front of him. It was as if everything from before had been an illusion. "Behind me? What are you talking about?" Naruto took off the mask and asked in confusion. "Nothing," Ino replied uneasily. "Can I come over to your side now? I'm a little scared." "Sure, come on over. It's fine." Naruto waved her over, indicating she should come over. After walking over and standing beside him, Ino finally let out a deep breath. She then glanced at the mask in Naruto's hand and asked, "What is that?" "Just an ordinary mask," Naruto said as he threw it into his seal space. Then, he pointed to the remaining 26 masks on the wall and said, "Wait for me a bit. Once I take down all these masks, we can leave." "Okay." As Naruto continued removing the masks, he spoke to Ino. "I told you that you don't have to come with me. There's not a single living soul in this place." Ino didn't say anything, knowing that now was not the time to argue. She waited patiently until Naruto threw all 26 masks into his seal space. Only after they slowly exited the Uzumaki clan's barrier did she pinch Naruto's waist hard. "Ouch," Naruto yelped. "Ino, are you trying to kill me?" "You deserve it," Ino said unhappily. "How did I deserve this?" Naruto winced, rubbing his side and muttering, "Just you wait, someday, you won't get away with this." "What are you mumbling about?" "Nothing, it just felt like someone was talking to me. Did you see anyone?" "Ah," Ino screamed and her face instantly turned pale. "Just kidding. Seeing how nervous you are, I just wanted to liven up the atmosphere," Naruto said mischievously. "Ino, this guy is really infuriating. So, you're actually afraid of that kind of stuff, huh?" Naruto walked alongside Ino, heading slowly back towards the village. "Of course I am. Who wouldn't be afraid of that?" Ino said with lingering fear. "Next time, I'm definitely not coming to this kind of place with you. It's too scary." "Haha, everything you saw was just an illusion," Naruto explained. "There are not so many strange things in this world, just don't dwell on it." "Of course I know that," Ino said stubbornly, trying to sound tough. "It's still early. Do you have any plans?" Naruto asked casually. "If you have nothing to do, you could hang out at my place." "HMPH, looking for an excuse again, you foot fetishist. You got me all wrong," he said nonchalantly, his gaze wandering through the early spring forest. "Is there a possibility that I am more than just a foot fetishist?" "Oh, is that so? My apologies then, I misunderstood you. You pervert?" Ino said with her hands behind her back, her lips slightly raised. It's not like I want to be like this, it's all because Ino is too cute. HMPH, are you completely shameless now? Saying such embarrassing things without blushing or flinching. Ino had become immune to Naruto's occasional flirtatious remarks. Ino's expression was somewhat endearing as she spoke, proudly accepting the compliment on her cuteness, yet still haughtily calling him a pervert. Girls with this kind of personality are definitely rare, possibly because fewer people appreciate this type. But coincidentally, Naruto was one of those who did, thoroughly enjoying the playful banter from a cute girl. Ino's character was pure, the kind that would continually grow and challenge him. Yet she also seemed like the kind of girl who would blush immediately if the teasing became a bit stronger. What I'm saying is true, you know. I missed you a lot, Ino, since we haven't seen each other in a while, Naruto said. Oh, you've gotten quite good at lying so naturally? I won't believe that, HMPH. Ino seemed to be in a good mood and her thoughts became lively. Normally, she would first get shy, then question the authenticity of Naruto's words. But now, she could see right through him. Was it because she had become sharper? Naruto suddenly felt a bit relieved, like he had finally shaped Ino into the person he was familiar with. It seemed that I would not be able to make her blush by simply saying a few words in the future. But there was still another way. Taking a deep breath, Naruto ran ahead and then turned to face Ino. They were about 30 meters apart in the quiet, deep woods. What's wrong with you? Ino was a little puzzled, not sure what Naruto was up to. Ino, you're so cute, Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs, startling a flock of birds from half the forest. Ino's face turned bright red at an astonishing speed. This time, the embarrassment was too strong. What the hell are you yelling about? You pervert. Don't run. The next day, the sky outside was clear and blue. After washing up, Naruto went out, walked alone on the road of Konoha Street, and slowly merged into the flow of people on the street. The street was crowded, and the air was damp and muggy. At times like this, the benefits of having few friends become apparent. Even though he had survived a harrowing experience at sea, only a few friends had come to see him. Team 3 and Team 8 were still on missions outside the village and wouldn't be back anytime soon. When they returned and heard about his unscathed return from the sea, they'd probably be surprised. And Naruto was also curious to see how Kiba would react. He felt that Kiba would be jealous of his genius leadership ability. All in all, life had returned to normal. Koyuki and Sakura seemed to be having some health issues, probably due to the ordeal of drifting at sea. It could also be that they relaxed too much afterward and fell ill, which is something he'd heard of before. He walked slowly along the road, planning to visit Sakura and Koyuki at the hospital today. Anko had just been discharged a step ahead of him, with no issues with her health. After all, it was a routine visit to check on his teammates and see when the mission target would recover and be released. Moreover, as heartless as it might sound, only when the mission resumed would he have the chance to earn the complete Flying Thunder God technique reward from the system. Naruto climbed up to the third floor of Konoha Hospital's inpatient area. Probably due to the early spring weather, the doors along the hallway were either slightly ajar or completely closed. He reached out and knocked on the door. Come in. Sakura, with her striking pink hair, was dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown, holding a book in her hands, sitting up against the bed. Her demeanor was calm and composed, giving off a serene and tidy vibe. In the same room, Koyuki's slightly wavy black hair added a lazy elegance to her appearance, even in a hospital gown. Perhaps due to her dual identity as a princess and an actress, Koyuki, in her hospital gown, looked less like a patient and more like someone playing the role of a patient. Oh, it's you. Koyuki was reading a magazine, and glanced up at him briefly upon hearing the sound. From the cover, it didn't seem like any serious magazine. However, when Naruto caught sight of the Icha Icha Paradise book in Sakura's hands, he found himself at a loss for words. Well, neither of them were reading anything particularly respectable. Don't look so disappointed, geez. Naruto, unconcerned, grabbed some snacks that were meant for the two women, tore open the packaging, and casually started eating. How are you both feeling? Naruto asked casually as he sat down. It's nothing serious, but it will take some time before we can be discharged from the hospital. Sakura put down the book, her eyes calm. I want some water. Oh, sure. Naruto got up to pour some water. When he turned around, he noticed a slight smile at the corner of Koyuki's mouth, and a bad feeling flashed through his heart. Sure enough, as soon as Sakura took the glass, Koyuki's elongated voice followed. I want some water too. Can't you pour it yourself? Naruto grumbled a little unhappily, but still poured a glass of water for Koyuki. I don't feel like moving, Koyuki said lazily. Here, drink it all. So rough. Koyuki's voice carried a hint of teasing as she smiled and took the glass. Hey. Naruto didn't bother responding to her. He could handle Koyuki's clumsy flirting tactics, but now wasn't the best time, as Naruto didn't want Sakura to realize how good he was at flirting. In any case, showing off such skills was best reserved for moments alone with Koyuki. Then, I could leave her thoroughly impressed and begging for mercy. I really want to get out of here. It's so stuffy here. Koyuki obviously talked more than Sakura. She kept sipping her water and talking incessantly. Can you slow down a bit? Won't your mouth break? You are the one who broke. Koyuki shot him a glare, then fell silent, lowering her head to continue reading her magazine. The days of drifting at sea in constant fear were over, but they seemed to have left a significant impact on Koyuki. It affected her body, and it seemed her personality had changed quite a bit too. I want to go to the bathroom, Sakura suddenly said. Huh? Naruto glanced around, then pointed to himself. Do you need me to help you up? Yes. Naruto wasn't sure what that yes meant, but he went over to help Sakura up from the bed. There was a bathroom inside the room, so it wasn't as troublesome as having to go outside. After opening the door, Sakura let go of him and started undressing. Naruto stepped out, listening to the sound of water splashing. Once it stopped, Sakura's voice came through again. I'm out of strength. Opening the door, Sakura looked at him with a calm expression. Naruto said nothing, just took care of her and helped her out. There wasn't much reason to stay at the hospital, so after chatting with the two women for a bit longer, Naruto left the room before Sakura's parents arrived. It seemed both Sakura and Koyuki would need to stay hospitalized for some time. In that case, Naruto felt there was no need to rush into revealing his true intentions. Visiting a few more times and then subtly making his purpose clear would be more tactful, increasing the chances of restarting the mission. All he needed to invest was some time, which, compared to the potential rewards, was a very worthwhile trade. In essence, it was a win-win situation. Koyuki couldn't avoid her responsibilities forever, and eventually, she would have to return to the land that birthed and raised her, sooner or later. As for Naruto, he simply wanted to upgrade his Flying Thunder God technique. Another week passed. Just when Naruto thought Tsunade had completely given up on him, she finally sent someone to summon him. Yugo's voice was still cold and businesslike. She was squatting on a branch near the window, with an ANBU mask on her face. Godem-sama wants to see you. Oh. Naruto calmly put on his pants, got out of bed shirtless, put on slippers and washed up. It was infuriating how shinobi nowadays seemed to have no privacy. The only consolation was that his body was still developing well, and he was in good shape. Though he couldn't compare to Sasuke, the kind of stoic, ascetic-looking handsome guy, Naruto still had the vibes of a rough-around-the-edges young man. Looking at his reflection, Naruto saw his spiky blonde hair, fair complexion, and straight nose. His gaze was laid back, and his smile carried a hint of mischief, yet he still had the youthful aura of someone who seemed to have a bright future. That boy doesn't look like a good person, but in a weird way, he's somewhat good-looking. That was Anko's assessment of him. In this regard, Naruto's opinion is that the phrase, doesn't like a good person, can be removed. Looks were something he couldn't control, but fortunately, his face wasn't bad, about a 7 or 8 out of 10. With a little effort, he could make a striking impression to others. For the first time ever, Kurama was not asleep. Seeing that Naruto was about to go out, he peeked his head from behind the couch and asked, Are you going out? Yeah. Naruto yawned and bent down to change his shoes at the entrance. I'm going out for a while too, for takoyaki, Kurama said excitedly, as if it was a holiday. Naruto didn't have the habit of rejecting Kurama, so he let him go wherever he wanted. He waved his hand, signaling him to follow. The man and the foxhound then went downstairs and headed straight for the takoyaki stand. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was flipping through a mission report that Anko had revised 5 times. And her eyes finally stopped on the words, Land of Whirlpools. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Tsunade looked up and saw a man and a dog standing at the door, and her eyes narrowed slightly. You're here? Ah, didn't you summon me, Tsunade-sama? Naruto was a little surprised. Yes, I did. Tsunade nodded, then raised the mission report in her hand and said, I'm holding back your mission report. Delete the part about the Land of Whirlpools. Why? Naruto was a little confused. He didn't mind much, as the Land of Whirlpools indeed had its secrets. But no one had uncovered the secrets in the past decades, so he felt that there wouldn't be any problems even if it wasn't kept hidden. Anyway, he had already secured those 27 masks, and no one else would be able to find any clues. When there were more leads on the masks, it would not be too late for him to go to the Land of Whirlpools again. Don't ask so many questions about this. I'm just helping you remove it. Tsunade sighed, and the deadly weapon shook slightly. You'll understand in due time. What was this? Some kind of cryptic game? I know everything about the Land of Whirlpools matters, not to mention the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. But whatever, actions speak louder than words. I will show her when the time came to revitalize it. Tsunade-sama, are you drinking fake sake again? Tsunade's face twitched slightly. If you don't know what to say, then shut up. What fake sake? I've long since. Halfway through, she sneakily peered out the window, then checked both sides of the doorway. Once she confirmed that Shizune wasn't around, she raised her voice, I've long since stopped drinking. Oh, Naruto's response was half-hearted. but then he shifted topics abruptly. By the way, Tsunade-sama, I'd like to restart the mission to the Land of Snow. Isn't that mission already cancelled? Tsunade leaned back into her office chair and said lazily, you can't just restart it on your whim. You need the princess's approval. What if she agrees? He asked. Why are you so insistent on going to the Land of Snow? Tsunade asked with narrowed eyes. She finally understood that Naruto was determined to go to the Land of Snow. Don't tell me you're… No, Naruto interrupted directly. My mission completion rate is 100%. Tsunade-sama, do you understand the value of a 100% success rate? Tsunade. You're nuts. Naruto felt deeply hurt. For a young man, being called crazy was quite damaging. So he began to pester her, sitting directly on her desk and gazing into the abyss. Tsunade sneered and threw both Naruto and Kurama out of her office. With a bang, the door shut. You need to get Princess Fune's consent first. What a misstep. The scene of Naruto and Kurama being thrown out was witnessed by Team 8, who had come to report back. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino looked at Naruto, who had fallen on the ground with a dazed look on their faces. The latter calmly stood up, dusted himself off, and said, cough, cough, the floor's a bit slippery. Kiba frowned and stared at Naruto for a long time, then asked with a complicated look, you okay? I heard you were drifting at sea for almost a month. It's nothing. Naruto replied casually, it's just a shipwreck at the sea. It's not a big deal. I just took a little detour and came back. After a brief exchange, Kiba and Shino entered the Hokage's office. Hinata, blushing, paused beside Naruto and whispered shyly, can you wait for me? I have something I want to say to you, Naruto-kun. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, sure, I'll wait for you downstairs. Naruto stood downstairs, yawning as he sat down on the edge of the railing. The Hokage Tower was unusually quiet, with occasional birdsong and the sound of construction work echoing from within. It was already March in the blink of an eye, and the tall cherry blossom trees inside the compound were about to bloom. Tsunade had already mentioned that if Koyuki requested the mission to be restarted, she would most likely agree as well. If that were the case, things would be much easier. Soon, there was a sound of hurried footsteps from upstairs, and Hinata's petite figure ran down from upstairs. Before she reached the bottom floor, her eyes were already searching around anxiously. The classic scene of a girl stepping on empty air while going down the stairs without looking at the road happened. Naruto was stunned when he saw this, but he still caught her, thinking that Hinata could be a bit clumsy. Hinata blushed in Naruto's arms and then nervously stood up. She walked around him twice, as if she wanted to confirm whether his limbs were intact, but she didn't have the courage to touch him directly. What's wrong? Naruto wanted to laugh but held it in. Footsteps echoed again from the inner stairwell, and Hinata, in a panic, blinked rapidly, pulling Naruto towards the other side of the Hokage Tower. They ran through a hallway and eventually stopped at a corner. It was a decent spot, with a wide view located in the blind spot of two intersecting hallways. The people coming wouldn't see them, but they could easily observe any movement from either direction. If someone approached, they could just run up to the abandoned rooftop. Naruto didn't know why they were hiding from people, but since Hinata had dragged him there, he decided to wait and see. Perhaps she had something important to say, though it was probably unlikely. Sure enough, Hinata looked up, her cheeks flushed and her eyes moist. Lately, I've been busy with missions. I can't lose focus, but Tsunade-sama said you had an accident at sea. It's actually nothing serious. Naruto found it more and more strange, and quickly interrupted. Look, I'm fine now, right? No need to worry about me. To be honest, if I were alone at sea, I'd have been back ashore in 10 days. How could I not worry? Hinata's teary eyes almost shed a tear but then turned into a smile. Naruto-kun, you promised to train with me. So, you were worried because of training? Naruto asked with a mischievous look. And no, it's not like that. Hinata looked down and her hands started fidgeting. Then, she hesitatingly said, it's not just because of training. I've already changed my training strategy. Thanks to your guidance, Naruto-kun, I just want to keep following you. Maybe someday, I can be like you. Really? Naruto glanced at Hinata, who was just beginning to bloom. He knew that there was more than just a gap in strength between them, as there was also the system separating them. Then, next time, if I have time, I'll train with you. Do you have any missions soon? He asked. Yes. Hinata lowered her head and replied softly, there are a lot of missions lately. I might have time next month, or maybe in 2 weeks. Next month, huh? Naruto thought about it carefully and estimated that Koyuki would be discharged from the hospital next month, so he simply agreed, no problem, just let me know when you're free. After saying that, he added, when I'm not on a mission, I'm usually just lying around at home. Okay. Hinata twirled her fingers in front of her chest and looked away shyly. Naruto swore that he was talking seriously without any ulterior motive, but just then, someone approached, and Hinata quickly and nervously said her goodbyes before hurrying off. As he stepped out of the Hokage Tower, Naruto suddenly realized he would be idle for the entire month. Spring was serene, the breeze gently stirring. In this March, when everything was coming back to life, Naruto could only lie at home, maintaining the tradition of sleeping at sunrise and going out at sunset. Occasionally, he'd wander around with Kurama. He didn't have many friends, and most of the time, they were all on missions. Since the mission logs for the Land of Snow were sealed, they could only glean bits and pieces about what Naruto had gone through. While drifting at sea for a month sounded terrifying enough, Anko and Naruto had been lively and energetic all this time, with both all the team's Mimibyars and the target surviving. It gave the impression that it wasn't such a big deal after all. In short, the fantastical sea voyage in the Land of Snow quietly became history, and under Tsunade's deliberate silence, it didn't stir any waves in Konoha. By mid-March, with a click, Naruto changed his shoes and closed the door. Today is the day he leaves the village again. After receiving Tsunade's permission, he traveled for a day and arrived at the Tanzaku town. Using a key, he opened the door, and Tayuya, dressed lightly, happened to be in the living room reading. When she looked up, her face showed a stunned expression. "What are you doing here? What else can I do? As your creditor, naturally I came to check on how you're doing." Naruto went upstairs calmly. There was a room upstairs that belonged to him. Tayuya ignored him and continued to bury herself in her book on the couch. She had already figured out the purchasing power of the Land of Fire's currency. She now knew that a mere 200,000 ryo was not a large sum at all. Moreover, in the past 6 months, she had accumulated quite a bit of money from doing small tasks at the bounty exchange. In total, she had amassed 1.5 million ryo, which is now quietly lying under her bed. Listening to the sounds from upstairs, Tayuya's heart wasn't as calm as it seemed. In fact, she was slightly nervous and expectant. The opportunity had finally come, a chance for revenge. I really couldn't wait to humiliate that blonde-haired idiot with money, throwing his nonsensical talk of selling souls right back at him. Hey, in the end, he was just a scumbag deceiving young girls. Damn it, how infuriating. Tayuya's book page now bore a clear fingerprint as she pressed on it in anger. She wanted to rush upstairs and tear apart that shameless jerk. But reason told her to stay calm. If she really did that, she knew that Guy would just shamelessly spread his hands and say, "Well, no choice, you found out. Alright, I'll leave." But that wasn't the revenge she wanted. Tayuya pulled a candy from the couch and put it in her mouth. The sweetness stimulated her taste buds and slowly let her calm down. The so-called revenge is to make the scumbag regret everything deeply. She had it all planned out. When Naruto came downstairs, she would calmly expose his scam without any care, mocking him fiercely. She wouldn't repay the 200,000 ryo at all. After all, she borrowed it with her own ability, so how could I possibly return it to that scumbag? She would mock him with a light-hearted attitude, whipping him with her words. She wanted to see him shocked, ashamed, regretful. "Hey, you wouldn't see it coming. What are you smirking about?" Naruto asked in doubts. Naruto had already freshened up. He was just staying here for the day as he had a mission tomorrow. After a quick cleanup upstairs, he came down and saw Tayuya grinning like an idiot. After not seeing her for a long time, Naruto saw that Tayuya's former edgy style was all gone. She now sported long, dark red hair, wearing a loose t-shirt and hot pants on the couch. Her outfit was indistinguishable from any typical girl next door. She changed from a bad girl to a girl next door, and a plump one at that, with the pure buff maxed out. Even though Naruto wasn't particularly interested, after taking a quick glance at her, he had to admit that Tayuya was quite pleasing to the eyes. "Nothing." Tayuya frowned, glanced at him coldly, and said, "It's got nothing to do with you anyway." Naruto didn't know what was up with her, nor did he plan to ask. The house was a duplex, with the living room and kitchen on the first floor, and 4 rooms upstairs. There were spiral staircases on both sides, which he had thought of when he bought the house. Real estate in Konoha was a losing game, as it would get destroyed every other time. So, when living in Konoha, renting was better than buying. But buying in Tanzaku town, he's making a profit. Tanzaku town, being a landmark town in the Land of Fire, was bound to develop in the future. With his keen sense and omniscient view, Naruto decisively bought this 2-story house in the busiest area of Tanzaku town. He didn't dare buy more, fearing it might catch Konoha's attention. Naruto wandered around the living room but couldn't find a hair towel, so he decided to let his hair dry naturally upstairs. In the large couch, Tayuya heard Naruto's footsteps going up and froze. Just like that? He's not talking to me? How would I lash out at him then? Huh? Wait, Tayuya jumped up from the couch and shouted. "What?" Naruto was startled. "You're scaring me. What, are you going to cast a spell? Where's the hair towel?" He had a habit of mixing 2 unrelated topics into one sentence. Tayuya was momentarily stunned and hadn't prepared the words yet, so she simply answered the latter question first. "Go buy one yourself. That's mine." "Oh," Naruto pretended to leave. "Wait, what now?" Naruto looked at her unhappily. "Are you offering to lend me your hair towel?" "Absolutely not." Tayuya rejected it outright. Upon hearing this, Naruto pretended to leave again. Tayuya finally gave in and shouted, "Fine, I'll lend it to you. Just stand there and don't move." "Alright, go on." As expected, Naruto was standing at the stairs, looking at Tayuya quietly. Tayuya kept saying, "You," for a long time, her face flushed red. She was too excited at the prospect of exacting her revenge that she couldn't form a complete sentence. "I know you're eager, but take it easy," Naruto said. "Don't even think about me returning the 200,000 to you," Tayuya shouted with her hands on her hips. "Suit yourself." Naruto stood on the stairs, looking down at Tayuya, who was standing barefoot on the large couch. "I already know the purchasing power of 100,000 ryo," Tayuya shouted angrily. "You tricked me back then, buying my soul for so little money." "Isn't your soul still with you?" he said. "Oh, that's right." Tayuya calmed down for a moment but soon got angry again. "You only gave me 200,000. I make more than that on a single task at the bounty exchange." The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became quiet. Tayuya looked up, only to find that Naruto was staring at her calmly. His expression had completely changed. "Did you just say bounty exchange? The bounty exchange is?" Tayuya stammered, struggling to say anything coherent, then defiantly retorted, "None of your business." "Hey!" Naruto jumped down the stairs and, using his height advantage, pinned Tayuya down on the sofa, then sneered, "You don't want your savings to be 200,000 less, do you?" Tayuya tried to struggle but found herself unable to move. She felt both ashamed and frustrated. Things were taking a strange turn, completely different from the revenge scenario she had imagined. Wasn't it supposed to be the story of an underdog rising to wealth and ruthlessly humiliating her former boss with money? What happened to the promise that heroes should not be judged by their origins? Now, here she was, pinned under her former boss, forced to reveal the source of her side hustle. It was utterly humiliating. It felt just like being caught secretly working a part-time job and having her boss confront her. Wasn't this also a form of domineering CEO? "I'm not paying you back," Tayuya said with a nonchalant expression. "I don't have any money, and the money I earned was through my hard work." "What good is that? Can't I just take it myself?" Naruto said jokingly. "I bet the money you earned isn't hidden too far away, maybe under your pillow or perhaps just under your bed." "How? You're talking nonsense." "Whether I am talking nonsense or not, we will know if I look for it," Naruto said with a chuckle. Woo-woo, Tayuya was truly afraid of being broke. Although she wasn't short on spending money and was willing to spend it, spending her own hard-earned money was a different story. If this guy were to take back all the money she owed, then wouldn't all the money she had spent extravagantly have been her own? The thought was painful. It was more painful than death. "No, don't take my money." Tayuya was on the verge of tears. "My money, it was my money, I had earned every penny of it." Seeing her reaction, Naruto was a bit surprised. After a moment of silence, he said, "I won't take your money. I'll give you another 100,000 ryo if you tell me the whole story." "Who wants to tell you, you bastard?" Tayuya gritted her teeth. "Damn it, just a mere 100,000, was he trying to insult me?" She was no longer that poor girl from the slums. The fortune she had stashed under her bed had already skyrocketed to 1.5 million ryo. A mere 100,000 ryo was beneath her now. 500,000 ryo. Naruto didn't even blink as he quintupled the offer. "Woo, I'll tell you everything." Tayuya felt a tear of humiliation roll down her cheek. 500,000 ryo, her bottom line was directly breached. Still, it was this bastard's money, it would be a waste not to take it. Naruto released Tayuya, who sat on the edge of the sofa, curling up slightly as she timidly confessed how she found the bounty exchange and how she got her first job. "They were just small tasks, scattered here and there, and I managed to save a bit of money," Tayuya said softly. "I can't do the bigger tasks by myself. Besides, not everyone can take on those jobs. They require skill." "What else? Be honest. If I don't hear anything interesting today, you won't get any sleep tonight," Naruto said sternly. "I'll tell you everything," Tayuya said, feeling a bit aggrieved. And so, Tayuya continued to speak intermittently, while Naruto leaned against the other side of the sofa, occasionally responding with a nod. After about an hour, Tayuya's mouth was dry from talking. Naruto glanced at her and suddenly asked, "What about that bounty shinobi who appeared out of nowhere? What was that all about?" "I don't know," Tayuya said as she gulped down some water. "They just appeared recently, taking on tasks worth tens of millions. This matter has nothing to do with me. I only heard about it, I don't know the details." Hearing this, Naruto thought to himself, has Kakuzu already started making money to support Conan so quickly? If that's the case, then doesn't it mean that the Akatsuki has already started to take action? Crap, like a weed growing. Pain still deserves to die. Naruto is not afraid of the weaker Akatsuki's members like Kakuzu and Hidan anymore. Moving forward with the Kyuubi on his side was enough. After all, he was essentially 73% of the Yin-Yang Kyuubi, which roughly equaled to 1.5 of the Yang Kyuubi. All things considered, combined, he and Kurama were equivalent to about 2.5 Yang Kyuubi. I need to find a chance to talk with Tsunade and figure out how to hunt down those lunatics in Akatsuki. Instead of waiting for them to come to me, I might as well have Pervy Sage come back and hunt them down together. Why are you spacing out? Tayuya asked. It's nothing. Naruto got up, then pulled out 500,000 ryo right in front of Tayuya. I'm leaving tomorrow. Don't take any dangerous tasks. Why do you care? Tayuya shot back. Of course I care. I'm your creditor. Naruto said casually, slowly getting up and looking down at Tayuya. Anyway, I won't restrict your freedom. Do whatever you want. I won't interfere. If you run into trouble, you can come to Konoha to find me. Anyway, with how you dress, as long as you tone it down a bit and change your appearance, no one will be able to recognize you. Tisk, like I'd ever look for you, Tayuya grumbled in dissatisfaction. Whatever, I'll handle it myself. I don't need you to care. Of course Naruto didn't argue and headed upstairs. Midnight. Tayuya tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Thinking about her failed revenge filled her heart with bitterness and unwillingness. She had already worked so hard to earn money, but still couldn't. How much money does that guy even have? Tayuya was so angry that she rolled over on the bed, from one end to the other. She screamed a few times and grabbed her head in exasperation. Her chest rose and fell violently, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. As a result, Tayuya lost all desire to sleep. It was a cold and damp spring night. After calming down, she felt a bit itchy all over her body and decided to get up, fumbling in the dark towards the bathroom for a bath. With a click, she turned on the light and adjusted the water temperature, habitually tossing her clothes aside with each step she took. Realizing that her hair towel wasn't in the bathroom, she instinctively went to the living room on the first floor to look for it. The bathroom door swung open, and Tayuya, yawning, walked barefoot across the floor. As she passed Naruto's room, the door near the stairs suddenly opened. Light spilled out from the room like a thread, directly illuminating half the corridor. Tayuya was momentarily dazed by the sudden light. Naruto, who had opened the door, was also stunned. He intended to go to the restroom but instead found Tayuya, entirely bare, standing at the top of the stairs. Ah! Tayuya screamed, and immediately squatted down and hugged herself. Naruto instinctively turned his head away, and the atmosphere immediately became awkward. They were too close, and Tayuya reacted too slowly. It felt like watching a 404 VR movie. By the time it gets shut down, it's already too late. I didn't expect you to be into this kind of thing. Naruto chuckled awkwardly. You're the one who's into that kind of thing. I just forgot you were still here. Tayuya's face flushed crimson. She was completely overwhelmed by shame. She had abandoned her plans for a bath. All she wanted now is to quickly got up, dashed back to her room, and continue to roll around in frustration. Uzumaki Naruto. Damn it, where were you planning to go? Naruto did not leave, but squatted in front of her. Huh? What does it matter to you? Get lost. Tayuya shouted, trying to back away, her arms flailing as she struggled to cover herself and maintain balance, utterly at a loss for where to place her hands. Then, in the next moment, Tayuya felt herself being lifted. Just now it wasn't my business, but now it is. Naruto picked Tayuya up from TH briefly in the direction of the bathroom. Let me go. Tayuya wriggled around, but it was useless. Stop squirming, I'll let you go in a moment. Naruto brushed her off verbally while carrying her toward the bathroom, as if holding a kitten in his arms. Tayuya felt herself growing hotter and hotter, watching his face partially hidden in the dim light. He would occasionally glance down at her, his gaze clear and unflinching. This guy is such a jerk. As she thought about this, her strength waned, and everything began to feel strange. She had never experienced anything like this before. It was as though jolts of electricity were coursing through her back intermittently. Tayuya even wondered if this jerk had used some kind of weird ninjutsu. As in his arms, from her tailbone to her heart, she felt a warm, tingling sensation. Held in a princess carry, Tayuya watched as the warm, amber glow of the bathroom grew closer. She suddenly realized that this guy was about to see everything soon. Her eyes widened as she used the last of her strength to struggle, trying to break free from Naruto's hold. But it was impossible to do. Naruto held her firmly and walked into the bathroom, setting her down into the bathtub. He then clapped his hands, as if he had completed his work. He didn't seem guilty at all, treating it as just a random accident and not thinking much of it. What were you planning to find just now? He asked. At this point, Tayuya's mind was in a mess. She curled up in the bathtub, answering in a muffled voice, a hair towel. Oh, I took it. Naruto said calmly, then lightly tapped her on the head. Go ahead and take your bath. I'll bring it to you in a bit. Okay. Tayuya didn't know what else to say, and her eyelashes fluttered. The bathroom door then clicked shut. Tayuya, panicking, splashed the warm water around, taking a long breath in and exhaling deeply. She wasn't sure how to describe what she was feeling just now. She felt powerless. Actually, she was usually quite clever, which was why she never ran, but now, she wasn't sure if she should run or not. She had originally planned to stay here for a while when she had no money. Anyway, that guy was stupid and had a lot of money, so as long as she acted a little submissive, he would give her money. Even if she couldn't earn her own money, she could take some from him and then run far away. She never feared that he wanted anything from her. Orochimaru had already abandoned her, and going back would mean certain death. To her, it didn't matter whether her body was used or she was treated as a tool again. In the past, Tayuya always thought that Jerk was superficial, only wanting to use his money to get her body. Because of that, she wasn't scared at all. She knew that most men, other than Orochimaru, had issues in their heads. They would try to turn every attractive thing into their possession. So, even if he didn't show up for 10 days or half a month, she felt no sense of loss. Essentially, it was a transaction. He desired her body, and she wanted his money. It was a clear, straightforward relationship. But why did my heart beat so fast when he touched me just now? Tayuya sank into the bathtub, her knuckles turning white from clenching. The light in the bathroom was bright and clear, but it did nothing to clear up the chaos in her mind. Her heart burned, feeling like it would jump into her throat. She was a little annoyed, and then she recalled Naruto's words that he'd be back. A hair towel, huh? Suddenly, Tayuya didn't want anything anymore. A sense of foreboding crept into her mind. She didn't want anything. She just wanted to take her 2 million ryo hidden under the bed and get out of there. The bathroom door echoed with the sound of knocks. Hearing this, Tayuya felt a bit exasperated. Didn't you just come in without knocking earlier? Did I? I don't remember. Naruto's voice came from the other side of the door. Anyway, it's rude not to knock. Can I come in now? Whatever. Tayuya replied irritably, burying her head in the bathtub. She really didn't know what to do, so she decided to just let things go. Her life had always been dark and twisted, so it didn't matter how things turned out. Earning money seemed meaningless now. She felt a bit dejected, an emotion she had never experienced before, and had no idea how to handle it. She didn't particularly dislike it, nor did she like it, but instinctively, she wanted to escape. The door was pushed open. Naruto took the hair towel, placed it on the shelf, and turned to leave. But noticing Tayuya's unusual silence, he paused to ask, "What's wrong with you?" "I'll give you the money back," Tayuya said while curled up in the bathtub. "Why are you saying that all of a sudden?" Naruto realized that picking her up earlier might have caused some issues, but he didn't regret it much. He just wanted to take care of Tayuya. She didn't understand much, and there was something wrong with Orochimaru's education, leaving her as expendable cannon fodder. This gave Naruto an opportunity to deceive her into staying. "I don't want to stay here anymore. I'll give back the money I owe you," Tayuya said in a muffled voice. "That won't work." "Why?" Tayuya turned her head, not caring about her embarrassment, causing the water to splash around her. "I'll pay you back, then I won't owe you anything. All the debts will be cleared." "This isn't just about money, it's not that simple." "Isn't it all about money? I was just trying to get some cash from you, maybe scam some food," she said. "I know all that, and I don't mind." Naruto's eyes were calm, looking unfazed. He had anticipated this day long ago, even considering the possibility of Tayuya disappearing without a trace one day. He thought he might have to spend time searching for her, but fortunately, that troublesome situation hadn't happened, saving him a lot of hassle. The reason why Naruto was so determined to keep Tayuya around was simply to have a backup plan. He was no longer a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, but he already possessed the strength equivalent to having 1.5 young Kyuubi on his own. Including the dog he kept around like a pet. Who knows how people in the village would react if all these things came to light someday. Moreover, Konoha's leadership wasn't solely in Tsunade's hands. Shikamaru's personality differed greatly from his father, and he seemed to have no interest in politics. Among the Konoha 12, with Naruto's current connections and power, becoming Hokage would be easy. Tsunade had subtly hinted that if Naruto wished, the Hokage's position would be his eventually. He was backed by Tsunade, the Godem Hokage, and Jiraiya and Kakashi, who are Hokage candidates. Moreover, the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akamichi clans were friendly with him. The same is true for the established Hyuga clan, Inazuka clan, and Aburame clan. As long as Naruto didn't do anything reckless, he could remain in the pool of Hokage's candidates and eventually walk the path to becoming the strongest Hokage. But nothing is certain, and Naruto had never actually desired to be Hokage. His presence in Konoha wasn't driven by any sense of belonging but rather because his strength wasn't overwhelmingly high, so he didn't want to stir things up for now. However, his refusal to become Hokage meant he couldn't stay in Konoha indefinitely. If Kakashi succeeded Tsunade as the Rokudame Hokage, that would be fine, but who would take over after Kakashi's term ended? Inevitably, suspicion would arise, so Naruto knew he had to plan for his departure early. After leaving, he might even consider rebuilding the land of whirlpools. The 27 masks had given him new direction. But he didn't want to wander alone, so he would most likely take Tayuya with him. The future was uncertain. But Tayuya was the backup plan Naruto had kept in mind. If the worst came to pass, he could always turn to Tayuya. That's why, from the beginning, Naruto had never intended to restrict her freedom. She could go wherever she wanted. Whatever she wished to do was fine, and he had no objections to her taking bounty missions. But avoiding him, that wasn't acceptable. The so-called soul debt was just a mark, a reminder for Tayuya to always think of him. Repeatedly, over and over, the debt was imaginary, yet it would continue to build as their feelings deepened. What do you mean by, you don't care? Tayuya felt a bit wronged. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have ended up so obsessed with money. Originally, she didn't care about money and never really spent much, but he had said something about her selling her soul to him, so now she found herself caring about money. But now, this bastard actually said he didn't care. You don't need to repay me. I can give you plenty of money, as long as you need it, Naruto said bluntly. Then, what are you after? What am I after? Do you need a reason to give someone money? Do you? I give it because I want to? You like me? Tayuya asked. Naruto had to admire her line of thinking, but in a certain sense, he was after something. So, she wasn't entirely wrong. Yes, he nodded. Tayuya was taken aback for a moment. She curled up in the bathtub, not blushing, nor showing any joy or disgust. She simply stared blankly ahead, lost in thought as her gaze fixated on a plain ceramic tile. Naruto subconsciously sensed that something was off but kept his composure. He looked at Tayuya, who was curled up like a kitten who had just left the house for the first time, with a nervous look on her face. He wasn't sure what Tayuya was nervous about, but he knew he needed to say something to soothe her emotions. I am willing to give you money, and it's not entirely without reason. Do you remember when we were in Konoha? We ate a lot of things together. Back then, I didn't have many friends, so we should be considered familiar with each other, even though you deceived me back then. Well, I had already guessed your identity back then, and I didn't care. Naruto blinked, struggling to express this part. We have an emotional foundation. Eating and playing together makes it easy to develop good feelings. So I'm willing to give you money, mainly because I don't lack it. You gave me money because you like me? Tayuya asked in a muffled voice. So all those times you were kind to me in Konoha, that was because you like me? Yeah. Naruto nodded. But there's nothing about me that's worth liking. I don't even know what liking is. Tayuya said, feeling lost. Is liking someone just about giving them money? It's not entirely like that. Giving money is just one way to show affection. Naruto wasn't sure why the conversation had circled back to money, but at this point, he could only try his best to explain. There are many things about you that are worth liking, like, at this time, Tayuya had lifted her head to look at him. Faced with the current situation, Naruto was at a loss for words. It was not easy to come up with a few positive traits about Tayuya on the spot. Though she liked bathing, staying clean, and could hang out with him without awkwardness, which were good qualities in his eyes, but these advantages didn't sound impressive enough when put on the surface. At least, saying them aloud would probably make someone think, oh, that's it. But now, Tayuya was watching him, and disappointing her at this moment could make things more difficult. In his panic, there was no time to overthink. You can install air conditioning, huh? Tayuya was momentarily stunned, seemingly not understanding what Naruto meant. The water in the bathtub was clear and transparent. Ripples spread out, reflecting Tayuya's bewildered face. You know how to install air conditioners. Naruto gestured with his hands, feeling somewhat guilty. Remember? That time in Konoha, you posed as a technician coming to install an air conditioner at my house? Oh, that wasn't pretending. We were out of money for food, so we did that temporarily, and also to gather some information. Tayuya explained, so, that can be considered a good quality, huh? Isn't it? A girl who can install air conditioners is pretty amazing, right? Naruto said with a straight face. Really, Naruto nodded. He did genuinely think that it was cool for someone to be able to install their own air conditioner. I can do more than just that, Tayuya said. Huh? Naruto was also a bit flustered. He wasn't sure if his random answer had the desired effect. Naruto saw the girl lift her head, her damp red hair hanging in strands over her small face. Slowly, a cautious, small smile emerged. Seeing this, Naruto quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Are you still living there? Tayuya asked. No, something happened, so I moved, Naruto said. I'm currently staying on the top floor of building 404 on Konoha Street. I'll probably be there for a few more years. Will you come here again? Tayuya had turned her head away, curling up in the bathtub with her legs hugged to her chest, the waterline just touching her chin. There was no emotion in her voice, but her eyes darted quickly to glance at him. Yeah, I'll probably be coming more often in the future, Naruto replied, predicting that once he faced pain, there would be no reason to keep the secret that he was no longer the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Then, since he was no longer a Jinchuriki, and with Tsunade and Jiraiya around, he wouldn't have as many restrictions as before. Oh. Tayuya nodded slightly. The atmosphere in the bathroom fell silent. But then again, this kind of situation was odd to begin with. After all, who would normally have a serious conversation in front of a bathtub? Under normal circumstances, this would be considered perverted behavior. Realizing he should probably leave, Naruto coughed lightly. You go ahead and enjoy your bath. I'll go to the bathroom downstairs. Hearing this, Tayuya suddenly stood up from the bathtub with a loud splash, which startled Naruto. "What's wrong?" he asked. Tayuya didn't seem embarrassed at all. She stared into his eyes for a second or two before stepping out of the bathtub, dripping wet. She walked past him and dashed out of the bathroom. Under the warm yellow light, Naruto was left somewhat stunned. Run away? Is her reaction time for being shy just incredibly delayed? Did she run straight back to her room? But in a way, that's fine. At least we cleared the air this time. As long as she didn't want to avoid him, Naruto didn't mind what Tayuya did, even if it meant going far away. After all, as long as she accepted this place, she would always come back. She had nowhere else to go, so at least this place should become her home. As long as she remembered to come back, that was enough. As for the question she was pondering, why was I being kind to her? Well, I had 100 reasons to convince her. Does anyone need a reason to be kind to someone? Absolutely not. Maybe it was attraction, or simply to pass the time. But those reasons didn't matter now. Whatever the case, I wanted to be kind to her, without expecting anything in return. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the wide-open bathroom door. Naruto turned his head towards the noise, thinking to himself, why is she back already? Standing outside the bathroom, the girl, her skin glowing like jade, was holding a large bundle of banknotes in her arms, her wet red hair sticking to her face. She thrust the scattered bills toward him and said, "Here, spend it." Naruto stared at the pile of cash clutched tightly to Tayuya's chest, stunned for a long moment before he finally snapped out of it. A few bills slipped and fell onto the bathroom floor, while two were stuck on either side of her wet face. The stack of money was taller than she was, and with the wet, slippery floor, she looked like she might topple over at any moment. The phrase, "Here, spend it," echoed in his mind. Naruto instinctively wanted to say that he had money. He really did have a lot of money, all of Gado's fortune. But in this moment, money was no longer just money. Naruto might be rich, but in reality, the wealth meant very little to him, and it couldn't carry any true significance. Even possessing so much money didn't make him feel wealthy. Just like Tayuya could bring everything she had to him and share it with him, Naruto could also take out all of Gado's fortune, which might not even fit in the entire house. But it wasn't the same, because he didn't care about that money. Compared to Tayuya, Naruto felt impoverished at this moment, realizing that he didn't seem to have anything he truly cherished. He was merely borrowing glimpses of the summers of these girls, glimpsing the things they held dear. Alright. Naruto nodded in response. With a loud rustle, he accepted the pile of money. Some of it fluttered into the air. Tayuya's pupils brightened slightly, reflecting the bathroom's ceiling light in his face. "I also have money, I can give it to you to spend," she said. Got it, got it." Naruto chuckled, "Go on, take your bath. I'll help you put the money away." "Okay." Tayuya shuffled back a few steps, then with a splash, returned to the bathtub. Naruto gathered up the money and took it outside, taking the opportunity to head downstairs and use the restroom. On his way back up, he suddenly realized something, which is, Tayuya had nowhere else to go. She couldn't risk running into Orochimaru, and all her teammates were dead. She was now a child abandoned by the world, taught by Orochimaru only how to fight using the cursed seal. However, excessive use of the cursed seal's power would eventually consume her. It was like how monsters would eventually go berserk, only to be left isolated and then killed, the next day. Naruto had originally planned to go on a mission, but then he changed his mind and decided that he didn't need to rush to do that. He just had to deliver a letter to the fire temple. Chiriku was still alive and well, so there was no need to hurry. "Where are you going?" Tayuya, wearing loose pajamas, looked at him puzzledly. "Nowhere." In the morning, the two of them went out together, wandering around Tanzaku town. Naruto noticed that Tayuya had very little interest in material things. She lived cleanly every day, like an ordinary person. She learned things quickly after just seeing them once, and she spent money in a normal way. But she didn't seem to be influenced by the world around her. It was as if she lived behind a screen, with her true self curled up deep within her small heart. Seeing people on the street crying or laughing, her expression remained indifferent. Only when she saw couples holding hands and walking past them did she quickly glance at Naruto. She seemed to have difficulty understanding other people's emotions, so most of the time, she chose to ignore them. If she didn't see them, there was no problem. By ignoring the problem itself, the problem ceased to exist. In the crowd's center, there was a small outdoor performance. "What is that?" Tayuya asked. It's a performance. I think it's about a love story." Naruto couldn't be sure and squinted his eyes at the stage. The bustling town was filled with the lively atmosphere of the stage performance. Amid the clamor of the crowd, the exaggeratedly made-up actors were trying hard to portray their roles with deep conviction. But the script was clearly poor. Even though the villain actor was giving it his all, his expression nearly grotesque, the script's development was always the same. Snap, the villain dies, and the hero has a perfect ending. It's probably about a princess from a small country being kidnapped by a bad guy, So the hero comes to the rescue. Naruto explained, but was afraid that Tayuya would find it boring, so he added another sentence, let's go, it's not really worth watching. That person seems a bit pitiful. Tayuya suddenly pointed to the minor character quietly exiting the stage. No one is paying attention to him, and he just dies like that. Naruto was taken aback and looked at the minor character who had appeared for just 2 minutes. He thought to himself, did that person have really been there just now? No one would pay attention to a villain's minion, and they wouldn't even have lines or background stories. Anyway, if someone is in the villain camp, then they are inherently evil, and no one would be interested in a minor villain's story. If the minor character were part of the protagonist team, there might be some meaning in sacrificing themselves to set the mood. But a minor villain is a lowly existence, something so lowly that they're just there to make up the numbers. Minor character. Naruto said, choosing his words carefully. He was taken out quickly, so no one noticed and he had to leave in a hurry. Am I also, she said, pointing at the supporting actors who had changed his clothes and was now backstage. No, Naruto said seriously. I don't know what happened in the past, but Konoha definitely wouldn't accept you. However, I didn't plan to stay in Konoha forever either. You don't need to think too much about it, I won't abandon you. His words were direct enough. Tayuya stared at him for a while before nodding and humming. Their relationship would continue, so he held her hand and led her through the bustling streets. They walked through the quiet alleyways until they reached the other end of the town. There was no sea here, and as night fell, the open plain was covered by darkness. I'm very happy today. This is the first time I've been so happy, Tayuya suddenly said, her face showing a cautious smile. But I'm a little nervous. There are many things I don't understand. You know more than I do. I know you care for me, and you gave me money to spend. Tayuya looked at him with a sense of deep loneliness in her eyes. But I have nothing but money. I don't understand the drama or what to do on a date. When I see others having fun, I want to join you. But I'm afraid I won't be able to. I'm actually quite smart and learn quickly, but today I felt so dumb. My mind is blank, and I don't know what to say. You're not just humoring me, and patiently explain things to me, but I still find it hard to understand. I've never played or seen these things before, and they seem harder than the tasks I've done. I wore the best clothes, but I messed everything up. I feel out of place with everything, unable to adapt to that kind of life. You spent the whole day with me, so. Tears welled up into Yuya's eyes. She wanted to ignore all her problems, but she found she couldn't. She couldn't avoid Naruto's opinion of her and found herself growing more anxious by not thinking about it. I'm really happy. I wasn't that interesting of a person to begin with, Naruto said, gently placing a hand on Tayuya's face. You are already very beautiful. Everything I do with you will be interesting. Tayuya looked at him, and although she didn't cry, a faint, uncertain smile appeared on her face as she asked, really? Of course it's true. As long as I'm with you, even if it's just walking for the whole day, it won't be boring, he assured. Actually, it wasn't that boring, right? She asked. 2 days later, Naruto finally prepared to head to the fire temple to deliver the letter. Tayuya had almost made breakfast early in the morning. Naruto was surprised to see such sumptuous breakfast after he finished washing up. There are places selling breakfast in town, right? It's a bit expensive, she replied. Naruto blinked, and he seemed to hear Tayuya say, my money, again. Over the past 2 days, they had explored all the nearby places, driven by Naruto's statement that even a day with her wouldn't be boring. So they spent 2 days walking around. Naruto didn't find it boring, but he was a bit tired. This kind of date was pretty intense. If it weren't for the urgency of the mission, this situation might have lasted a few more days. I'm leaving, Naruto said, reaching the door. He suddenly noticed that Tayuya was hiding behind the sofa and looking at him, with only her head sticking out. What's wrong? Tayuya let out an awkward sound and stood up directly. She took small steps to the door and spoke in a low voice while tilting her head to one side. Please be careful out there, master. What? Naruto was momentarily stunned. Before he could savor the thought, Tayuya pushed him out the door, and the door closed with a bang. Naruto was stunned outside the door for a moment, and subconsciously reached for the key in his pocket. But after thinking it over, he decided to leave. Inside the living room, Tayuya was rolling on the sofa in embarrassment. No, it's too embarrassing. I won't give him money. Well, I'll just give him a little less. Fire Temple. Naruto met with Chiriku and successfully delivered the letter. Chiriku had a calm demeanor, handsome features, and radiated an air of a sage. The surrounding monks all addressed him as Chiriku-sama, showing great respect. The Fire Temple is indeed vast, Naruto remarked, quickly glancing at the huge Buddha statue in the main hall. It was a fierce-looking Buddha, with dozens of monks sitting cross-legged there, meditating and practicing. Chiriku stood there in his simple monk's robe, with a peaceful smile on his face. After all, it is a shinobi temple of the Land of Fire. It has some renown, and the incense offerings are more prosperous. Chiriku Dono is probably famous, right? Naruto said with a smile. I think it must be very hard for Chiriku Dono to run this temple like this. After all, fame is a double-edged sword. Chiriku's lips were slightly closed, and he nodded with a smile in his eyes. There is no such thing as hardship when it comes to spiritual training, managing a temp. Chiriku Dono is indeed insightful. Naruto could feel the fairness, peace and kindness in the other party's words and couldn't help but remind him. Chiriku Dono, you should be careful. Before Naruto could finish his words, Chiriku suddenly interrupted. Since Tsunade-sama's letter has been delivered, why don't I invite you to the back hall for tea, Naruto Dono? The tea of the fire temple is even more renowned than my own reputation. Naruto opened his mouth, realizing that Chiriku had something to say. Okay, please follow me, Chiriku said, stepping aside and gesturing for Naruto to follow. The two walked through the front hall, passed through the red-painted corridors, and finally stopped in front of a long row of rooms in the back hall. Chiriku made a welcoming gesture and turned to open the door of the third room. Naruto sat down casually, while Chiriku picked up a kettle of hot water, demonstrating his straightforward and unpretentious tea-making skills. Chiriku Dono, your tea-making technique is truly simple yet profound, Naruto complimented. Chiriku laughed heartily as he poured the tea and said, let's not be so formal. You can just call me Chiriku, and I'll call you Naruto. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Naruto replied with an awkward smile. Naruto could somewhat guess why Chiriku was being so friendly. The Fire Temple, being a well-known shinobi temple in the Land of Fire, had always maintained a close relationship with Konoha. Naruto, being closely associated with Tsunade, often felt a sense of not fully understanding the influence of the legendary Sannin. He never truly realized how significant their impact was. Aside from their combat abilities, their track records and qualifications were the next steps toward becoming Kage of their village. Jiraiya was not only a literary giant in the shinobi world, but also a master of senjutsu. There are only a few sage inheritances, and Konoha had them all. And Naruto is a person who has such a huge pile of resources stuffed on him. If he were to be included in the Shenchiao world, his identity would be like Uzumaki Naruto, the holy son of Konoha sect, a true second-generation young master. While shinobi from other villages were still struggling to learn basic ninjutsu, Konoha had already prepared various forbidden techniques for Naruto to study. Tsunade's letter was not the main focus, and her original intention was just to have Naruto meet Chiriku at the Fire Temple and get acquainted with him. Chiriku is young and promising, so he naturally understood Tsunade's intention. The Godem Hokage was paving the way for the boy before him, and Chiriku was happy to go along, repaying the favor to the Godem Hokage and building a good relationship with Naruto. I'm not that much older than you, so you calling me Chiriku Dono feels rather overwhelming, Chiriku said cheerfully. Tea is just like people. Regardless of fancy teaware or elaborate techniques, ultimately, it just needs a bowl and some hot water. There is no difference between me, the other monks of the Fire Temple, and you. We are all just people. Hearing this, Naruto was slightly stunned. This perspective sounded somewhat familiar, and he couldn't help but smile. Chiriku-san, your words seem to lack logic, and the analogy of tea to people sounds a bit off. It's like casually saying something and then adding that love is the same, isn't it? What do you mean? Chiriku asked with a smile. You can't drink water the moment it's boiled, and the same goes for love. Naruto said casually, anyway, that's roughly what it means. The teacup steamed gently as time quietly ticked by. Naruto was surprised to find that Chiriku, despite his stern appearance, was unexpectedly talkative in private. They chatted about various topics, including Tsunade. As they talked, the conversation turned to the Akatsuki. Chiriku was quite surprised that Naruto knew about Akatsuki, but then he remembered Naruto's teacher was Jiraiya, so he didn't find it strange anymore. After thinking for a moment, Chiriku said, I don't know much about the Akatsuki organization. I only know that they're a group of S-ranked missing nin who wear black cloaks with red clouds pattern and usually operate in pairs. Chiriku-san, you also need to be careful. The Fire Temple has too many enemies, and you're also one of their targets, Naruto reminded. Hearing this, Chiriku just smiled. He looked at Naruto calmly and said, I grew up in Buddhism. The Fire Temple is my home. Some troubles are unavoidable. Whether it's Akatsuki or others, we must face them calmly. Alright. Naruto sighed as well, since Chiriku didn't want to avoid the danger, then it was all up to fate. However, since I've already given you a warning, Chiriku-san, you should still make some preparations, shouldn't you? Of course, I understand. If there's any unusual activity, I'll directly notify Konoha, Chiriku said, his face remaining calm. Naruto realized he couldn't change the monk's mind, so he decided to switch topics. After all, he wasn't here just for idle chat. Chiriku-san, do you believe that gods exist in this world? Chiriku frowned and looked at Naruto deeply. I'm a monk. Is it appropriate for you to ask me this topic? Naruto felt a little embarrassed. It was like asking a temple monk about the Christianity, which could get him thrown out. What's more, he was inquiring about something even more taboo, which are Jashin and Shinigami. Of course I wouldn't dare ask others, but since it's you, the knowledgeable Chiriku-san, I think it's okay," Naruto said with an embarrassed smile. Chiriku remained silent for a while, his expression becoming solemn. He then lowered his voice. "Such words shouldn't be spoken lightly, but you've indeed asked the right person." Hearing this, Naruto raised an eyebrow. He thought to himself, of course it's you, Chiriku. You are indeed the good friend of Asuma, who can't stay serious for more than 3 seconds. "You should know that I have a friendship with Asuma, right?" Chiriku asked. "No, I didn't." Naruto shook his head, lying so convincingly that it was seamless. It's normal that he didn't tell anyone about it. Asuma wasn't always like how he is now. Chiriku chuckled on, slowly drifted into his memories. In general, there are only a few key points that Chiriku wants to express. He regretted joining the 12 Guardian Ninja, which accomplished nothing except getting tangled up in the messes of the daimyo, foolish and troublesome matters that led to a 30 million bounty on his head. As the head monk of the Fire Temple, he's second only to the abbot. Chiriku spent his time training himself and the shinobi monks, enjoying a comfortable life. It was sheer bad luck that, in his youth, he got carried away and took on a part-time job that caused trouble to himself. Lastly, daimyo is just an idiot. Those are all things from my youth, so let's not talk about them anymore. Chiriku sighed and took a sip of the tea that had already gone cold. Naruto blinked and thought to himself, I didn't even ask about your past. I was asking if gods really exist, and you ended up reminiscing. Listening to Chiriku's rambling, Naruto's head began to ache. He wondered where Chiriku's aloof monk vibe had gone. Chiriku-san, you have a 30 million bounty on your head. I'm kind of curious, how much is Kakashi-sensei's bounty? Naruto suddenly asked. Chiriku gave Naruto a very odd look before asking, do you even hear what you're saying? Huh? What do you mean? Naruto was a little puzzled. Putting a bounty on Kakashi's head? Does his head even need a bounty? Chiriku stared at Naruto. Kakashi has offended so many people that there's no need for a bounty. If someone could kill him, he would have been killed already. Given Kakashi's current status, no one would dare to take the reward even if he were to have a bounty. The bounty exchange office is a place where people hire assassins to settle personal grudges, but making money doesn't equate to courting death. After saying that, Chiriku finally started to talk about the topic of gods. As for the gods you asked about, I did have some knowledge about them when I was younger. For example, there have been cultists of Jashin active in the Land of Rivers, and besides that, there are believers of the Shinigami. So, do they exist? Naruto asked cautiously. What do you think? Chiriku countered. Me? Naruto was a bit bewildered. I think they probably don't exist. In this world, there's only ninjutsu. Chiriku reached out, patting Naruto's the tea table and said, then, where do you think ninjutsu comes from? 1,000 years ago, there was no record of ninjutsu, but the believers have always been around. Naruto felt stirred. He thought of the 27 masks stored in his seal space, his heart suddenly racing. Dealing with cultists like Hidan was relatively troublesome, but if I could use magic to defeat magic. But haven't they declined? He asked. That, I do not know, Chiriku said, taking a sip of tea and speaking casually. I'm just a monk. I don't understand those messy pagan things. However, if you truly want to know, why not ask Tsunade-sama? Ask her? Don't underestimate Tsunade-sama. She is an amazing woman in the shinobi world. Gods? Tsunade was slightly surprised and stared at Naruto with narrowed eyes. Why are you asking about that? In the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, Naruto sat on the chair opposite Tsunade, feeling somewhat uneasy. It wasn't the topic that made him uncomfortable, but rather Tsunade's choice of attire, black stockings. Why did they look so familiar? Wait, weren't those Shizune's black stockings? She secretly wore the black stockings of her student? Was Tsunade really that perverted? I'm asking you, what are you looking at? A hint of dissatisfaction flashed across Tsunade's face. And nothing. Naruto came back to his senses. I'm just a little curious. During the missions in the Land of Rivers and the Land of Birds, I heard bits and pieces about Jashin. But since I didn't directly encounter any cultists of the Jashin, I just found it odd and didn't think much of it, however. After saying that, Naruto paused, stared at Tsunade seriously for a few seconds, and then continued, during that mission in the Land of Snow, I don't think the shipwreck was an accident. Tsunade's casual gaze stopped, her eyes slightly raising as she focused on Naruto's face. She then asked, what do you mean? When the ship docked at the Land of Fire's port, a strange person appeared. I kicked him into the sea. However, now that I think about it, that man seemed to have attracted everyone's attention at the time. Naruto chose his words carefully and said, Tsunade-sama, have you ever heard of the Jashin festival? Tsunade didn't immediately respond. After a brief silence, she asked, are you saying that someone deliberately tampered with the situation and wanted to sink the entire ship? So, you suspect that this incident has something to do with the cultists of Jashin? The shipwreck is too strange. The ship inexplicably deviated from its course and headed for the deep sea, where it encountered a storm and sank directly, Naruto explained. If you insist on saying it was an accident, I don't buy it. But this is just a guess. It wasn't specifically targeting us, so maybe it was just bad luck that we got caught up in it. The ship has already sunk, and the trail has gone cold. Tsunade slowly rubbed her fingertips on the desk, deep in thought. Let's put that matter aside for now. We'll talk about it if we find more clues in the future. As for your question, it's hard for me to give you a straightforward answer. Why? Naruto was puzzled. If something exists, it exists, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. What does she mean by it's hard to say? Why so many whys? Tsunade sounded a little annoyed. She suddenly recalled what Katsuyu had said that day. It was fear, as if being dominated by something. His soul was exceptionally grand, like a towering mountain. The spring sunlight pierced through the windowsill, and the white walls reflected a halo of light, making the atmosphere in the Hokage's office suddenly feel heavy. You should go back for now. Tsunade's voice carried a hint of weariness. I'll give you an answer to your question. Most of the details are a blur to me. I'll sort it out and let you know when I have time. Naruto sensed something was off, but it wasn't appropriate to press further, so he simply agreed for the time being. Alright. With a click, Naruto closed the door behind him and left. Moments later, Tsunade rose from her chair, the crisp sound of high heels echoing in the empty office. She walked to the filing cabinet and paused, her figure curving as she bent down. Her wide green robe touched the floor as she pulled out an old file from the bottom drawer. Judging by the faded cover, it had been stored there for at least 10 years. After the death of the Sandaime Hokage, most of the things in the office had been cleared out and replaced with Tsunade's preferred furnishings. Only this large file cabinet remained tucked away in the corner, untouched. Tsunade had returned to her desk and tore open the top-secret file. The first signature was Jiraiya's, containing intelligence he sent back about the land of hot water a decade ago. The Jashin's worshippers in the land of hot water, that small country really has a penchant for creating gods. Tsunade murmured as she sat heavily in her chair, and started flipping through the pages. The gods are always watching, overlooking the world. Sakura set down the book she was reading, her eyes curved into a crescent moon as she smiled. Why are you buying scripts like these? The rooftop of Konoha Hospital. It was noon, with the bright spring sunlight pouring down. Surrounded by green wire fences, Sakura wore a thin blue and white hospital gown, clutching a slim script as she smiled at Naruto. Behind her, cherry blossoms bloomed in full glory. It was early April, and petals silently fell. A gentle breeze outlined Sakura's slender form, the wind lifting the loose fabric and briefly revealing a flash of pale skin. I just suddenly got curious about these things. Naruto replied, placing the book down. 4 or 5 thin books were casually stacked on the edge of the cement railing of the rooftop. Aren't guys your age supposed to be more curious about the female anatomy? Sakura teased. Haha. Naruto gave a perfunctory laugh. I'm not interested at all. I have more important things to do. If you're really that bored, you should go back to your room. I don't want to. Then please keep quiet. After I check on Princess Fune, I'll be heading back. Naruto lowered his head and said while flipping through the reading material. I thought you were here to see me. So you're really just here for Princess Fune. Sakura's voice was filled with a hint of resentment. I'm also here to see you, my dearest teammate. Get well soon, Naruto said without even raising his head, his voice devoid of any sincerity. Just a teammate, of course. We've got missions to do together. Stop saying such weird things, Naruto said absent-mindedly, as his attention was still on the book, his eyes scanning the pages quickly. What does it matter? I don't want to possess you. Isn't the feeling of secretly holding hands without anyone knowing exciting? Sakura tilted her head and asked word by word, Naruto-kun? Naruto's fingers rubbed against a passage on the page as he answered absent-mindedly, not fully processing Sakura's words. Realizing that Naruto wasn't paying her any mind, Sakura pouted slightly and moved in front of him, leaning in halfway. With a troubled expression on her face, she read aloud the obscure passage that had caught his attention. Human hooks pierced the Jashin's body, pulling out strands of flesh, greedily devouring it. They offered their souls, becoming immortal monsters, but the god didn't care. What on earth are you reading? She asked. Just some folk literature, nothing to make a fuss about. Naruto snapped the book shut. How's your injury healing? Me? Sakura asked. Who else? Naruto said while staring directly into her eyes. I thought you'd ask about Princess Fune first. How is she recovering? Naruto-kun, your words don't make me happy at all, Sakura said. Even though I won't get jealous, I still feel a bit sad. Come on, she's a protection target. Whether the mission to the Land of Snow can resume depends entirely on that shameless princess. Naruto closed the book and prepared to take it with him. Why are you so eager to restart the Land of Snow mission? Sakura leaned in slightly, the faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. Of course, if it's put on hold, it means the mission has failed. Naruto looked at her and said, get well soon. Next time, Anko and I can handle the Land of Snow mission ourselves. So, you just want to be alone with those two, don't you? What nonsense. Naruto scoffed, the Land of Snow mission involves another organization. Until we figure that out, it won't restart. Anko doesn't necessarily need to go, either. We'll see when the time comes. Maybe Princess Foon won't need to go, and I can handle it alone. The plan to Huha has been put on the agenda. Sooner or later, the fact that Naruto no longer had the Kyuubi would eventually be discovered. Losing the Kyuubi was a loss for Konoha, but Naruto didn't care. And if needed, he'd fight the higher-ups over it. There were too many problems to deal with. Gaara's battle for Kage's position in Sanagakure, the suspended mission to the Land of Snow, the secrets beneath the land of Whirlpools Island, and Hidan and Kakuzu, the immortal duo gathering money for the Akatsuki. Even within Konoha, things were unstable. After all, as long as Danzo lived, Naruto couldn't feel at ease. "Come on, touch me," Sakura said suddenly. "No," Naruto sighed, "I'm busy, and I have zero interest in touching my teammates, so please stop." "But you usually just lie around or stay at home. You're not busy at all." Damn, I've been discovered." Naruto blushed slightly. He was, admittedly, a bit lazy. Whether it was Gaara's issues, Hidan and Kakuzu, or the Land of Snow, none of it was urgent for him, since none of it directly concerned him. He was just after answers, like when he's playing a game. He didn't care if Gaara got into trouble, if the Land of Snow would see spring, or even about Kakuzu and Hidan. To Naruto, they were just missions. Like levels in a game. He's driven by a desire to clear them, but losing actually didn't matter. "In any case, Naruto-kun, you will have to do these things with someone else eventually," Sakura said with a hint of excitement in her voice. "Why not use me as your practice partner? It's okay, just consider it a practice session. If it's with Naruto-kun, no matter how I'm treated, I'll be happy." Her expression was deadly serious, as if she'd reached the peak of rationality. Naruto did not doubt the truth of her words at all. It seemed that as long as he agreed, the next unlocked scene would definitely not be as simple as holding hands. The pink-haired girl, dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown, spoke with an unsettling allure. On the rooftop, a sudden gust of wind swept up the pages of the books in their hands, sending them fluttering high into the sky. The thin booklets rode the wind, gliding past the towering cherry blossom canopy. Naruto's face showed a hint of boredom. He reached out and pinched Sakura's cheek, saying, "Don't joke like that in the hospital." "I'm serious." "Then you should reflect on your unhealthy ethical values, damn it." "Okay." She nodded, showing no sign of guilt on her face. "You," Naruto sighed, feeling helpless around her. "Let's not talk about this." "Don't want it, like being someone's personal belonging or something," Sakura said, with her hands behind her back. "I don't mind. It's not like I have anyone I like." "No, I don't want that." He refused firmly. "Is that so? What a shame." She smiled softly. "I just wanted to share my feelings with you. You know, even when you're sick, medicine can be administered through the mucous membranes, right? What kind of weird mood is this?" "A mood like April, quite humid." Sakura showed a mischievous expression, her pink hair disheveled by the wind. She was already slender, and her hair color made her skin look even more delicate and fair. The clouds began to gather densely. Naruto glanced at the thin booklets scattered far away by the wind, his voice tired. "That's enough." The atmosphere suddenly became silent. The two stood quietly on the rooftop. Sakura stared at Naruto for a few seconds before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Okay," she said, "if you're ever unhappy, you can come to me. I'll comfort you." Naruto said nothing and just nodded. "Then, I'll go back first." Sakura waved her hand and left the rooftop first. 2 months passed in a flash. Most of the time, Konoha's genin were busy on missions, and the different teams rarely had the chance to meet each other. The reorganization of Team 7 was still a distant prospect. After her recovery, Sakura was reassigned to Tsunade's office. Naruto once again took on the role of a temp, freely regrouping, spending most of his time with Team 3. His relationship with Tenten, Lee, and Neji also grew even stronger. Tenten was quite wealthy, Naruto didn't lack money either, and Neji was aloof and didn't need money. As a result, Naruto naturally became the heart and soul of Team 3's bonding activities. He would often organize get-togethers after missions, sometimes even bringing along Guy. Team 3 had graduated early and differed from the other two genin teams, as they had a more mature attitude towards their missions. To them, a mission was just that, a mission, and everything was mission-centric. Even if unexpected situations arose, they wouldn't let themselves be swayed by sympathy. When it came to being ruthless, Naruto was even more so than Lee and Neji. Not slapping the client around was already considered decent behavior on his part. His approach to missions was swift and thorough, executing them with a one-stop-shop mentality. With Naruto's presence as a mission ace, Team 3's success rate in completing missions independently skyrocketed. Even when the 4 of them took on higher difficulty missions, their completion rate remained unaffected. As a result, Naruto became an unofficial member of Team 3. Early summer. Cheers to a successful mission. And finally getting a break. Naruto added. 4 cups of juice clinked together in the yakiniku restaurant. The windows were wide open, and the warm evening breeze filled the room. The charcoal burned slowly, like breathing, while moths fluttered under the lamp. With a sizzling sound, the meat cooked on the grill, filling the air with the aroma of roasted meat. The 4 sat around the table. Tenten was happily grilling meat, Neji quietly sipping his juice. Lee and Naruto were playing rock paper scissors, with the loser eating the grilled meat. The sound of insects chirped softly as the juice glasses sat on the table. "We only get 7 days off," Tenten grumbled, her twin buns bouncing slightly. "It would be better if we could have a half-month vacation." "Training during vacation isn't a bad idea either," Lee said, raising a finger. "Train one day, and if I don't achieve my goal, train another day." "How's that different from doing missions?" Naruto stuffed a piece of grilled meat into his mouth, speaking unclearly with a full mouth. "We finally got a break. Let's not overdo it." "Exactly, Lee. Do something fun once in a while." Tenten propped her chin on her hand, smiling helplessly. "Guy-sensei said that summer is the season for training." Lee suddenly stood up and exclaimed. All right. Naruto pulled him back into his seat. "Just don't drag me into your training. I want to go home and sleep. Last month, you sleepwalked to my house and dragged me out to train in the middle of the night." Is there such a thing?" Tenten asked curiously. "I can't remember clearly." Lee scratched his head. "I just remembered that when I woke up in the training ground, Naruto was there." "Lee, doesn't your conscience hurt?" Naruto said with a complicated expression. "It's one thing to drag me to the training ground, but using the 8 gates? That's a bit too much." "Damn it. If you say there's no grudge between us, I definitely won't believe it." "Sorry," Lee said with a guilty look on his face. "Maybe I just wanted to spar with you too badly." "Forget it. Just don't disturb my sleep again this time." Naruto tossed another piece of grilled meat onto Lee's plate. "I thought staying home meant I wouldn't be bothered. Next time, I'll find a new place to sleep anywhere I can." Neji put down his chopsticks and said, "The situation in Sanagakure hasn't been good. I can't guarantee that we can take a full vacation this time. We could be called for an emergency mission at any time." What a hassle. The moment Naruto raised the cup, Temari's figure appeared in his mind. She seemed to have returned to normal, but she probably still had some lingering memories. It would be best not to run into her, otherwise things would be awkward. No, it would be more than awkward. Those unpleasant memories might strain the relationship between the two villages. "There's nothing we can do about it. After all, Sanagakure and Konoha are allied now," Tenten said, "and now it's not just Team 3, even Shikamaru and Shino's teams have halted their missions. They're probably on standby too." "The Konoha-Sanagakure alliance, huh?" Naruto looked down at the grilled meat. The light from the overhead lamp casting shadows in his eyes. "Guess there's no avoiding some interactions." "Yeah," Tenten agreed. "Gaara is quite strong." Lee frowned and interrupted. "If I could fight him again, maybe." "Lee, Sanagakure is in chaos now. He might not have the time to spar with you," Neji said, gripping his glass tightly. "Don't just rush into a fight. Remember, we're allies now, so be mindful of the implications." "I know," Lee said, looking disappointed. Hearing this, Naruto burst into laughter and patted Lee on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Gaara's a Jinchuriki. He won't die that easily. As long as you don't kill him outright, he'll survive." Neji looked exasperated but didn't say anything. At night, under the dappled light of the street lamps, Naruto stood at the intersection, bidding farewell to the trio. The early summer breeze tousled his messy blonde hair. Holding a half-drunk soda, he lingered at the corner for a moment, sighing about how great it felt to be young. Lazily, he turned and headed back, his sandals scuffing the pavement. Konoha Street was still brightly lit, the crooked lights stretching all the way to the horizon. He walked slowly, warm air swirling around him. He planned to stay home tomorrow, and the day after that too. Maybe I'd go out on the 3rd day. Well, this was what vacations were for. "What are you thinking about?" A girl's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Naruto turned his head and saw Ino standing on the stone steps that were about 1.5 meters above the road. Under the dim streetlights, the soft glow outlined the girl's figure completely. Her loose blonde hair fell over her forehead, and a casual ponytail was tied at the back of her head. She was wearing a form-fitting orange short-sleeved shirt and gray capri pants, revealing a small section of her fair and slender legs. Her entire presence radiated youthful energy. "Not thinking about anything," Naruto said, his gaze settling on Ino as he smiled and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Me?" Ino brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, then looked down at Naruto and said, "Asuma-sensei treated us to dinner, and I was about to head home when I saw you from a distance." As she said this, Ino jumped down from the stone steps, landing gracefully in front of him. "I've noticed something about you," she said in a drawn-out tone, her voice tinged with a hint of playfulness. "You've been doing missions with Tenten, Neji, and Lee a lot lately, haven't you?" "Yeah, Tsunade-sama arranged it. Wasn't it your choice?" Ino's words didn't sound resentful at all. Rather, there was a hint of cuteness. You're obviously closest with our team, yet it seems like you've never done missions with us even once. No, that's not it. Naruto shook his head and added, it's because the missions I get paired up for with other genin teams tend to have higher danger levels, mostly A-rank missions. So, Team 10, Team 8, and Team 7, which Naruto and Sakura are part of, graduated last year, but Team 3, which includes Tenten and Lee, graduated earlier and had more experience. Whether it is Naruto or Tsunade, they naturally prefer to assign missions with higher risk factors to Team 3. Alright then, Ino said, pursing her lips. Are you going home? Naruto changed the topic appropriately. The possibility of him partnering with Team 10 seemed far off, and he couldn't make any promises at the moment. Besides, carrying out a mission is a serious business, not a game. During a mission last month, Team 3 was in danger and Naruto almost used the impure world reincarnation on an ungrateful shinobi village. If he had resurrected all their ancestors, it would have been a bloodbath. Well, it's getting late. I was just thinking of heading home when I spotted you. Ino's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Let me walk you home. My house is really far from here, and your place is completely in the opposite direction, right? Ino seemed a little hesitant. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? It is indeed quite a hassle. Although it's the truth, hearing someone hesitate just because they want to go home and sleep, it feels a bit disappointing to be prioritized after sleep. Because after that, I'd have to walk home alone. It would be lonely. Who cares about you? Ino huffed. Don't even think that such a clumsy and dirty trick will work on me. You noticed? How slow do you think I am? Ino glared at him. Ino-sama is truly impressive. Of course. Ino said, clearly pleased with his words, her eyebrows arching in satisfaction. It's rare to hear something sensible from you. If you could keep that attitude all the time, that'd be great. Sure, just keep me company during the vacation. Naruto suddenly suggested. Company? Why would I want to keep you company? Ino stammered in response. Then I'll keep you company. No way, she refused without hesitation. Besides, I'll probably have to help out at the shop. If you show up, my parents will definitely get suspicious. Naruto rubbed his chin, taking a deep breath, and said, but, Auntie seems to like me more. Ino. He seemed to be telling the truth. Ino felt like she'd been hit right in the knees, her whole mood plummeting. Forget it, I should just go home quickly and cry secretly for a few minutes while hugging the quilt. Anyway, you're not allowed to come, but I'm so bored at home. I'm basically half a customer, right? Naruto asked, sounding a bit cheeky. Why only half? Ino had already turned and started walking toward the Yamanaka flower shop. The two walked shoulder to shoulder, slowly making their way down Konoha Street. Because I didn't go there to buy flowers, he turned and stared at Ino. Feeling his gaze, Ino shrunk her shoulders slightly, but she couldn't help but glance at him quickly, her eyes sparkling. Her cheeks reddened, and she muttered softly, don't say such weird things. Well, it's summer now, so it's normal to say things like that, right? Naruto said lazily as he walked beside Ino. The streets of Konoha were still brightly lit, stretching endlessly into the distance. It has nothing to do with summer. Stop making weird excuses. I'm just explaining. You only have one true summer in your life, and all the others are just memories of it. It's like saying it's the best summer, or something like that. As he spoke, he quietly took Ino's hand. She struggled briefly, but when she couldn't pull free, she simply averted her gaze. What's wrong with me? Someone asked shamelessly. Ino said nothing more. She looked away, and spoke in a muffled voice, don't squeeze randomly. Naruto was holding a half-empty soda in one hand and Ino's hand in the other, and he wasn't exactly being honest. Ino's face turned bright red, and she finally couldn't stand it anymore, yanking her hand away from his. Perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was getting a bit dull, Ino began to try to find topics to talk about while walking. What are you holding in your hand? Half a bottle of soda. I saved it for you. Drink it yourself. Ino sighed, feeling exasperated. I knew I shouldn't have had any expectations from someone like him. The long 7-day holiday was bound to be spent dealing with him. She thought begrudgingly to herself, already feeling tired just from minding the shop. Under the big green tree in front of the Yamanaka flower shop. The two of them stopped in tacit understanding. Although this place was still a street away from the Yamanaka flower shop, they always considered the job done once they reached this point. I'll come to the shop to see you tomorrow, he said. Oh. Ino lowered her gaze, staring at the tips of her shoes, and said nervously, it's going to rain tomorrow. Right now, she hoped Naruto would say, then let's pick another day, or Naruto would even decide not to come at all. But her heart betrayed her, and started racing faster and faster. She was anxious. She had said similar things in the past, like when her parents asked if she wanted to celebrate her birthday separately. Her birthday often coincided with the fireworks festival, and they always had to rush through the celebration. She had shaken her head, saying it was too much trouble, and back then, her heart had raced just as quickly. Even though she genuinely found it troublesome, she still hoped her parents would respond differently. Naruto glanced at her and frowned slightly, is that so? Ino's heart suddenly sank, but she still managed to smile. Yes, after all, it's summer and the rainy season will last for a while. It's very troublesome when it rains, and it's also far. I'll come early. Huh? Ino looked up at him, confused for a moment. How about before dawn? There's no need to go that far. Just come a little early, not that early. But I'm treating this as a date. A date? No, it's not like that. Don't say such things. Ino seemed a little flustered. Do you really need to be so excited? Of course. Since you're so eager of it, I'll agree to it with reluctance. But this isn't a date, Ino emphasized. You're just accompanying me to look after the store. It's really boring, you know. Usually, there aren't many customers, so all you can do is nap. I see, Naruto nodded. It doesn't matter. I'll find my own fun. Hey, what you said sounds so sleazy. Ino hugged herself tightly and glanced at him with contempt. You'd better keep your damn fetishes, not scare the customers. The next morning, the sky had indeed turned gloomy. Naruto struggled to keep his eyes open as he forced himself out of bed to wash up. Kurama was still sprawled out on the couch. Thankfully he didn't sweat, so at least the sofa remained clean. After hearing the noise, Kurama opened one eye and instinctively reached for a nearby sake bottle. Where are you going? Yamanaka flower shop. Naruto's voice came from the bathroom. Boring. Kurama found nothing of interest in Naruto's response and promptly closed his eyes again. The sky was overcast, thick black clouds rumbling with occasional thunder. The scent of damp earth mixed with the coolness of rain. And the instant Naruto opened the door, the breeze blew it all into his face. Wind swept down his neck and out through his sleeves as he stepped outside, umbrella in hand. Inside the Yamanaka flower shop, Ino sat at the counter absent-mindedly. The warm light above her cast a clear glow, while outside, the rain poured harder and harder. The cold wind snuck in through the gaps in the door, casting a white haze at the shop's entrance. Asuma had mentioned during their dinner last night that while they had 7 days off, there was no guarantee they would get the full break. If there were any movements from Sanagakure, they would have to end their holiday at any time. It was likely to be a coordinated genin mission, and at this crucial moment, they were the only ones left in the village that could be mobilized at will. Outside, the rain fell heavily, completely obscuring her view. Ino was restless, so she stood up and walked to the door and carefully opened a small crack. She wanted to see if that guy was coming, but she just happened to see a black umbrella pressing down, blocking her view. Ino was momentarily stunned, recognizing those tactical sandals and the rain-soaked bare ankles beneath them. As she looked up, she saw a smug face peering at her, the black umbrella lowered. "Were you waiting for me?" he asked. "It's hot, I just opened the door to get some fresh air." Ino rolled her eyes at him. "Don't think you're so important." There were several crashing sounds on the street, which seemed to be the sound of some iron frame falling to the ground. She looked at Naruto, whose hair was half wet, pursed her lips and made way. "Come in. This is the first time I've woken up this early. You should at least give me some kind of reward, right?" Naruto shook the black umbrella vigorously, then leaned it against the corner. "You're the one who insisted on coming," Ino muttered, pulling a towel from beneath the counter. "Dry your hair first." "Thanks." Naruto reached out to take it, and after wiping his hair for a while, he realized something felt off. He examined the towel closely and a strange look appeared on his face. "Turns out you like rabbits, huh? Huh?" Ino was confused for a moment. It wasn't until Naruto completely unfolded the white towel, revealing a purple embroidered bunny, that Ino's eyes suddenly widened. She let out a small gasp, and quickly snatched the towel back. "I got the wrong one." Her face flushed instantly, and she clutched the towel tightly. "This one's for my own use. I'll get you a new one." As she said that, she hurried back to the counter, pulled out a dry white towel from underneath and handed it to Naruto. He didn't take it, instead sniffing the air a bit. "Personal use? Go to hell, you pervert. It's just for wiping sweat." Ino angrily threw the new towel at Naruto's face. Naruto just smiled and used the new towel to dry his hair. "Where's Uncle?" Naruto asked after drying his hair. "Work." Ino rested her elbow on the counter, looked up at Naruto and said, "You ask even though you already knew the answer." "Just asking casually." He chuckled awkwardly. "Isn't it kind of inappropriate for me to just hang around here?" "Yeah." Ino nodded seriously, agreeing with him. "Alright, but being inappropriate doesn't matter now." Naruto shrugged, looking completely unfazed. "I'm already here anyway." Ino couldn't do much about him, so she fell silent. From her angle behind the counter, she could clearly see Naruto's profile and Adam's apple, and she suddenly felt the atmosphere became strange. The rain outside pelted against the windows, and Ino reached down and pinched her thigh. She was wearing a cotton skirt, and the red mark briefly indented her skin before fading to white. "Can you open the window? It's a bit hot." She had been lost in thought, but her own trembling voice startled her. "Since when had I become so nervous?" "The rain is pretty heavy, it might blow in." Naruto glanced outside before turning back to Ino, looking puzzled. "Are you sure you want to open it?" "Yeah." She tried to keep her composure, but she ended up standing up anyway. "I can open it." he offered. Huh? Ino suddenly realized she had stood up at some point. But she had already stood up due to excessive nervousness, and it would be a little embarrassing if she sat down again, so she quickly insisted, no, I can open it myself. She hurriedly walked out of the counter. The rain poured harder, the wind howling. The window shook in the cold wind, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Ino, with her shoulders hunched, walked over to it. She's not high enough, as the window was about 1 meter higher than her. Below it were neatly arranged flowers and soft soil on shelves. If she just opened the window, some rain might get in, but it wouldn't be too much of an issue. Ino thought about jumping up to reach the window, but when she remembered she was wearing a skirt, she immediately gave up this absurd idea. That guy was standing there watching, and if he saw me like that, I would be laughed at for the rest of my life. With that thought, her irritation towards Naruto grew a little more. She pulled over a high stool and took off her shoes, ready to step on it. However, as if she suddenly remembered something, she suddenly retracted her feet and turned to look in Naruto's direction. The latter had already walked over and was holding the stool steady. You could fall like this. She initially wanted to tell him it was none of his business, but then realized he hadn't really done anything wrong. If he could just move his eyes away from my feet, he would be considered a gentleman. Don't look, Ino complained. Alright. Ino sighed in resignation. Luckily, her cotton skirt reached past her knees, so it wasn't easy to see anything inappropriate. She bit her lip, stood on tiptoe, and reached up with her pale arm to open the window. Her slender, delicate fingers fumbled briefly in the air before they managed to grasp the knob on the window. She exerted a lot of force and, with a loud clatter, pulled the window open. Wind mixed with raindrops rushed in, momentarily clearing Ino's mind. She looked down, ready to step off the stool. Their eyes met perfectly. Naruto was staring at the girl in the cotton skirt. Seeing her hair messed up by the wind, his heart suddenly felt itchy. Naruto wanted to reach out and brush her hair away. The urge was almost overwhelming. All done? His voice came out strangely, tinged with a mix of indescribable emotions. Ino felt her heartbeat quicken, and her body reacting in all sorts of odd ways. Her legs inexplicably felt weak. She glanced at Naruto, suddenly feeling parched. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Ino couldn't make sense of it. She had been alone with him before, even slept on the same bed, but she had only felt shy, and the two of them had always kept things completely innocent. But now, she felt that not only was there something wrong with Naruto, but she seemed to be wrong too. Is it because we haven't seen each other for a long time? Yeah. Her voice was very soft. She slowly squatted down on the high stool and prepared to get down, with one foot tentatively stepping on the shoe that looked like the ground. Naruto suddenly grabbed her hand and steadied her by holding her waist. Ino's heart raced, and she turned her head to look at him in surprise. She was at a loss for words. When her foot finally touched the ground, it went weak for a moment before she steadied herself again. Her cheeks burned, and her breathing became rapid. A tingling sensation ran from her spine up to the back of her head, spreading throughout her body. What's wrong? Naruto naturally let go of her, his eyes clear as he looked at her. I was just worried you might fall. And nothing. She put her shoes back on and returned to the counter, her face flushed. She was mumbling something under her breath, her voice unclear. Naruto sat across from her, separated by the counter. On a rainy day like this, there weren't many customers, and those who came by usually just took shelter under the eaves. People passing by would often glance into the shop, their eyes drifting over the flower racks before landing on the pair of teens by the counter. The boy sat casually, his expression relaxed, almost slouched over the table. The girl seemed to be sulking, her face turned away, avoiding the boy's gaze. The rain poured outside, the sound of it filling the shop. Naruto turned his palm over and spoke up, "Your waist feels really soft." That statement was like lighting a fuse. Ino instantly shot up, leaning halfway over the counter to grab Naruto's arm in a twist. "Say that kind of thing again, you pervert. You just love taking advantage of me, don't you?" "I do." Naruto winced in pain, baring his teeth. "Love what?" "Love everything. I don't know what to do with you." Ino turned her eyes away and pulled her hand back. She didn't know where to look, but she finally felt a little better. It wasn't because of that ambiguous, love everything, but because she had managed to retaliate. She wanted to say she liked him too, but she didn't want to let him take another inch, so she kept quiet. Yet, she couldn't quite let it go, so she asked, "Does it hurt?" "It's okay," Naruto replied. He vaguely understood that Ino wasn't really asking if it hurt when she pinched him, but rather offering some kind of comfort. It was like hugging a tree that couldn't hug back, and in return, a few leaves fell on her shoulder. It is always difficult for gentle people to be truly happy. They always have to consider other people's feelings and constantly measure their actions. But everyone knew that thinking too much often leads to unhappiness. Whether hurting others or getting hurt, they endure a silent suffering in their hearts. Ino didn't know before that liking someone can be a two-way thing. It didn't have to be embarrassing or mean sacrificing her dignity by exposing her past to the person she liked. When she lifted her hand to shield him from the sun, he'd hold an umbrella for her in the rain. He cared about her feelings, and his affection for her was obvious. Even if she subconsciously wanted to take it all upon herself, he would surely drag her out of the darkness and bluntly ask, "Are you crazy?" Naruto is just that kind of person. His soul always burned fiercely. Despite his sometimes gloomy demeanor, he always told others, "Don't be afraid, there's light ahead." The rain continued to drizzle down, and silence settled back into the flower shop. Ino shifted in her seat, lightly coughing to hide her unease. Even though the person across from her hadn't said anything particularly meaningful, she felt like every part of her that his gaze touched was burning up. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but want to ask him something. "You." Just as she was about to say this, she heard him say something first. "I'm a little thirsty. Don't customers even get a drink around here? Since when are you considered a customer? You've got hands and feet, don't you? Go get it yourself." Ino snapped back unhappily, swallowing the question she was about to ask. "Forget it, I won't ask anymore." Even though she said that, Ino still got up and went upstairs to make him a cup of hot cocoa, which she then shoved in front of him with a look of mock revenge. "Drink." Naruto stared at the steaming cup of cocoa, feeling an overwhelming sweetness rise up that made his stomach instinctively reject the sugary drink. "I don't want to drink this." Ino shot him a glance. "Are you going to drink it or not?" After thinking for a moment, Naruto pulled the cup closer and pinched his nose as he took a sip. Though it was supposed to be sweet, he drank it as if it were bitter medicine. "It's sweet," Ino said while standing behind the counter. "It's the same feeling when something is too sweet and bitter," Naruto replied. "Troublesome." Ino muttered as she got up again and poured him a glass of water. "Drink this instead." "Okay." Naruto nodded, pushing the hot cocoa back toward her. Ino paused briefly before taking it without a word, holding it in her hands. With a ding, the door to the flower shop opened. They both turned their heads to look toward the entrance. Rhino was about to call Ino but froze for a second when she saw Naruto sitting there. She was used to seeing her daughter sitting at the counter, reading or dozing off. Ino had been that way since she was a child, always so well behaved, sitting there quietly. In fact, Rhino didn't even need to step inside to picture her daughter sitting there, whether wearing an apron or with her blonde hair pinned up to reveal her pale neck, always in that spot. On rainy days like this, the shop's main light wasn't on, and the lighting felt a bit dim. Only the soft yellow side lamp next to the counter was on, casting a warm glow over the corner of the counter. It was like a lighthouse in the middle of the sea, bright yet lonely. Usually, at this time, Ino would be sitting there alone, looking up to call out, "Mom." She had been doing that from the time she was 6 or 7 until her teenage years, and in the blink of an eye, her daughter had grown into a graceful young lady. Rhino stared at the line where the counter's light met the shadows, at the familiar young man in the white short-sleeved shirt, and suddenly found that she seemed to have grown old. Ino, noticing her mother, seemed a bit embarrassed but still called out, "Mom, you're back?" "Yeah." Rhino stepped inside, setting down the bag she was carrying. For the first time, she felt restrained in the store she had run for more than 10 years. She asked with a smile. "Yes, Auntie." Naruto also stood up and said politely, "I'm just on break right now." "Oh, I see. Well, I'll head upstairs first. I'm a bit tired." Though Rhino wasn't actually tired, she just wanted to go upstairs to calm her thoughts. Maybe it was the rainy weather making her sentimental, giving her a second wave of that parental melancholy. She truly felt like she was getting old. "What's going on?" Naruto asked Ino. "I don't know. I'll go up and take a look." Ino got up and walked away from the counter. As she hurried halfway up the stairs, she turned her head to glance at Naruto, pointing at the cocoa on the table with an annoyed look. "Drink it all." Naruto couldn't figure out what he had done to offend her. He glanced at the steaming cup of sweet drink on the table, showing no intention of touching it. "When you're at your loneliest, what do you do?" "Obviously, I create some explosive art." At the outskirts of the land of River's forest, where the jade-like green trees stood tall, Deidara flashed a slightly crazed smile at Sasori. Sasori didn't respond, continuing to control his Hiriko puppet as it moved forward. "Hey, don't leave. Did I say something wrong?" Deidara chased after him. Whether it's loneliness or any other emotion, it will all be sublimated at the moment of the explosion. Walking beside Sasori, Deidara waved his hand excitedly. "Senpai, art is what lasts within a moment, and so is explosion." Sasori was still controlling the Hiriko puppet to move forward slowly. The puppet was ugly, hunched over, and its body was completely covered by a black cloak with red clouds pattern. "Let's go." Sasori's changed voice came from inside the puppet. "Since we have decided to capture the Biju, why not take advantage of the turmoil in Sanagakure to start early? What are we waiting for, dragging things out like this?" Sasori was a bit irritated. He had originally been a pure avenger. Konoha's White Fang had killed his parents, and Chiyo had kept it from him. But lies can't stand the test of time, and they eventually unravel under the harsh sunlight. He sought revenge and killed everyone responsible, but then received news that Konoha's White Fang had committed suicide. He originally joined the Akatsuki with the sole intent of venting his hatred, but he found the organization's quality seemed to be a bit mixed, and they were slow in doing things. The Akatsuki was no longer the Akatsuki of pure vengeance, and that made him feel increasingly bored. Yeah, I feel the same way. The people in the organization don't seem too smart. Deidara tapped his head and said, although they keep talking about great goals, I always feel that they're just talking empty words. Those two disgusting immortals have been out there making money and occasionally killing people for years now, but beyond that, they don't seem to be doing much. They just wander around like headless flies, and it is getting more and more boring to stay here. If it weren't for my desire to surpass Uchiha Itachi, I would have left a long time ago. What kind of people are they recruiting? A bunch of weirdos, some obsessed with money, others with their religions. A bunch of people who don't understand art, with no aspirations at all. Deidara ranted on like a junior employee complaining to his superior, then gave Sasori a respectful glance before making a suggestion. Anyway, this mission is boring. How about we swing by Sanagakure? Even if we go, we can't act on our own. There's no point, Sasori replied. Alright, Deidara said nonchalantly. He could have spent his time playing with Kuritsuchi in the office, but instead, he chose explosive clay. He didn't want a good junior sister with beautiful legs, but was recruited by Uchiha Itachi after being tricked. To him, everyone in Akatsuki is a talented person, but their conversations were hard to bear. Explosions were art, but it was tough when no one acknowledged it. Fortunately, his senior is also into art. Although his methods were a bit extreme, it gave them some common ground. Although Deidara always feels that his senior does not recognize the organization and looks like he might defect at any moment. But for now, he would take things one day at a time. As long as he could keep blowing things up, it was all good. Back at the Yamanaka flower shop, Naruto sat at the counter, bathed in warm light. The thunderstorm outside showed no signs of letting up. Ino was still upstairs, leaving Naruto as the only one on the ground floor of the shop. Naruto stared at the street outside the shop, where a misty fog had begun to form, and his thoughts gradually drifted away. He had no idea what the Akatsuki was planning, but he knew that if it came down to a confrontation, it would be tough. Just dealing with the immortal duo would be a particularly thorny challenge. He is not the original Naruto, and he does not have the ultimate talk no jutsu. His talent and speech was limited to delivering silent but deadly blows, capable of angering and psychologically wounding his opponents. Convincing someone to change for the better? That seemed a bit beyond his capabilities. I wonder when the system will give out a reward for talk no jutsu with a 100% success rate. Though realistically, I don't think such an outrageous thing would be available. Otherwise, the next reward could very well be the protagonist's plot armor. But then again, since there is no such thing as talk no jutsu and the protagonist's plot armor, the villain's demoted intelligence naturally does not exist either. After turning these thoughts over in his mind, Naruto came to a conclusion. It's precarious. For now, the storyline was progressing normally, but he had already altered the course of many events. Jiraiya had already gone off early to investigate the Akatsuki, and until he returned to the village, no one would know what Akatsuki was doing. Perhaps the Biju capture plan had been accelerated, or perhaps it was delayed. Everything is unknown. From the information currently available, Naruto knew that the 4 great shinobi countries were all focused on Sanagakure. After all, the succession of the Case Cage directly impacted the future standing of the Land of Wind. Everyone seemed eager to see the Land of Wind collapse, akin to the concept of, when a whale falls, all life is nourished. The treasures of the Land of Wind, like gold dust, chakra minerals, and purple gleaming ore, were under the watchful eyes of all nations. If the Case Cage's succession truly faced issues, the Land of Wind's downfall and annexation would just be a matter of time. As for the vacation, it was unclear how many days he had left. Watching the heavy rain outside, Naruto secretly wished that the summons for duty would arrive only on the last day of his day off. There was a noise coming from upstairs. Ino stopped at the corner of the stairs, but showed no intention of coming down. Naruto looked up at her, noticing that she had already changed into a green apron. With a hint of helplessness on her face, she waved at him, motioning him to come up. Me? Naruto pointed at himself. Ino nodded, but didn't say anything, just letting out a sigh. She stood with her hands on her hips, her golden hair draping over her ears, hiding her pale neck. Naruto gripped the wooden staircase railing and went upstairs, only to hear the girl's voice. My mother wants you to stay for dinner. Boom, outside. The rain poured down in torrents, and lightning briefly lit up the dim flower shop's ground floor, revealing the empty, softly lit counter. The two stood on the stairs, one slightly higher than the other. Is it just because of Auntie's wishes? Naruto looked up at her, not budging from his spot until he got an answer. Ino sighed, her face showing a, "Where do you get all these questions" kind of expression. She exhaled deeply and said, "It's also my idea." That's good. He smiled and walked past Ino. Just after reaching the second floor, Naruto suddenly turned back. Ino thought he was going to say something again, But instead, Naruto hurried downstairs to bring up the cup of warm, sweet drink. "Do you want it?" "No, but I don't drink it either. It's getting cold, and it would be a waste to leave it there." "Let it go to waste then." Ino frowned. She wasn't sure what kind of game Naruto was playing, but she patiently continued arguing with him. "Just take a sip," he urged. "I won't." Their bickering on the stairs was loud enough to draw the attention of Rhino, who had changed into comfortable home clothes and peeked down from the living room on the second floor to see what was happening below. "Come up and talk. It's tiring to stand there." "Alright." Ino sighed and took the cup from Naruto's hand. She was about to head upstairs when she noticed Naruto watching her with a calm expression. Reluctantly, she took a sip from the cup and then turned to go upstairs. "Kid, can't you just come up and drink? Why do you have to ask others to bring you hot drinks?" Rhino said in a nagging manner and made way for Ino. "Oh," Ino, slightly annoyed, went into the kitchen. Naruto sat properly on the sofa in the second-floor living room, his eyes drifting towards the kitchen. Rhino had gone to the balcony, seemingly to collect some clothes. It seemed like the balcony was connected to the room without passing through the living room. Heavy rain pounded on the windows, creating a white haze outside the balcony. The flowers on the stone ledge shivered in the cold wind and rain. A moment later, Rhino returned from the room. Even without makeup and in casual home clothes, she couldn't hide her graceful and elegant aura. She's like a noblewoman from a drama, with every move exuding sophistication. "It's raining too heavily," she said as she walked through the living room to the kitchen, as if she was talking to both Naruto and Ino. The academy is surrounded by parents. There were parents everywhere picking up their children. The academy's gate had collapsed and the entrance was in a mess. Those kids who couldn't find their parents were wandering around. In the past, our Ino never needed to be picked up in this weather. She could handle it on her own. After all, she's a shinobi, and even at a young age, she should be able to stand on her own. "If the rain is too heavy, it's safer to pick them up," Naruto whispered his opinion. Of course, it was just a casual comment, just small talk. Yamanaka Rhino wasn't going to take that statement and hop into a time machine to go back to Ino's childhood to pick her up from school. Perhaps Ino herself had long forgotten that one rainy afternoon when everyone else had left, and she was left alone, staring at the thick curtain of rain, wondering when she should run home. Fortunately, the academy was never short of orphans, and there were plenty of kids running in the rain. Something like that, probably. In the kitchen, Ino kept her head down, chopping vegetables in silence. Sometimes, having a good memory isn't a blessing, as it means she couldn't forget those not-so-great memories. So much so that a casual comment could bring on a bout of inner turmoil. Yet, she couldn't show any of it on her face, as being too understanding made her feel like being willful would just be troublesome. Even showing any grievance felt like a hassle. The discussion about whether to pick up or not had no real meaning, and Rhino didn't dwell on it. She paused briefly in the center of the living room and gave Naruto a polite smile. "You're right," she said lightly. She became a shinobi at the age of 12, had someone she liked at the age of 14, married Inoichi at the age of 18, and only at the age of 21 did she fall in love with the quiet man. Her youth wasn't exactly bright, but she was fortunate in other ways. She never spoke to her crush, so there was neither a beginning nor an end. She maintained her dignity, just as she always did. Inoichi allowed her to keep that dignity, giving her all the respect and status a noble lady could have. She has a happy family, a flower shop, and even gave birth to a daughter, which was so reliable that she didn't have to worry about her at all. Naruto observed her dignified smile and returned a smile of his own. "Yes," he responded appropriately, not saying anything unnecessary or unsuitable. He watched Rhino head into the kitchen, then heard the sound of a quiet conversation between the mother and daughter inside. He leaned back on the sofa, not feeling particularly restrained, casually grabbing a cushion and pressing it against his chest as a prop. The sofa faced the balcony, where a thin streak of lightning flashed across the sky. Boom! The thunder rumbled. Naruto stared blankly, gazing at the torrential rain outside the balcony, his mind wandering back to recent events. He wondered if Orochimaru would be very furious if he couldn't find the Shinigami mask, as he would suffer the eternal torment of the burning sensation in his soul. Not long after, Ino came out of the kitchen holding a warm cup of cocoa, no longer wearing her apron, which she had likely handed over to Rhino. She didn't say anything and just sat next to Naruto, with some distance between them. After a long moment, Ino spoke in a low voice, "Thanks." Naruto turned his head and glanced at Ino. The girl quickly averted her gaze, blinking nervously, as if caught off guard. "Thank me for what?" Upon hearing this, she hesitated, gripping the no longer hot cup tightly with her 10 fingers wrapped around the outside. She squeezed so hard that her knuckles turned slightly white. "For what you just said," she whispered, her voice so soft that only those within the vicinity of the sofa could hear. "You said I should be picked up." "I just said it casually. After all, it can't be realized," Naruto replied honestly. "I know," Ino said, her fingers tightening around the cup as if trying to draw out the remaining heat inside. "I know. I got soaked that time, came home drenched. No one was home. My dad was still busy with work, and I didn't know where my mom went. But during dinner, Mom praised me, and I felt a bit better at that moment. It's really no big deal, and they both love me a lot. Naruto handed her a cushion, and Ino hesitated for a moment before setting the cup down and taking the cushion. She curled up slightly, almost as if trying to absorb the cushion into her small frame. Her voice wavered, hinting at some instability in her emotions. But soon, everything seemed to return to normal. But still, thank you. I wasn't that bothered by getting wet in the rain. Sometimes I just want to speak up, but it always feels like too much trouble, and I don't want them to bring it up anymore. They think it's something worth boasting about, but for some reason, every time they mention it, I feel a bit upset. I don't have a reason to tell them to stop, and I don't know how to say it. The thunder was deafening, and the balcony's floor-to-ceiling windows rattled loudly. In the brief silence between the thunder, she turned her head and looked at Naruto. Her lips pressed together, her voice soft, yet different from her usual tone. I'm really happy that someone is speaking up for me now. A smile appeared on her face, a smile that came from the heart. I really like this feeling, and I also really like. Boom. A loud crash of thunder erupted, louder than before, and lightning flashed across the balcony, illuminating everything in white. Naruto saw Ino's lips moving, but her voice was completely drowned out by the thunder. The sound of thunder drowned out all other noises, but Naruto could still see Ino's lips moving. Her expression was different from her usual indifferent or annoyed look. Instead, she wore a gentle smile, one that seemed soft and tender, even with a hint of fondness. This kind of scene usually only happens between couples deeply in love or at weddings of newlyweds, a pure, unreserved smile that's so sincere it evokes sympathy. Her slightly flushed cheeks and the dazed look in her eyes were like strands of delicate silk, beautiful and captivating to anyone who saw them. Naruto saw her last sentence, which was completely imprinted in his mind. The silence was more powerful than the sound, and the sound seemed to explode in his mind. Like you. Her voice was careful and carried the emotion of a confession, whispered softly in the dimly lit living room. Her eyes were bright, filled with a tenderness that was almost overwhelming. Naruto was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but held his breath. Ino's expression was so striking that it was impossible for him to remain indifferent, and he felt his heart start to race. Shakespeare's sonnets flashed through his mind. A summer praised by gods couldn't compare to the gentle and lovely face of the girl before him. Her beauty wouldn't fade in storm or time, and even death would lift a hand to shield her, immortalized in verse and gaze. Dark clouds loomed over the balcony, thunder roared, and lightning streaked through the sky like branches. Raindrops clung to the young green tendrils of vines, and the downpour cascaded from above, leaving the streets empty save for stray dogs scurrying through alleys. The dark blue eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, piercing directly into his empty heart, waiting for his response, for him to answer Ino's words. What to say? Surely, now was the time to say something. Naruto's fingers, resting on the sofa, twitched slightly as if jolted by electricity. He then opened his mouth. He had nothing, and he had always been that way. His life's goal was simply to lie down comfortably, without lofty ambitions or clear paths to adulthood. He had a flawed personality and will take revenge for any slight. He had bottom line, but it was flexible. He had a sense of morality, but it was limited. The system he possessed was just a means to avoid rigorous training and still stay alive. In the end, he knew he wasn't perfect. He had significant personality flaws, some misguided beliefs, and even a somewhat twisted sense of right and wrong. Yet, even with all of this, he still yearned for beautiful things. The girl's passionate soul, her innocent, shining expression, he wanted to respond, to reach out and feel her warmth. I like you too. His voice was steady, not too loud nor too soft, just enough for Ino, who was sitting a half sofa away, to hear. He saw Ino's pale hand release the pillow, nervously dropping onto the sofa, with their fingers about a meter apart. In the dimly lit living room, Ino maintained that position for a moment, her fingers slowly inching towards him. Naruto glanced up at her, and his hands slowly reached out too. Thunder rumbled outside the balcony, and faint clattering sounds from the kitchen could be heard. On the Yamanaka family's living room sofa, the two pale hands, one on the left and one on the right, moved slowly along the sofa's surface, like trains approaching each other. Ino suddenly felt a little breathless, her heart pounding wildly. This is the most daring thing she had ever done. Watching their hands get closer, the scene was a little thrilling. She could feel her cheeks heat up, and she couldn't take her eyes off Naruto's hands. His hands seemed slightly larger than hers, warm like a furnace. At the moment when their fingertips were about to touch, a sound suddenly came from the kitchen. Ino, could you help me get the sugar jar? Okay. Ino quickly straightened up on the sofa, her back arched, and responded loudly. Her face turned a deep shade of red, and even her neck flushed. She hurriedly stood up, stealing a quick glance at Naruto before swiftly leaving the room. Naruto calmly retracted his hand. The sweet scent that Ino left behind still lingered in the air, but it vanished as quickly as it came. He walked to the balcony and found that the rain had subsided. The potted flowers on the balcony remained strong, and the round holes in the sink were filled with clear rainwater. The sky outside was clear, and the white mist had dissipated. After finishing his meal, Naruto took his leave. After all, Ino's mother was at home, and it would be awkward to stay any longer, so he simply decided to leave. Ino seemed a bit uneasy, never making direct eye contact with him. He could occasionally feel Ino's gaze pass over him, but it never lingered. When he looked back, all he saw was the fading blush on her face. Goodbye. Naruto left the Yamanaka flower shop, holding an umbrella as he walked along Konoha's main street on his way home. Everything was damp, and the afternoon sun emerged, making the golden raindrops dance like flames. The second day of vacation. The rain from yesterday had dried up by morning. Naruto squatted under the eaves of the training ground, watching Lee in his green training outfit doing one-finger push-ups under the blazing sun. He couldn't help but yawn. How many now? Naruto asked, resting his chin on his hand. 441. Lee was drenched in sweat, and the shadow beneath him was soaked from it. Still a few more to go. Do 2 more and then stop. Naruto stood up and said. Why? 444 is unlucky, and we're about to go on a mission. He stated matter-of-factly, this is a big mission. All 4 genin teams had to go. Lee was a straightforward person and couldn't win the argument with Naruto, so he just said, oh, and did 2 more push-ups before standing up obediently. Most of the time, Lee stayed with Team 3, and he would occasionally join Guy for missions. After all, he was Guy's direct disciple, so they had a better synergy working together. Because of this, Lee's personality mirrored Guy's, unrestrained and innocent. Hard work and training is commendable, but if Naruto had known, he wouldn't have agreed to train with Lee. Early in the morning, Naruto found himself squatting here, watching Lee warm up. Let's get started, but let me make it clear first. I won't use the Biju's chakra, and you are not allowed to use the 8 gates. Naruto muttered, you should also hold back a bit, don't end up killing me. Naruto's taijutsu are indeed not good. Without the Kyuubi's chakra, he was a notch below Lee's level. Are you wearing your weights? Yes. Are they heavy enough? Add more if they're not, Naruto shamelessly suggested. Lee checked the weights on his legs, shook his head, and said it was enough. Tightening the bandages on his hands, he took a stance, gesturing for Naruto to come at him. Naruto sighed and slowly stepped into the training area. Lee's taijutsu is more sophisticated than anyone else's. From the first round, Naruto could feel Lee's extraordinary reaction speed and solid foundation in taijutsu. Naruto could only continuously use ninjutsu to keep Lee at bay, as his taijutsu was barely good enough. Since it was just training, he wasn't taking it too seriously. Normally, people wouldn't ask a Jinchuriki to spar with them, but Lee would. Generally speaking, not using the Kyuubi's chakra felt like a waste, but Naruto didn't want a repeat of the last time he and Lee ended up tearing down the training ground, so he imposed a lot of restrictions. This training was essentially pointless. Lee dodged all of Naruto's small-scale ninjutsu, whether it was wind release, lightning release, or lava release. None were particularly powerful, but they were certainly annoying. After a long bout, Lee couldn't find an opening to close the distance. When he finally spotted a weak point, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Shouting in joy, he leapt high and used the Konoha whirlwind. Naruto frowned slightly, and as if he suddenly thought of something, he suddenly called out the system. Kurisuke Raiga's funeral. A group of men dressed in black, carrying a white coffin, suddenly appeared out of nowhere, with the deceased Raiga leading the way. The coffin slammed open with a bang, and without hesitation, they sealed Lee inside. Bang bang bang. Lee desperately struggled inside the coffin, but was restricted by the power of rules and could not break the coffin forcibly in a short time. Naruto forcibly interrupted the technique, stopping just short of burying Lee alive. Although this technique is a bit bizarre, it proved quite effective when used. The funeral procession stopped, with only the sound of the coffin lid being kicked from inside. Naruto's nose twitched, but he ignored Lee. After all, if Lee was released, he would want to spar with him again. Sparring? What nonsense. Only barbarians enjoyed to do such troublesome things as fighting and killing. What is that? Outside the training ground, Tenten pointed at the white coffin in surprise and asked. It's nothing, just an ninjutsu. Naruto had already walked to the faucet and turned on the water to wash his arms. If it weren't for Tenten showing up unexpectedly, he might have even taken an open-air shower. Ninjutsu? Tenten was slightly taken aback but didn't find it too unusual. Where's Lee? We've got a mission. Hokage-sama asked us to gather and prepare for the mission. So soon? Naruto raised his head and looked at Tenten, slightly surprised. Yeah, that's the message from the Hokage's office. Tenten glanced around. Lee's not here, then I'll go look for him elsewhere. Here. Naruto grinned awkwardly, and with a bang, he dispelled the technique. The coffin-carrying team disappeared, and Lee immediately rolled out of the coffin, still crouched in a stance as if ready to punch the coffin lid. Tenten. She averted her gaze and looked away. She was a little exasperated. She felt that except for Neji, the people around her were all weird, including her teachers and companions. What kind of ninjutsu is that? It was so amazing. Xiao Li jumped up from the ground. Just an ordinary ninjutsu, mainly for pranks. Naruto replied casually, then pointed towards Tenten's direction and said, "We need to get ready for a mission. There's been trouble in Sunagakure." "Great." Li punched the air and shouted enthusiastically. But he quickly realized his slip and stammered, trying to correct himself. That's unfortunate." Tenten facepalmed, looking at her teammates and feeling like her youth was anything but blissful. She took a deep breath and said to the two, "Neji and the others are already preparing. You two should hurry up too. Everyone will be there." The three parted ways, and Naruto went home to change into his mission gear. Knowing that everyone would be involved, he felt a bit uneasy, so he grabbed Kurama, who was lounging on the sofa, and took him along. Kurama was sleeping soundly when someone picked him up. He couldn't help but raise his head drowsily to look at Naruto. "What is it?" "Nothing much. It's time for you to work and pay off your debt." Naruto grabbed him by the scruff and walked out the door. After a quick shower and changing into his gear, he slammed the door shut behind him. The sound of Naruto's footsteps echoed in the stairwell, his wet hair still dripping water. Kurama's grumpy complaints mixed with the noise of his steps. "You want me to work? I refuse to get involved in your human wars." "It's not a war, just a mission. I'm a bit uneasy, so I'm bringing you along for extra insurance." Naruto made his way down the stairs toward the brightly lit exit leading to Konoha's main street. "Mission?" Kurama snorted. "Whether you need my help or not, you will still owe me 100 bottles of booze." "Got it." Naruto placed Kurama on his shoulder and began walking while checking his ninja pouch. "We might not even need you, it's just for insurance. Besides, look at how fat you have become. You used to be a lean dog, but now you're as plump as a pig. If I don't take you out for some exercise, the only difference between you and a pig will be your fur color." "Damn it. How dare you, you brat," Kurama grumbled, feeling insulted. Although life had been more comfortable lately, he hadn't forgotten who he was. "Me? A pig? I am the fearsome Kyuubi no Yoko, a terrifying Biju?" "Humph." Kurama perched on Naruto's shoulder, feeling a bit like he was riding a mount. "Hurry up, kid. Why are you rushing me? If you're so eager, why don't you get down and walk yourself?" Naruto ignored him. "Behave yourself, you fat pig fox, or you won't be able to drink a drop of booze in the future. You despicable human, a gigolo like you should be dragged out and fed to the dogs." "Hey, shut up." Naruto directly picked Kurama up from his shoulder and carried him in his hand. He noted that Kurama has become more and more plump recently, with his limbs growing stubby. He is originally a Biju wrapped in the skin of Jashin's dog. In essence, it is just a body with a mass of pure chakra energy living in it, with his outer appearance adjustable at will. Normally, Kurama didn't need to eat or drink, and his body also didn't expel impurities. He existed purely as an energy form, absorbing and converting the energy from booze entirely. As a result, Kurama, who had indulged in too much sake, now resembled the chubby cat from Natsume's Book of Friends. Naruto didn't mind. After all, with the system in him, Kurama couldn't cause any trouble. To keep the most powerful Biju around, he only needed to spend some money to buy booze. He wasn't short on money, and the cost of booze was negligible. Usually, if Kurama made a request, Naruto would satisfy it as long as he was not busy. Anyway, Kurama assumed he was being taken care of by the two wealthy girls, Ino and Hinata, making Naruto a complete gigolo. And Naruto also didn't bother correcting this misunderstanding. As usual, everyone gathered at the Hokage Tower. Naruto had planned to head straight to the 5th floor, but as he walked into the courtyard, he spotted some familiar faces. Sakura and Ino were chatting and laughing together, while Kiba, Shino, and Hinata were waiting nearby. It seemed that Choji and Shikamaru hadn't arrived yet, but Lee and Neji showed up shortly after. Pausing for a moment, Naruto decided against going upstairs and stayed in the courtyard to wait. Anyway, the team leader for this mission will probably be Shikamaru, the future Konoha's military advisor, so there is no point for him to go up first. Even if there were special orders, Tsunade would just send someone to summon him. Ino noticed Naruto as well, her gaze wavering for a moment before she quickly regained her composure. She had tossed and turned in bed for half an hour the previous night, but she's unable to shake off the embarrassment in her heart. I had actually said it out loud. Damn it, he knew it, and he responded. At that moment, her whole being was trembling uncontrollably, her actions completely disconnected from her rational mind. Just thinking about how her mother was cooking in the kitchen while she almost held hands on the sofa was mortifying. It was so embarrassing that she wished she could go back to yesterday and stop her foolish, dazed behavior. Or, I could beat him up until he got a concussion and lost his memory. Forget it, I absolutely had to forget that memory. When Ino woke up in the morning, she regretted everything she had done yesterday. She wanted to live in another world, as it was just too embarrassing. Ino had arrived early at the Hokage Tower, hoping to acclimate herself to the atmosphere in advance. Maybe if she pretended to have forgotten about the incident, Naruto wouldn't bring it up either. Yeah, with tacit understanding, however, Naruto didn't seem to catch on to that vibe. He glanced around at everyone and then immediately started walking towards Ino and Sakura. Ino, sensing something, turned her head slightly, intending to see where Naruto was heading. The moment she saw him walking in her direction, her mind went completely blank. "What's wrong?" Sakura asked. "Huh?" Ino was confused for a moment. Sakura tilted her head slightly and frowned, then asked, "So, what happened to that dress? You suddenly stopped talking." While saying that, Sakura followed the direction of Ino's earlier gaze and saw Naruto approaching them. Her eyes lowered slightly, and she instantly understood Ino's unusual behavior. "Sorry, I got distracted," Ino said. "That dress, it." "The mission is starting so soon?" Naruto interrupted as he approached, naturally asking, "When did you guys get here?" "Not long ago," Sakura said with a smile. "Ino arrived earlier. She was already here when I came." "Really? Why yeah, not too long." Ino laughed dryly, not daring to look Naruto in the eye. But when she turned around, she met Kurama's eyes and immediately brightened up. "Why did you bring him along? This guy is my ninkin," Naruto lied casually. He didn't care if anyone believed him or not. After all, the chubby fox was right there, and since he had already brought him, Kurama was bound to come along. "Ino, about yesterday," at his words, Ino's heart shot up to her throat. Her heart was pounding so fast that she almost ran away. "Yesterday," she blurted out, rushing to speak. "Yesterday. Did you stay dry on your way back? My mom was worried you might get soaked." "No, I didn't get wet." Naruto looked at Ino, puzzled by her anxious demeanor, but seeing her tense expression, he decided not to press further. Sakura's eyes shifted back and forth between the two of them, but she didn't look at them for long before lowering her eyes to look at the ground. "Is everyone here?" Shikamaru's lazy voice came from the stairs. "Is here yet? That guy loves being late. Did he show up?" "Stop talking nonsense, I'm here. I even came here without drying my hair," Naruto said while rolling his eyes. "Who knows with you?" Shikamaru grumbled before changing the subject. "What about Ino? Is Ino here?" Upon hearing her name being called, Ino, who had just calmed down, nearly froze on the spot again. Why did he call me after calling that guy? Was Shikamaru doing this on purpose? "I'm here," Ino tried to keep her voice steady, attempting to sound. However, as soon as she spoke, the tremor in her voice startled even herself. She couldn't help but berated herself in her heart for being so jittery. What was there to be nervous about? "Alright, what about Neji?" Shikamaru glanced at the group, seemingly not intentionally singling anyone out. "Present," Neji said. "Then let's set off now. Gather at the village gate immediately. Team 8 will use Shino's Kakaichu to lead the way." Shikamaru quickly issued the orders. "We'll sort out formations later." Everyone had no objection, so they turned and headed towards the village entrance in small groups. Ino had already joined up with Choji and Shikamaru, likely organizing by genin teams as the smallest unit. Naruto glanced back at Sakura but instead caught sight of Hinata passing by him. As she walked past, Hinata looked at Naruto and noticed that his hair was half dry, with droplets still visible at the tips, slowly sliding down her neck and dampening her collar. Naruto had rushed out earlier, and since it was summer, he figured his hair would dry quickly on the way, so he hadn't paid it much mind. Upon seeing Naruto's current appearance, Hinata's face turned slightly red for a moment. She even forgot what she was going to say and could only stammer and call out in a low voice, "And Naruto-kun." What's up?" Naruto didn't sense anything out of the ordinary. After all, Hinata always blushed when she saw him, so he was used to it by now. "And nothing." Hinata's heart skipped a beat. The summer heat was oppressive, and the sunlight lingered long. A bird on some tree chirped strangely, catching Naruto's attention momentarily. When he refocused, Hinata softly said, "I'll be going now, Naruto-kun." Naruto watched Hinata's hurried departure, feeling bewildered. Why did everyone seem so strange today? Why were they all acting so secretive? "Let's go." Sakura walked up beside him with a smile. "Okay." Naruto nodded. Fortunately, Sakura is still normal. After this mission is over, hearing the calm voice of dark Sakura beside him, Naruto turned to look at her and asked, "What?" "After this mission is over, can you please do me a small favor?" "What's up? Are you sorting out the paperwork again?" Naruto asked. "Do you have all your ninja tools ready?" "Yes, I've got everything." Sakura nodded in response. "It's not that, just a small favor." "Oh, okay. We'll talk about it later. Shouldn't we take the other route? It's shorter that way, right?" Naruto pointed in another direction. The village was circular, and that path was a straight line. However, it required jumping over rooftops, which could easily attract the attention of the Anbu. Usually, no shinobi other than the Anbu would take shortcuts over rooftops. Genin and Chunin cared about their image and didn't want to be seen hopping around like monkeys in Konoha. And the older they got, the more they feared being the subject of gossip. Even the students from the academy were shy about it. Only a few pranksters like Konohamaru still imitated Naruto's old tricks, enjoying their rooftop escapades. Naruto, on the other hand, couldn't care less. He would go wherever he wanted. Since he had no aspirations of becoming Hokage, he did whatever felt comfortable. His reckless attitude was often a headache for Tsunade, who considered him as unmanageable as mud that wouldn't stick to the wall. Hearing this, Sakura's expression stiffened. I'm not doing that. There's no reason to run over rooftops, and getting caught would be extremely embarrassing. But it's a shorter way. Naruto looked puzzled, but he couldn't resist Sakura and was dragged away. By the time they reached the village gates, everyone else had already arrived. You guys are so slow, Shikamaru said with a pair of dead fish eyes. Aren't we here now? Naruto responded shamelessly. We ran into an old lady crossing the street, so. Let's just go. Shikamaru clearly didn't believe a word he said, but there was nothing he could do about Naruto. He sighed and waved his hand, signaling everyone to move out. People grow up. Shikamaru, compared to the others present, wasn't just distinguished by the extra green Chunin vest he wore. Now, he bore the weight of everyone's lives on his shoulders. Even someone as lazy as him had to become serious and responsible when faced with sudden responsibilities. He had started to think and act like an adult. After leaving Konoha, the group became more solemn. It was, after all, a provisional A-rank mission. Provisional A-rank meant that it could escalate to an S-rank mission. Among the group, the highest mission level completed by most was A-rank. The only team with S-rank mission experience was Team 7, given that they had once pursued Gaara, the Ichibi's Jinchuriki. The 11 shinobi moved swiftly. Team 8, which included Shino, Kiba, and Hinata, took the lead due to their proficiency in reconnaissance. Lee, Neji, and Tenten protected the flanks of Team 8, clearing the way through the forest as needed. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji from Team 10, which focused on interference, control, and strategy, stayed at the core of the formation. Team 7, being the main offense, took up the rear, with Naruto and Sakura hanging at the very back. Had Sasuke not defected, Team 7 would have been the true offensive core. But with one member missing, if a fight broke out, Naruto wouldn't be able to cover everyone. That's why he brought Kurama along. Currently, the situation was that if a battle did ensue, Kurama wouldn't be able to cover everyone. With Sasuke gone but Kurama present, they might not be able to use his power lightly, but having him provided an additional layer of security. So, overall, it was still worth it. What exactly is going on? Naruto asked lazily to Shikamaru in front of him. Shikamaru looked back at him, with a look of tension and a rare seriousness on his face. Gaara has lost control and has killed dozens of villagers. He's currently on the run. You're joking, right? Naruto was stunned for a moment, looking at Shikamaru in disbelief. Hasn't Gaara already changed? How could he lose control? We don't know. Shikamaru turned his head forward and continued moving. That's the report we got from the Anbu. Some of Tsunagakure's higher-ups are not happy with Gaara taking up the Kasuga's position. Naruto is not impressed by the so-called higher-ups. He used to think that Konoha's higher-ups were idiots, but now it seemed that Tsunagakure's higher-ups weren't any better. The Yondaime Kasuga had been isolated and eventually killed by Orochimaru. Tsunagakure's higher-ups probably had their own ambitions regarding the Kasuga's position, and they weren't exactly thrilled about Gaara, whom they viewed as a madman, inheriting the title. Is there any more detailed information? Naruto asked. This time, we had to cross the border of the Land of Fire to intercept Gaara and his siblings. Tsunagakure's higher-ups have already dispatched shinobi to bring them back. Tsunade-sama's orders are to ensure their safety under Konoha's protection, Shikamaru said. Isn't that Tsunagakure's internal affairs? What does it have to do with Konoha? Naruto asked again. Normally, it wouldn't concern us. Konoha will never interfere in Tsunagakure's internal affairs. But, Shikamaru cleared his throat and suddenly smirked, as if he had scored a small victory. Tsunade-sama said that the Tsunagakure has signed an alliance agreement with Konoha. In addition, the eldest princess of the Tsunagakure, representing the opinions of the vast majority of the higher-ups, has signed so many agreements with Konoha for joint protection of the Jinchuriki. In simple terms, if Gaara's life is threatened, Konoha is authorized to cross the Land of Fire's border and take Gaara under temporary protection. Signed so many agreements? Yes, it's a thick stack, probably over 100 pages, Shikamaru nodded. This time, it was Naruto's turn to be dumbfounded. No wonder Konoha has always been so concerned about the affairs of the Tsunagakure. It turned out that after the Konoha crush, Temari stayed and signed so many agreements with Konoha. Perhaps they had already anticipated that Tsunagakure would find someone to take the blame for this stupid action, and if things went wrong, they would transfer their anger to Gaara. Gaara's situation was somewhat similar to Naruto's. If he couldn't become the Kasuga, his future would be difficult, as the future Kasuga would inevitably treat the Jinchuriki as a mere weapon, to be manipulated at will. Like a toy placed on a table, they'd bind him with the ties of friendship, or using with Temari and Kankuro's interests to threaten Gaara, forcing him into various compromises. Naruto did remember the time when Temari signed those agreements. He originally thought that Temari and Shizune were only signing some unimportant documents. After all, even Tsunade was not present. But now that he thinks about it again, it doesn't really matter whether Tsunade is present or not, as Shizune was essentially Tsunade's spokesperson. It's nothing more than a matter of representing her and stamping the documents for her. As for how Sunagakure would react, they'd first have to go through a lengthy dispute over those 100+ pages of agreements with Konoha. This would buy enough time to secure Gaara. By the time the agreements were sorted out, Gaara's crisis would likely be resolved. Naruto knew this preemptive strategy was brilliant and definitely not something a simple-minded person like Temari could have come up with. Killing dozens of people must be exhausting. Naruto suddenly said something seemingly random. What? Shikamaru snapped his head around to look at him. Naruto furrowed his brows and continued. The Ichibi Shukaku is not very strong, and if he releases the Bijudama, it is impossible for the casualties to be just dozens. Whether there's something fishy or not isn't our concern. Our mission is to rendezvous with Gaara and his siblings. Shikamaru said in a low voice. Perhaps he felt that some words were difficult to say, so he opened his mouth and swallowed the words back. Naruto noticed this, but didn't take it to heart. The Biju's Jinchuriki has no human rights. Naruto considered himself a pseudo-Jinchuriki now. He could draw on the Kyuubi's power, but he couldn't fully transform into a Kyuubi anymore. The real Kyuubi had already been extracted and was now hidden within a fat dog. In comparison, Gaara's situation was much more unfortunate. However, under the rules of this shinobi world, there's no such thing as peaceful times. Even if Naruto had shed the Jinchuriki label from his body, his situation wouldn't necessarily be much better than Gaara's. A sword's purpose doesn't change just because it's sheathed. Ultimately, Kyuubi's power was still being wielded by Naruto. From the perspective of the higher-ups, it was essentially no different than when Kyuubi was inside him. Naruto understood that his situation was similar to that of the prisoners in the Land of Snow, a story he had once read in a magazine. It's about a prison with no walls in the Land of Snow. If an inmate wanted to escape, they had to be prepared to die in the vast snowfields. A TV station once paid to encourage inmates to escape and broadcasted it live. A large group set out, most dying in the snow, which boosted the station's ratings. But one person succeeded, and that person was celebrated as a hero. And the path they took became a holy path. People then turned to the remaining prisoners, calling them cowards, saying that instead of living like livestock, why not pursue freedom? Freedom was wonderful. Even if it meant death, someone had succeeded. Maybe they could too, so why not give it a shot? But the heroism they valued was someone else's. When it is their turn, they'd remain silent. Others might not understand, but Naruto knew the situation very well. If he defected like Sasuke, he'd probably be caught within 3 days. Mainly because he had no reason to turn dark, as he had already outsmarted Danzo and Kurama. As for the wounds from his past life, what did they have to do with him, Naruto? He couldn't just run off like a paranoid lunatic, forcing himself into becoming a bitter, feral beast. If he donned the cloak of the shinobi world's ancestor, he'd just become another Obito. Although he didn't like Konoha, at least he had a high status in Konoha. As long as Danzo died, he could pretty much do as he pleased, so there was no need for him to run away at the moment. He is a normal person, not a madman, so of course he would choose whatever was most beneficial to him. Although staying in Konoha forever wasn't an option, staying until adulthood was certainly feasible. By then, he could settle down in a small place, living a mundane life as a retired warrior, getting married, and just enjoying the peace. Peace was far more interesting, as all that constant fighting and searching for the meaning of life wasn't his style. He had it all planned out, take it easy, and then live a beautiful life in this shinobi world. Before that, he'd just get by day to day. All in all, characters like Uchiha Madara, Obito, the Akatsuki, and the Otsutsuki clan, given the chance, he'd definitely eliminate them all. In fact, deep down, Naruto had a ruthless side. It wasn't about heroism, it was a cold ruthlessness devoid of empathy. Tsunade had also mentioned this once. When Naruto turned dark, it gave Tsunade an eerily familiar feeling, which was ruthlessness strikingly similar to Tobirama's. Oh, you're pitiful. How touching. Kill. You're innocent. How regrettable. Kill. What? You did nothing wrong, and it's the world that's at fault. Sure, sounds reasonable. Dig the hole deeper, kill, and bury. Naruto suddenly snapped out of his thoughts. Watching the team running ahead, he sighed inwardly. He still thought about how to act cool now, but if he ever faced the Akatsuki or the insane Obito, he'd likely end up running back to Konoha in disgrace. Like a primary school student who got beaten up by the older kids outside, he would complain to Tsunade. He'd also embellish the story, and it would be best if he could rally a squad to get revenge. Kurama lay on Naruto's shoulder, humming softly, craving some booze. He turned his head and noticed his human caretaker frowning one moment and grinning foolishly the next. It was not convenient for him to speak at this moment, so he swatted Naruto's neck with his tail and shot him a disdainful glance. The meaning was clear. Did you take the wrong medicine? Why are you acting so crazy? Naruto felt a tickle on his neck and turned to see the smug expression on Kurama's eyes. Without a word, he grabbed him off his neck and dangled him in his hand. Kurama's eyes were full of fury, and his 4 short legs were flailing wildly in the air. How dare he? This kid really deserves to die. After traveling for a day and a night, the team finally stopped at the border of the Land of Fire. Before them stretched a long, narrow plain that led westward to the Valley of the End. The plain, resembling a long sock, shimmered with visible heat waves. Waist-high yellow grass obscured parts of the view, and the air above the plain was so hot it almost seemed to warp. Kiba squatted on the highest branch of a tree at the forefront, fanning his neck while craning to survey the terrain ahead. Beyond this point, they would cross the border. Shino stood in the shade, hunched inside his coat, wearing his signature round, black sunglasses. He seemed to dislike the heat, staying in the shadows like an insect hiding from the sun. On his left arm, small black insects crawled out of his body, lining up like ants. From his right sleeve, there was also a row of small black bugs coming out in rows. Maybe he was conducting reconnaissance or getting accustomed to the surroundings in advance. Neji had taken over Hinata's scouting duties, activating his Byakugan to peer across the plain and further beyond. The rest of the people rested and sorted their equipment. Typically, a mission like this should be handled by more experienced Jonin. However, if a Jonin led the team, the nature of the mission would change entirely. Konoha opted to use team full of genin to avoid complications. After all, they were just picking someone up at the Land of Fire's border. No matter how bold the other side was, they wouldn't dare to chase their targets into the Land of Fire. "We'll wait here," Shikamaru said. "Whatever happened in Sanagakure is none of our concern. Our job is just to bring the target back to Konoha. If the people from Sanagakure chase after us, don't get entangled. Delay them for a moment and then run." As he spoke, Shikamaru glanced at Naruto, who was tossing the fat dog back and forth like a plaything, unable to hide the concern on his face. Before they departed, he had asked Tsunade what to do if Gaara used his Biju transformation. At that time, Tsunade said irresponsibly, "Let Uzumaki Naruto handle it. He'll figure something out." Can he really handle it? Shikamaru wasn't sure, so he couldn't help but worry. He knew what Naruto used to be like, though they hadn't interacted much since graduating from the academy. It's not that their relationship had soured, it's just that there's a thick barrier between them. Everything felt normal when they talked, but it was too normal. It was as if the messy kid wearing goggles and running all over the village had suddenly grown up overnight. He no longer mentioned Sakura, nor did he constantly shout about surpassing the Hokage and become the greatest shinobi in the village. He was still a bit of a loner, but when Shikamaru turned to look at Naruto, it felt like Naruto had touched the tombstone of his youth, and he seemed to have grown by a dozen years in an instant. It seemed as though he had buried the vibrant, shining boy he once was, only for another version of himself to crawl out of the grave soaked in rainwater. They called this growth, but Shikamaru didn't think so. It felt more like Naruto had become a completely different person. Other than his body and memories, his soul seemed to have changed. It was as if the muddy kid who always challenged everyone suddenly said, "I have a backer. Try touching me, and your house will be on fire. Shikamaru, someone is coming." Shino came over, but he's still standing within the sun and shade line. There are a lot of people, groups from both the front and the back. They're likely our mission targets. About 5 kilometers away in the valley, it's them. The pursuers are very close. Neji's voice rang out. Should we go and support them? Or should we continue to wait here? There's sound of fighting. Kiba leapt down from the tree. His hearing was hundreds of times better than the average person's. It's too late. They've already engaged. There are many interpretations of too late. What Kiba meant wasn't that it was too late to support, but that there was no time to hesitate. If they didn't go now, it would truly be too late. Move out. Shikamaru decided decisively. Understood. Kiba immediately rushed out with a happy expression on his face. Behind him was Shino, who was controlling the Kakaichu. He needed to make arrangements as soon as possible in order to better cover their retreat. Lee, Neji, and Tenten moved in sync, flanking from another direction to ensure there were no ambushes ahead. Team 10 followed, with the 3 squads forming a triangular formation, slicing through the wind like hawks as they raced toward the valley 5 kilometers away. Naruto stayed at the rear, with Sakura quietly following. He glanced at Sakura, not sensing anything amiss, but the latter turned her head to look at him. "Can you keep up?" he asked awkwardly. Tamari was a little flustered, with blood smeared on her face. It took Gaara a year to finally gain the trust of most of the higher-ups. However, there were still some who were unwilling to acknowledge him, let alone accept his nomination as Case Cage. Their teacher suggested using this opportunity to eliminate those dissenting higher-ups. After all, once Gaara took office, these issues would need addressing sooner or later. After careful consideration, Tamari agreed, but she didn't expect the opposition to retaliate so quickly. They captured Gaara's new disciple, forcing him into using Biju transformation. 34 lives were lost overnight, and all the blame fell on Gaara. All the evidence pointed against him. Some of the higher-ups even began to waver again. Gaara wanted to prove his innocence, but their teacher, Baki, urged the siblings to leave Sanagakure for now. After all, 34 villagers' lives weren't something that could be explained away easily. When Gaara was a child, he also lost control at times, but back then, the incidents were downplayed with the consent of the higher-ups. After all, the Jinchuriki was still young and couldn't fully suppress the Biju. But now, things were spiraling out of her control. Both Gaara and Kankuro had even been injured in the ensuing battles. "What should we do, Tamari? They're catching up," Kankuro said while hurrying along. "How far are we from the rendezvous point with Konoha?" "Very close, just hold on a bit longer," Tamari, supporting the weakened Gaara, said through gritted teeth. "The shinobi from Konoha should have arrived by now. We'll be safe soon." Konoha's shinobi, Kankuro raised his head. "It's all because of that damn Uchiha Sasuke for breaking my puppet. It's been a year, and I still haven't found a suitable replacement. When I see him later, I'll have to fight him again." "Uchiha Sasuke has defected and is no longer a Konoha's shinobi," Tamari said, glancing back. She was very anxious now and needed to keep talking to calm herself down. "Is that so?" Kankuro's voice trembled as well. The sound of shuriken cutting through the air came from behind, and he tilted his head to dodge the sharp blades. "Even so, next time we meet, I'll still kill that bastard." Several figures swiftly landed in front of the three siblings, blocking their path. About 30 Sanagakure's shinobi stood on both sides of the tall valley. Under the blazing sun at the top of the valley, the Chunin in tan vests stopped them. 3 Jonin stepped forward from the front and rear of the group, completely cutting off the siblings' escape routes. The Sanagakure's shinobi wore forehead protectors with the village's symbol and had white sand-proof cloth strips hanging from their ears. Facing the imminent danger of a Biju awakening and rampaging, their expressions were solemn. "The Jinchuriki still hasn't woken up, it seems?" one of the Sanagakure's Jonin asked, feigning indifference. His skin was dark, his cheeks sunken, making him resemble a weathered brown shoehorn. "Maybe he's injured. Probably because he lost control and hurt himself," another Jonin, short in stature, commented with a sneer on his face. "You should stop right there," a female Jonin, looking down at the 3 siblings trapped in the valley, continued. "Just ahead is the Land of Wind's border. Are you planning to defect with the Jinchuriki?" "Stop calling him a Jinchuriki. He is my brother," Tamari said darkly, drawing her 3-star fan from behind her. She gripped it tightly, revealing all 3 stars on the fan. "Framing people, now that's something you guys excel at." Kankuro took out his puppet from his bag. He didn't seem entirely satisfied with it, but still removed the bandages from the puppet. 4 more children disappeared last night, which coincided with the time when Gaara disappeared. The female Jonin said, her expression also dark. "For all we know, he could have devoured them. How can such a monster be worthy of being a cage? You are talking nonsense," Tamari shouted through gritted teeth. "Gaara would never do something like that. You accuse him without even needing evidence. Are you just going to spout lies without any proof?" "Evidence?" the brown-faced Jonin sneered. "The situation is already obvious. What more evidence do we need? If anything, it should be that monster providing proof of his innocence. Who knows how many kids he's actually devoured? Even if his actions were due to losing control, he should still be monitored by the village." "Shut up," Tamari roared, swinging her fan to unleash a violent gust of wind. With a deafening boom, one side of the valley exploded, rocks crashing down in a landslide. In that instant, Tamari's pupils widened as she sensed something amiss. There was no reason why 3 Jonin consistently failed to catch up to them. The only explanation was that they were doing it on purpose, deliberately herding Tamari and Kankuro into this valley. "You weren't planning to take us back at all." Tamari glared furiously at the Jonin flanking both sides of the valley. "Damn it, you're here to silence us." "Oh, finally figured it out, huh? Seems like the esteemed princess is a bit slow, but no matter. Soon enough, you won't be the princess anymore," the short Jonin, who looked like a mole, said mockingly. "There are Konoha's shinobi waiting for you ahead, right?" the female Jonin said coldly. "You didn't even notice the information leak. How naive can you be? What? Why waste words on them? Let's finish this. Their deaths can be blamed on Konoha." The tall, brown-faced Sanagakure's Jonin threw the shuriken. Realizing there was no point in further talking, Tamari swiftly smeared her blood on the fan's surface and summoned Kamatari. With a sweep of her fan, a fierce wind surged forward, directly striking the sides of the valley. Kamatari's cutting winds screeched through the air, with layers of explosive sounds that deflected the barrage of shuriken. Earth release. Rock collapse. In unison, the Sanagakure's Chunin and Jonin cast rock collapse. It is a B-rank ninjutsu effective at all ranges, mainly used to trigger landslides. This is the favorite ninjutsu of the Iwagakure's shinobi, and it is also the ninjutsu that caused all the evil that Obito suffered. Most of the time, Iwagakure's shinobi would lure enemies into caves and used rock collapse to bury their opponents alive. Sanagakure had learned the technique during the war, but due to the lack of caves, it gradually became a useless ninjutsu. However, the valley before them presented an eye. The valley shook violently on both sides, leaving Temari and Kankuro stunned as they watched the rock walls collapse and the stones tumble down. "Run!" Temari was the first to react and shouted at Kankuro. Each of them grabbed Gaara, who was still unconscious, and jumped at the very moment the rocks started falling. They needed to escape the valley before being buried alive, or else all their skills would be in vain. However, the falling rocks only increased in number, and under the chakra of the three Jonin, the entire valley began collapsing rapidly. Temari looked up, and upon seeing the sky filled with falling rocks and massive chunks of earth, her expression turned to despair. In the face of life and death, the whole world before her seemed to become crystal clear, with all surrounding sounds amplified infinitely. The heart pounded and blood surged through the veins. This might be the end. Even if Konoha's shinobi arrived, they would likely only be able to dig our bodies out of the rubble. "What's that noise?" Kiba abruptly stopped. His instinct is warning him that there was danger ahead. Not good. The valley up ahead is collapsing. Veins bulged around Neji's eyes. Our targets are in the valley, surrounded by Sanagakure's shinobi. They're trying to bury the three of them alive. We can't make it. Hinata also activated her Byakugan, her small face filled with shock. The valley's already collapsing, we can't get them out. Shino continued running forward, but his words indicated that he was ready to give up, and he's just waiting for Shikamaru's decision. Lee had charged ahead. If anyone had to take the risk to go in and save people, he would be the most suitable person. Everyone looked at Shikamaru as time ticked away, each second feeling like an eternity. It was as if a tortoise was crawling across the clock face. The team with triangular formation continued to advance rapidly toward the valley. Bit by bit, the valley appeared before them, only to crumble piece by piece. Even from a few kilometers away, they could feel the ground shaking, the danger ahead visible to the naked eye. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, unwilling to let the mission end in failure. He clenched his fists as he looked at the valley in front of him, which was falling apart like a brittle ice cream cone. "Everyone, stop," he shouted, "we'll circle around and check it out from a different angle." Upon hearing this command, Lee immediately halted. The others did the same, coming to a stop after a few more steps. At this point, there was no other choice. When Sasuke defected, they did not receive support from Sanagakure because Sasuke and Naruto had previously broken all of the weapons of the Sanagakure siblings. Because of that incident, the Konoha 12 had never truly interacted with the Sanagakure siblings. To them, they were merely the mission's objectives. It would be best if they can complete the mission, but if they can't, it's not worth risking their life. The valley collapsed. First, it was too late in time. Second, this was beyond the scope of any ordinary ninjutsu to fix. Moreover, they were just genin, not magical beings from a wishing well who could conjure miracles with a flash of golden light. If someone were to look down from above, they would see that the valley resembled a certain shape. It was almost like spotting Marilyn Monroe on a map. The narrow valley continued to crumble, with dust clouds rising tens of meters into the air. The sun watched silently from above. "I have a solution." A figure dashed forward, passing the others, shouting indistinctly as he accelerated toward the half-collapsed valley. Shikamaru's pupils widened, his heart instantly leaping into his throat. "Naruto, get back here." This was bad. Failing the mission was one thing, but losing Naruto would be disastrous. The enemy clearly had a plan, otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen this specific location or timed their ninjutsu so perfectly. The mission plan might have already been leaked, and the enemy could have included all of this in their calculations. The best course of action now was to observe and retreat at the first sign of trouble. "Shikamaru, stop him." Neji's urgent voice cut through. "There are at least 3 Jonin on the other side. Stop him quickly, don't let him go." "You've got to be kidding me." Neji nearly shouted those last words. Did it really take 3 Jonin to chase down a few genin? And they just so happened to block their path in front of them? The whole thing reeked of conspiracy. Sanagakure's interception clearly meant they had received intel about Konoha's sending team composed of genin to rendezvous with the siblings. And they had planned this all along, turning it into a burial spectacle. It's obvious even to a fool what Sanagakure intends. They want to pin this on Konoha to divert internal conflict. Now the situation is almost over. Either they stop the collapse or they leave quickly and pretend they have never been here. Under the bright sunlight, Shikamaru felt a chill deep in his heart at this moment. Sanagakure's tactics were utterly shameless. Sanagakure is really born of wretched bastards. If the targets died in the valley, right in front of them, and the culprits dragged us out afterward, it would be undeniable evidence of guilt. "Damn it, Naruto, stop," Shikamaru roared, his hands forming seals even before the words left his throat. His shadow, like a thin line, shot out behind Naruto, rapidly extending. He had to stop him. If they didn't turn back now, they wouldn't make it. As for the other option, Shikamaru didn't even consider it. Rescue them? Is that even possible? The valley had already crumbled that much, and even if Naruto made it in time, He'd still be one step too late unless he could teleport them out. Otherwise, not only would there be no chance of survival, but Konoha would also fall into Sanagakure's trap. Seeing the shadow couldn't keep up, Shikamaru took a deep breath, then turned his head to shout. Ino! Ino understood what he meant immediately. Her hands quickly formed hand seal, then she used the mind-body switch technique toward the sprinting Naruto. She aimed to take control of Naruto's body to stop him from going further. Her fingers flew, and as the ninjutsu took effect, Ino's spirit entered Naruto's body. She intended to take over, but instead found herself in a vast space. Unlike all the souls she had encountered before, Naruto's interior wasn't a realm of darkness with a weak, shrunken soul hiding in a corner. Instead, it was a forest of withered bones, rivers of blood, and a colossal shadow standing like a mountain. It touched the sky, and its eyes shone like massive stars. At that moment, Ino was shocked to her core and her mind-body switch technique was gently pushed out. She had failed. Ino's whole body trembled and her eyes were dazed, but she was not hit by the backlash of her ninjutsu. Naruto noticed Ino's ninjutsu, but he had no time to dwell on it, nor did he know what she had seen. With a casual, light push, he ejected her from his mind. He had always known his soul was a bit stronger than others, enough to grapple with someone like Kato-dan bare-handed, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. After all, besides Orochimaru, who has a fondness for tinkering with souls, it seemed most in the shinobi world who dabbled in soul had already met their end, so it hadn't concerned him much. Initially, he wasn't keen on saving the Sanagakure's siblings, planning to stay on the sidelines, but then the system pinged annoyingly once again. Without a second thought, not even glancing at the options, he rushed out to save them. After all, if the siblings didn't make it, then there would be nothing left to say, no choice to make. Outside the valley, Naruto leapt high into the air, clapping his hands to activate a technique. Kurisuke Raiga's funeral. A group of figures dressed in black robes appeared in the center of the valley, their wailing mournful cries piercing the air. Ignoring all physical obstacles, they Nagakure's siblings into white coffins without hesitation. The massive sand and rocks passed through the funeral procession, their cries undeterred. They lifted the white coffins, unbothered by the falling debris, their forms phasing through the colossal chunks, burying them underground. Seeing this, Naruto was filled with excitement, clenching his fist and shouting, "Woo-hoo! Kurisuke Raiga, you're godly!" Temari was stunned, and Kankuro, in a critical moment, had summoned his puppet to shield the three from a falling boulder. But with three more boulders descending, Temari's energy was also depleted. In their moment of despair, the three were suddenly enclosed within coffins, plunging them into darkness. Hearing the continuous rumble of falling rocks, Kankuro initially struggled, but upon realizing they were unharmed, he immediately calmed down. Creepy. This is too creepy, Kankuro thought to himself. Were they really mourning us? Who's the idiot that buried us? But hey, great burial, good brother. The three Sanagakure's Jonin and a group of Chunin were stunned. What the heck just popped out and buried the targets like that? The thick dust in the air obscured their vision, but the sight of black-robed mourners carrying white coffins was too eye-catching to ignore. They appeared suddenly, buried the targets, and vanished. They're not dead. Those brats from Konoha are here. We are in the territory of the Land of Wind. We just need to repel them and continue the mission, the female Jonin shouted. At this point, they could only forcefully complete their mission. But this was not something that could be publicized. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to stir up further trouble. The female Jonin quickly formed hand seals and launched a sharp wind release attack at Naruto. Naruto didn't even blink, and just jumped back 3 times to dodge the wind ninjutsu. That brat. The female Jonin's expression grew serious, and then she began to quickly form hand seals again. The other 2 Sanagakure's Jonin also rushed towards Naruto, with over 20 Sanagakure's shinobi following closely behind. Their goal was to repel the Konoha's genin team. The best course of action would be to seriously injure or kill 1 or 2 of the genin, forcing their retreat. And if Konoha pursued the matter later, they can just say that it's Konoha who trespassed into the Land of Wind first. Capture that brat. He's the one who ruined our plan, the short Sanagakure's Jonin shouted. Make him undo that thing, then cripple him. The bull-faced, brown-skinned Jonin finished his hand seals and slapped the ground, causing it to sink. A mound of earth erupted from below, advancing toward Naruto. Naruto deftly retreated, not forcing a confrontation with the Sanagakure's shinobi. Kurisuke Raiga's funeral was a rule-based technique, meaning that the 3 siblings wouldn't die anytime soon. At worst, they might suffer from a lack of oxygen, but that was still better than being crushed to death by falling rocks. Before he even looked at the options that popped up in the system, he had already taken the life and death of the 3 Sanagakure's siblings into his own hands, effectively breaking the one-sided blame game the Sanagakure's shinobi were trying to play. In this situation, anyone could see that Konoha's intel had been leaked long ago. Naruto didn't know who had leaked the plan, but that didn't stop him from pinning the blame on Danzo for now. That old thief Danzo, you really deserve to die. Konoha Whirlwind, Revolving Heaven, Twin Rising Dragon. Team 3 flanked from the side, moving faster than the other two genin teams with greater coordination. When they saw Naruto retreating continuously, they rushed forward to cover him. This is the tacit understanding that Naruto and Team 3 have developed through long-term missions and battles, allowing for alternating offensive tactics. The three briefly clashed with the charging Sanagakure's shinobi, buying Naruto a moment to catch his breath. To the Sanagakure's shinobi, it seemed like they lost sight of Naruto the instant Team 3 blocked them with their techniques. Lee kicked the Sanagakure's shinobi away and immediately retreated, not lingering in the fight. Tenten used a long-range attack, and stopped immediately after the attack. Neji used Revolving Heaven to send two shinobi flying before promptly withdrawing, engaging only briefly. They weren't a match for the Jonin unless they risked their lives, and even then, it would be a tough battle. Moreover, they were well aware that the main attacker for Team 3 was someone else. Lava release. In that instant, Naruto leapt high into the air, his hand glowing molten red, as if gripping scalding magma. His eyes were cold as he charged straight at the short Sanagakure's Jonin. The short Jonin was initially startled but then smirked. He had the advantage in height, making it difficult to be locked onto. As long as he moved flexibly, even if the one on the other side is Jonin, they would find it hard to harm him easily. Watching Naruto descend from above, the short Sanagakure's Jonin began forming hand seals. Meanwhile, the female Jonin, eyeing the still lingering dust, instinctively sensed something was off. They clearly had the upper hand, facing just a group of genin, yet the sudden silence made her uneasy. Suddenly, a kunai soared through the air, moving at a speed so slow it seemed like a panicked rookie on the battlefield had thrown it with eyes shut. There is no accuracy, speed or power. It can be imagined what a loser the thrower of this kunai is. His steps are loose and his reactions are slow, he's completely a rookie. The female Jonin's gaze grew dim, and she mocked herself internally for being overly sensitive. Missions kept her mind perpetually tense, and now she found herself wary even of mere group of genin. The kunai approached her, but the female Jonin didn't feel like moving, as she could dodge the attack by just tilting her head slightly. Meanwhile, the short Jonin bent down, obscuring the enemy's line of sight, and swiftly sidestepped, a whirlwind of wind blades surging from his hands. The countless wind blades screeched as they headed straight for Naruto, who had missed his mark. "Go to hell. You little brat," the short Sanagakure's Jonin snarled, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. He was all too familiar with this scene. In the next moment, he expected to see the terrified eyes of his opponent. In another second, half of his opponent's body would be torn apart like shredded cotton soaked in blood. It will be a gruesome sight rivaling a pig being crushed by a grinder. However, as the wind blades were about to pierce the enemy's body, he showed no trace of fear. Instead, Naruto smiled at him. What the short Sanagakure's Jonin thought, gritting his teeth. Not seeing the fear in his opponent's eyes before death left him annoyed. If he wasn't scared, then let him die. Naruto was not in a hurry, and his smile was full of naked contempt. He was so close to the short Sanagakure's Jonin that it was almost face-to-face mockery, as if laughing at his height. Even though he didn't say anything, even though his attack missed, even while facing imminent impalement by the Jonin's wind blades, Naruto's eyes habitually showed disdain, his face full of scorn. However, Naruto's figure suddenly vanished into thin air, and the sharp wind blades struck nothing but empty space. Feeling no feedback from his attack, the short Jonin stunned for a split second. At that moment, as the female Jonin tilted her head to avoid the kunai, something suddenly appeared next to the lackluster kunai, erupting with the glow of lava release. The scorching molten lava slammed directly onto the female Jonin's face. Ah! Her scream was abruptly cut off as her mouth and vocal cords were incinerated. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Sanagakure's female Jonin met her demise. From the moment Team 3 arrived for support to Naruto's counterattack, less than 30 seconds had passed. It was clear that the person Naruto pounced on just now was a short Sanagakure's Jonin, but in the next instant, he appeared in front of the Sanagakure's female Jonin, delivering a fatal blow. With a swift maneuver, Naruto managed to deal a devastating blow, practically reducing the female Jonin to ashes. She collapsed to the ground with a thud, lifeless and disfigured. The moment the female Jonin's body fell to the ground, Team 10 and Team 8 had also arrived. The two Sanagakure's Jonin were dumbfounded and stopped with the group of Chunin and Genin. The two sides faced each other like this. The three Sanagakure's siblings were still buried underground in the valley. If this dragged on, they'd likely die from suffocation. "She's dead?" Shikamaru was also surprised. Team 10 had never done any missions with Naruto, so he didn't know that Naruto had this kind of skill. Choji narrowed his eyes and looked serious. As for Team 3, Lee, Neji, and Tenten, they were unfazed. They had seen Naruto use this tactic before when they were on missions. It was the classic feint that never failed. Sometimes it was a Rasengan in his hand, sometimes lava release, but it always worked wonders. The female Jonin from Sanagakure failed due to a lack of information and underestimating her opponent. Now, the once lively female Jonin is now lying there in a disfigured state. Ino wasn't too surprised by this either. She had long known Naruto was much stronger than the average genin. Otherwise, she and Naruto would have died during that encounter with Itachi. It is said that one should look at a man with new eyes after 3 days of absence. It has been almost a year since the Itachi incident, so it is not surprising that Naruto's strength has grown rapidly. Naruto was much stronger than her, stronger than most people, in fact. This is a fact that Ino had long been aware of. But in their usual interactions, his perpetually lazy demeanor made it easy to forget this. Ino had even automatically overlooked these things, seeing Naruto just as Naruto, not as a Jinchuriki of a Biju. But to say she was unaffected would be a lie. After all, seeing a genin who usually stood before her in such a casual, unserious manner suddenly kill a jonin on the spot, it was jarring. It felt like getting used to a goofy scoundrel, only to suddenly see him wielding a knife to slay a monster. It was unsettling. Still, Ino had to force herself to confront this side of Naruto, because that was the complete him. The one who would hand out flowers was him, and so was the monster who could kill and set things ablaze. The most important thing now is to complete the mission and bring the 3 Sanagakure siblings back. Ino shook her head and was ready to use her ninjutsu at any time. Sakura stood in the distance and watched quietly, her eyes staring at the valley in the distance. She was contemplating the feasibility of completing their mission, as they had already entered the territory of the Land of Wind. As a medical nin, her primary duty wasn't fighting but healing her teammates and ensuring survival. "Are they still alive?" Shino asked. His Kakaichu slowly circled around the Sanagakure's group and flew into the valley. "They're underground in the valley, still alive," Hinata said, her Byakugan active as chakra flowed to her eyes. "They're in coffins. We'll have to remove the fallen rocks and dig them out." "That's too difficult," Kiba muttered quietly. "The whole valley has collapsed. How do we even dig them out?" "Maybe Naruto has a way, after all, it's his ninjutsu," Shino said. "I've never seen a ninjutsu like that. It's too..." Kiba trailed off, a bit speechless. It could be a space-time ninjutsu. Anyway, where did he even learn something like that? Hinata glanced at Naruto from the corner of her eye, her cheeks slightly reddened. Naruto, standing at the forefront, had no time to care about anything else. He was currently engaged in a verbal duel with the 2 Sanagakure's Jonin. "What's the meaning of this, Konoha shinobi? This is within the territory of our Land of Wind." The short Sanagakure's Jonin fumed, frustrated that Naruto had not only escaped his grasp, but also taken down one of his teammates. "What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand a word, you shorty," Naruto said in a roguish manner. "What do you mean your Land of Wind? This area is a gray zone. I was just passing by and got ambushed by you. If this isn't settled, I'm going to start fighting." "Threats, a blatant, naked threat. Nonsense. You trespassed into our territory in the Land of Wind. Open your eyes and take a good look at where you are." The short Jonin was nearly shouting, his frustration evident. The brown-faced Sanagakure's Jonin said nothing. His eyes looked over the Konoha's genin with a cold gleam in his eyes. "What's the rush? Why are you so worked up?" Naruto's face darkened. Without even needing Shikamaru's guidance, he took control of the negotiation naturally. "Since our opinions differ, why don't we kill a few more?" "Brat, do you think you can win?" The brown-faced Sand Jonin with a flat, shovel-like face drew the short sword from his back, glaring coldly at Naruto as murderous intent radiated from him. At his words, the tension between the two sides escalated instantly. "Naruto, don't be impulsive," Shikamaru urged, trying to think more comprehensively, with more considerations in mind. "Let's first..." Mid-sentence, Shikamaru stopped abruptly as he saw Naruto untie his forehead protector and toss it to the ground. His golden hair fell loose. He then looked at Shikamaru solemnly and said, "I am no longer a Konoha's shinobi." Thick, swirling Biju chakra surrounded him, and his blue eyes are filled with determination. No one can give in unless one side suffers massive losses. "Naruto, you..." Shikamaru stared at the discarded forehead protector in a daze for a long while. He had never seen Naruto act like this before. "Tsunade-sama said that no matter what I do, she'll cover for me." Naruto pulled out a dozen disposable flying thunder god kunai that he had prepared. His gaze locked on the 30 or so Sanagakure's shinobi ahead, and he lowered his voice. "We don't have time. When the fight breaks out, you should focus on ensuring none of them escape." "Even so, this is pushing it too far." Shikamaru had already begun to compromise, with cold sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't want to resolve this by such extreme measures. "Damn, that can't be." The brown-faced Sanagakure's Jonin with the shovel-shaped face stared at Naruto's golden hair, his pupils widening as if recalling something. "What is it?" The short Jonin glanced sideways at his companion, but kept most of his attention on Naruto, watching as Naruto pulled out a pile of kunai. "It's that technique," The brown-faced Sanagakure's Jonin gulped audibly. Kunai, blonde hair, that monster, wasn't he supposed to be dead? The yellow flash of Konoha. Konoha had two famous color-coded shinobi. The white fang, which sword cut through everything, and the yellow flash, which was faster than lightning. What yellow flash? What nonsense are you talking about? The short Jonin grumbled impatiently. I don't get it, can't you just speak plainly? The brown-faced Sanagakure's Jonin said no more, blinking rapidly as the image of the boy before him overlapped with the figure he once saw on the battlefield. This was crazy. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Could such an absurd situation really happen? It had to be a coincidence. That ninjutsu couldn't be replicated. Unless, Naruto threw out the more than a dozen kunai, and the Kyuubi's chakra burned slowly. He could no longer use Biju transformation, and if he was injured, it would take longer for him to heal. But even so, if it was just to take down the Sanagakure's shinobi, Naruto raised his eyes. Watch out for those kunai. The brown-faced Sanagakure's Jonin's pupils widened as he shouted. However, it was already too late. These people had no idea what the true significance of the yellow flash meant. The yellow flash reappeared as Naruto instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Because of the words of the Sanagakure's Jonin, everyone's eyes were fixed on the flying kunai. But at the next moment, Naruto teleported directly to behind the short Jonin. His objectives were always clear. Kill the female Jonin first, then the short one. Just now, he was not stalling for show, but was waiting for someone to say, watch out for those kunai. Watch out for those kunai? The Flying Thunder God's imprint doesn't have to be on kunai alone. It can be placed on anything, even grass, trees, or people. Naruto lamented that the Land of Snow's mission had not been restarted yet and he had not received the reward for the complete Flying Thunder God. Otherwise, he would not have to go through so much trouble to calculate back and forth like this. Given the strength of the Sanagakure's Jonin, the Konoha Genin collectively wouldn't stand a chance. But Naruto was still classified as a Genin only because he couldn't pass the Chunin exams. The Kyuubi's chakra granted him a triple speed burst. In the instant he teleported behind the short Jonin. That Jonin's eyes were still glued to the kunai scattering in the air. The moment he caught sight of the blonde hair, a chill ran down his spine. Naruto gathered a Rasengan with one hand. This is a ninjutsu that could completely destroying a target's bodily functions, like a spiraling machine whose harmless appearance belies its destructive power. As he swiftly pressed the chakra orb forward, the fiery red Kyuubi's chakra exploded, creating a spiral twisted, horrifying blood hole in the short Jonin's chest. Naruto, moving at an impossible speed, destroyed the heart of the short Jonin, then instantly turned and appeared behind another Chunin. He flashed through the battlefield, drawing the Kusanagi sword, and in an instant, blood sprayed among the Sanagakure's shinobi. Naruto swung the sword with one hand, seemingly without a pattern, slashing as he moved. With a dozen or so one-time use Flying Thunder God kunai, he could only teleport a dozen times. The sword pierced through the throat of a Sanagakure's Chunin, and in the moment he pulled it out, he vanished again. The teleportation happened in a blink, and within a few seconds, the dozen teleports were complete. The Kusanagi sword was used like a butcher's knife, cutting through the blood mist and slicing the necks of the Sanagakure's shinobi one after another. The brown-faced Sanagakure's Jonin was now paralyzed from fear, as the situation was reversed in an instant. In a blink of an eye, only 7 or 8 people were left out of team with more than 30 people. The short Jonin lay on the ground in agony. There was no medical nin to relieve his pain. There was also a hole as big as a watermelon in his chest. It can be seen that he was already beyond saving. "You've got to be kidding me, wasn't he supposed to be dead?" the last Sanagakure's Jonin muttered. His face turned pale in an instant, and his lips trembled slightly. It was a foolproof plan, but it ended up failing. In the rear, the members of Team 10 and Team 8 were dead silent. It wasn't that they enjoyed watching, but they simply couldn't intervene. After all, this was already beyond the capacity of Genin. Shikamaru wanted to use his strategic thinking, but it seemed his mind couldn't keep up with the sheer muscle force on display. Neji glanced at them without saying a word, his expression calm as usual. Shikamaru glanced at the members of Team 3 and his face twitched slightly. He then asked in a low voice, "Hey, why do you guys look like you're used to this? Do a few missions with that guy, and you'll get used to it too. Where do you think his 100% mission completion rate comes from?" Neji recalled some less than pleasant memories, and his face looked a little grim. The only purpose of teaming up with that scoundrel might be just one thing: to prevent him from accidentally killing the client along with everyone else. Neji turned his head and stared at Shikamaru gloomily. His serious expression, combined with what he was saying at the moment, created an awkward contrast in the daylight. Don't ask. Naruto was not stupid. There were 3 Jonin on the other side, and he couldn't possibly deal with all 3 at the same time. Besides, if he got held up, the others could be in danger. On the other side, Tamari and her brothers were still buried under the valley. Before releasing the technique, they needed to be dug out quickly. Otherwise, once the technique was undone, the siblings would be crushed by tons of soil. Naruto, with the sword hilt stained with blood, casually planted it into the ground as the Konoha's genin swarmed forward. Damn it! Why did you bury them so deep? Kiba threw his shovel aside, immediately grabbing Akamaru to perform the fang-passing fang technique, drilling a big hole in the ground. The Sanagakure shinobi had already been completely dealt with corpses lay scattered outside the valley. The Konoha's genin stood on enemy territory, trying every method they could think of to dig their targets out of the collapsed valley. How was I supposed to know? Naruto also tossed his shovel to the side. Kurama was lying lazily on a tall rock sunbathing with a bottle of sake in its arms. He had seen the entire battle just now, and his evaluation was only 3 words. Flashy but useless. If it were up to me, a single Bijudama would have sufficed. HMPH, not that I would ever lift a paw unless that kid offered it 100 bottles of top-shelf booze. Only then might I consider it. Dig properly. Our mission target is down there, Shikamaru said. Sweating under the scorching sun, he had taken off his jacket, revealing a mesh long sleeve underneath, with the usual dead fish eyes. Holding a shovel, Shikamaru looked like an old farmer. He shaded his eyes to glance at the sky. Hurry up, the people in those coffins are probably running out of air. This is also a form of training, Lee shouted as he moved a large boulder aside, throwing it away with a roar, panting and wiping his sweat. Everyone was covered in dust and dirt. Just a moment ago, they had been fighting for their lives, and now each had a shovel, digging people out. They all tacitly kept quiet about what had just happened. Even though they knew Naruto was different from them, it didn't matter. A monster is still a monster, but hadn't villagers mentioned that before? Just act like you didn't hear it. After all, even monsters don't have to hide alone in the dark, and they can have friends too. There's definitely something wrong with your technique, Kiba, Naruto's #1 critic, couldn't resist complaining between shoveling. If you can bury people, why can't you get them out? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just dig it yourself. Naruto pretended to leave. He looked up and saw Kurama, that dumb fox, lying on the rock in a strangely elegant pose, basking in the sun, with one leg raised up and staring at him, who was digging the soil with sweat dripping down his face. In the bright sunlight, Naruto could clearly see the teasing grin on Kurama's face. Tisk, that stupid dog is gloating, just wait. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and was about to drag Kurama down to help dig. Kiba, who was standing beside him, thought that Naruto really didn't want to dig it anymore, so he immediately called out to him, "Hey, where are you going? Keep digging." Shikamaru also turned towards Naruto and said with a sigh, "Cut it out, guys. If we delay any longer, the mission target will really die." "I'm done." Naruto grumbled sullenly. He was determined to pull Kyuubi down to dig. Hinata, Ino, Kiba and Shikamaru called out for help simultaneously, but they were immediately stunned. They looked at each other with a horrified look. Their hearts skipped a beat. They originally thought that there would always be someone who could deal with Naruto, but now, it would be a different story if there was more than one person who could. Naruto glanced back, and the atmosphere immediately tensed. Under the sunlight, the group was scattered, busy digging. Ino stood on a hillside, shovel in hand, casting a glance in Naruto's direction before silently resuming her digging. Hinata, using her Byakugan, anxiously observed the 3 people below. Gaara was unconscious, while Temari and Kankuro's breathing seemed to be getting increasingly labored. Hearing Kiba call her, Hinata jerked her head up, only to hear Ino's name as well. Her face instantly turned red as she lowered her head again. She wasn't sure how to face this situation, so she decided to pretend she hadn't heard anything. She was naturally timid, and after confronting Ino in the bathhouse to express her stance, her courage was almost completely drained. She had reached her limit. No one responded. Shikamaru and Kiba exchanged a stunned look, realizing something was off. Their minds raced, trying to come up with an excuse to ease the awkward tension. Ino, Hinata, and even Naruto didn't feel particularly awkward. After all, their relationship with Naruto was shrouded in a vague ambiguity, and turning that into a clear romantic relationship wouldn't be easy. Both girls understood the situation well. One was the eldest princess of the Hyuga clan, and the other was the only daughter of the Yamanaka clan's clan head. They could fall in love with almost anyone in the village and make it work, except for Naruto. When Tsunade had pushed Naruto into the limelight and openly showed her favoritism, everyone understood the Godem Hokage's intentions. She wanted Naruto to become Hokage. Sasuke's defection had made the higher-ups hold back a bit. Konoha couldn't afford to lose another of its new generation of shinobi, nor could it lose its Jinchuriki. The influential adults of Konoha observed the unfolding chess game from above, ready to make sacrifices and exchanges aligned with their interests when necessary. After all, Hokage may come and go, but the noble clans remained constant. They didn't care who became Hokage, as long as it benefited them. The situation was too complicated, so both Ino and Hinata tacitly avoided the thorny issues. After all, they were still young, with plenty of time ahead of them. However, the boys' thoughts weren't as nuanced. Shikamaru and Kiba naturally assumed that ambiguity meant they should be together. They envisioned dramatic, storybook scenario. An earth-shaking romance where, you belong only to me and no one else can have you. In their minds, liking the same person automatically made them rivals, and they expected some intense showdown. Or perhaps tearful confrontations forcing Naruto to choose between the two, the more melodramatic, the better, a battle over private possession. In reality, the two girls weren't as childish as Shikamaru and Kiba imagined. If anything, it was Shikamaru and Kiba who didn't understand these things. Shikamaru, a genius who could navigate high EQ purely through his IQ, and Kiba, a hot-headed fool whose goal was to become Hokage so he could turn Konoha into a village of dogs. These two, an odd combination that didn't mesh well at all, ended up creating a strangely comedic scene. While the people directly involved weren't embarrassed, Shikamaru and Kiba were awkward to the point of stiffness. "Ino, maybe you should contact the people down there now," Shikamaru suggested, trying to smooth things over. "Hinata, are they still alive? We're almost through. Try to pinpoint their location again so we don't dig in the wrong spot," Kiba added nervously, his entire demeanor jittery. Hearing this, Naruto withdrew his gaze and ignored them. He leapt up to the top of a large rock and grabbed Kurama by the scruff, lifting him up. In the sunlight, Kurama's limbs flailed, his fiery red fur gleaming as if it were about to catch fire. Tenten, glancing up as she took a break from digging, caught sight of the scene and couldn't help but stare, momentarily stunned. "Got it," Ino muttered, tossing her shovel aside. She quickly formed a series of hand seals, attempting to communicate with the Sanagakure's siblings buried below. Hinata, hearing Kiba's words, hurriedly responded with a, "Got it." However, worried she might mess up, she glanced towards Neji. Just as she was about to ask for guidance, Neji gave her a sidelong glance and said, "Just do it." "Okay." Hinata nodded nervously, her mind a bit muddled. She formed a simple hand seal and she swiftly activated her Byakugan. Veins bulged around her eyes, giving her a fierce appearance, but the result was unexpectedly good. She quickly reported the precise location. "They're about 5 steps to your left and about 8 meters down." "Alright, Akamaru, let's go," Kiba exclaimed, feeling a rush of accomplishment as if he had finally found his purpose in digging. He enthusiastically performed his fang-passing fang technique with Akamaru. Soon, a large pit appeared before the group. Covered in dirt, Kiba shook himself off, grabbed a shovel, and jumped into the pit. He drove the shovel into the ground, and with a dull thud, it struck wood. "We did it," Kiba cheered happily. Lee and Neji jumped in, working together with shovels in hands to unearth a white coffin. Kiba fiddled with the coffin for a long time but found that it was impossible to open it. He looked up at the people standing outside the deep pit. "Tell that guy to undo his ninjutsu. Damn it." As soon as he finished speaking, Kiba squinted and saw a figure slowly approach the edge of the pit, holding a dog in his hand. He felt a bit annoyed, thinking this was hardly the time for such antics. Kurisuke Raiga's funeral, release. With a thought, Naruto caused the white coffin to vanish, and Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara tumbled out. Gaara was covered in blood, while Temari and Kankuro were already unconscious. The distance made it hard for Naruto to see if they were still breathing, but judging by Neji's calm demeanor, it seemed likely that the Sand siblings were alive, and Thai simply passed out. Lee, Neji, and Kiba quickly carried the trio out of the pit. Sakura was about to move forward to heal them, but Shikamaru stopped her. "They're not in critical condition. Let's get out of here first and head back to the Land of Fire before we do anything." Sakura nodded, having no objections. As a medical nin, her primary role was to follow orders. After a quick glance to confirm that the three were as Shikamaru described, she slowly stepped back. This was a mission, not a picnic, so no one objected. With Shikamaru's thorough planning and his role as team leader, the group followed his orders without question and retreated with the unconscious Sanagakure's siblings into the forests of the Land of Fire. At the Konoha hospital, footsteps echoed through the empty hallway. Temari opened her eyes, and the smell of disinfectant filling her nose startled her. She turned her head to see clean white curtains and a pot of blooming yellow flowers on the windowsill. Sunlight streamed onto the white walls, casting a faint glow. Before she could fully recall what had happened, the footsteps outside her room stopped, and the door swung open. The person who entered seemed to have no concept of personal space, walking straight up to her bedside before stopping. "You're awake?" Naruto's voice was low and his tone was indifferent. With blonde hair and blue eyes, he wore a loose white short-sleeve shirt. His forehead was smooth, and his slightly wavy blonde hair nearly covered his eyebrows. Temari let out a faint "ah" as her head instinctively turned away, her gaze drawn to his hands again. Naruto was holding a stack of documents, and in his right hand, he gripped a pen. His fingernails were slightly translucent, and his broad knuckles clenched the pen tightly. After staring at him for a second, Temari felt something was wrong with her body. Her mouth felt dry from the nervous saliva her body produced. Her face warmed as she hurriedly shifted her gaze. She didn't know where to look now, so she lowered her head, staring at the white cup in front of her. Her pupils dilated, her vision unfocused at the edges, and she could faintly hear Naruto's slightly impatient voice nearby. "Since you're awake, sign this agreement," Naruto said, frowning at Temari. He hadn't wanted any involvement with her, but Shizune had insisted on dragging him along for this. Something about how it would be more appropriate if he delivered it. After all, Temari knew him better than most people in Konoha. Knew him? Not really. Their acquaintance was more like a series of forced interactions rather than anything personal. Naruto stared at Temari, who was looking down and pretending to ignore him, and felt a sudden surge of irritation. He didn't understand why, but every time he saw her, his tone unconsciously became harsh. It wasn't that he wanted to be rude, but something about her demeanor just got under his skin. This posture, those eyes, what was with her acting so submissive? It was infuriating. "Agreement?" Temari's voice was soft, and her expression finally became normal as she looked up at him and said, "What kind of agreement?" "How would I know? See for yourself." Naruto tossed the agreement onto the bed. With a muffled sound, the thick stack of papers landed on the white blanket, while the pen rolled off, disappearing into the folds of the curtain. "Oh, okay." Temari hesitated for a moment and looked at the pen again. Naruto didn't pay it any mind. He saw no need to fetch the pen. If Temari had any objections to the agreement, it would be the perfect excuse for him to leave and call Shizune over to explain. He hadn't read the agreement at all, mainly because he couldn't care less, just like he couldn't care less about the pen that had rolled behind the curtain. But the scene Naruto expected didn't unfold. Temari didn't agree or refuse, nor did she flip through the agreement. Instead, she carefully peeked at him before quickly turning her gaze towards where the pen had fallen. "The pen fell," Temari said with some fear. "If it fell, it fell. Don't worry about it," Naruto said as he stood beside the bed. "Can I pick it up?" she asked. Naruto felt a little uncomfortable when asked this. It was just a pen. If she wanted to pick it up, she should just do it. Did she really need my permission? Would she not dare to pick it up if I said no? "Whatever," he replied impatiently. "So annoying. Why does this woman act like I was going to eat her alive?" "Okay." She nodded and hesitated for a moment. Then, Temari slowly shifted on the bed, not bothering to lift the blanket. Instead, she got on all fours and crawled towards the edge of the bed. One hand propped against the wall, while the other reached towards the space behind the curtain. Her slender neck was pale, and the loose blue and white hospital gown couldn't hide the curves of her body. A gentle breeze swept in, revealing her smooth, fair waist. Naruto coldly watched the braid of her golden hair swaying, then felt a strange emotion welling up inside him. His mind buzzed with a sudden itch, the kind that made him want to reach out and touch it. Temari was completely oblivious to her exposed waist as she strained to reach for the pen behind the curtain, her hand that was bracing against the wall trembling slightly. "Just a little bit more," she muttered through gritted teeth, stretching her fingers to nudge the pen on the floor. However, no matter how much she tried, it was always just out of reach. Instead of bringing the pen closer, her fingertips ended up pushing it further away. At this point, backing down wasn't an option, so she focused entirely on extending her body further. Her mind was getting fuzzy, and she felt slightly lightheaded, her face flushed red, though she didn't find it particularly uncomfortable. Exerting so much effort just to pick up a pen, even Temari herself didn't quite understand why she was doing it. She simply felt an intense urge to retrieve it after seeing it tossed aside. It was as if that pen held some magical power, entirely occupying Temari's thoughts. Ignoring it and leaving it there felt like an itch she couldn't scratch. It started as a passing thought: would I be praised if I managed to pick it up? This sudden notion in her mind was like gasoline ignited by a lit cigarette. Once sparked, it couldn't be extinguished. She stared for a moment before acting on it. By the time she realized, she was already bent over, reaching for the pen. After a while, Temari finally grabbed the pen, clutching it in her hand before slowly returning under the white blanket. Naruto had been watching the entire time, and retracted his hand early, not taking the fleeting impulse he felt earlier to heart. He scrutinized Temari once more, unable to fathom why she was so determined to retrieve a mere pen. The room Temari was in was a small, single-patient room, which is compact and easily visible in one glance. The narrow hallway at the end of the bed was only wide enough for one person to pass through at a time. Konoha Hospital had been experiencing a shortage of beds recently, and coordinating even this small room for Temari was no small feat. While Kankuro and Gaara are squeezed in another room. "Read the agreement. If you have any questions, let me know, and I'll find someone to explain it," Naruto reiterated, eager for her to raise any objections so he could escape this situation. "I picked up the pen," Temari said softly. "Huh?" Naruto was stunned and looked at her in confusion. "I picked it up." She clutched the pen tightly, her grip so firm that her hand was trembling. And then, Naruto's gaze shifted downwards, staring at the pen for a moment before looking back at Temari. Has she lost her mind? Could it be that she has become stupid due to lack of oxygen? That last statement didn't seem like it came from someone older than 3. He was a little confused, and Naruto's eyes finally settled on Temari's face. I picked it up, she repeated. Yeah, you picked it up. Alright, Naruto said, feeling a headache coming on. Now, focus on the agreement. If there's anything you don't understand, let me know so I can get someone to help. Temari looked at him with a hint of grievance, and Naruto cursed inwardly. Damn it. What the hell is wrong with this woman? What's with her expression? Was she expecting me to praise her or something? Naruto exhaled deeply, suppressing his annoyance before finally saying, you picked it up. That's impressive. Okay. Temari nodded, then set the pen aside and picked up the agreement from the bed, beginning to read it carefully. Her focused expression showed that she was taking it far more seriously than any 3-year-old would. Naruto watched Temari nervously, half expecting her to blurt out, "So, is this a drawing?" Fortunately, Temari quietly read through the entire agreement, but unfortunately, she didn't raise any objections. She only looked up after reading the last word. Naruto, who had been spacing out nearby, noticed her gaze and quickly stood up. What's wrong? Is there a problem? I'll go find. No problem. I can sign this agreement. Temari nodded and smoothly signed her name and added her fingerprint. Seeing the task was done, Naruto didn't dwell on it. All that mattered was that he could leave now. He didn't want to waste any more time on Temari because it was troublesome. That's good, Naruto said, then took the agreement and turned to leave. Just as he turned, he felt a tug on his wrist. Naruto turned around and looked back, just in time to meet Temari's eyes, who had a look of fear on her face. Seeing this, Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't like that expression, nor did he like Temari's demeanor. For him, just looking at her was bothersome. What do you want? The task was completed, so he had no need to be polite with Temari anymore. Even if there were future dealings between Konoha and the Sanagakure's siblings, it had nothing to do with him. He is just a genin and had no say in such matters. Temari couldn't find the words. Naruto looked at the pen on the quilt, and suddenly a guess came to his mind. He stared at Temari for a few seconds, then spoke, "Give me the pen." His tone was commanding, expecting Temari to comply with this simple request. Normally, anyone would hand the pen over without a second thought. But after taking the pen, Naruto threw it back onto the floor and said again, "Give it to me." Temari was stunned for a moment, but she did as she was told. She bent down, picked up the pen, and handed it back to Naruto. However, after taking the pen, Naruto threw it even farther this time. This time, he said nothing and just extended his hand. When Temari got off the bed, quietly picked up the pen, and handed it to him once more, Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. So troublesome, it's still the same as before, nothing had changed. A year ago, after the Chunin exams, Naruto had noticed Temari's strange behavior. He thought it was just temporary and that she would return to normal after some time. And before leaving, Naruto even tested Temari once. He caught up with her in the empty hallway of the Hokage Tower and, in a commanding tone, told her to stop and said that he wanted to touch something. But Temari hadn't complied. Instead, she scolded him. He had thought she was back to normal back then, but who would have guessed that a year later, she'd be back to acting like this. He looked at Temari, who was sitting at the edge of the bed, watching him. Her bare feet dangled and swung gently. Naruto looked at her with a complicated expression. Take off your clothes. Hearing this, Temari blinked, then raised her hand. Hey, stop, Naruto quickly intervened, sighing again in exasperation as things took an even more bizarre turn. Temari halted her movement and looked at him in amusement. You better act normal. I don't know what's wrong with you, but Naruto took a deep breath. Are you messing with me? I'm not, Temari murmured, lowering her head. Don't be so harsh. She looked away, her voice softening. I don't want to be like this either. It's just that sometimes, most of the time, it's fine, but whenever I see you, I just... Naruto glanced up and down at Temari, hesitating for a moment before asking, do you still remember what happened before? Temari's face flushed red, but she remained silent. Seeing her reaction, Naruto's lips couldn't help but twitch, and he thought to himself, so she does remember. Then, there's no need to beat around the bush anymore. You don't want this either, right? Being completely obedient to a stranger. Damn it. Naruto actually noticed a look of hesitation on Temari's face. This shouldn't require any hesitation. Seriously, would a normal person hesitate about something like this? No, I don't. Temari shook her head. You better get a grip. Naruto felt that his patience for 2 lifetimes was being consumed here, so from now on, we should just avoid seeing each other. As long as we don't have any contact with each other until we die, everything will stay normal. No, Temari immediately shook her head in refusal. Naruto responded, whether we do or don't isn't up to you. Temari stared at him and said with determination, I have ways to stick with you. Naruto was taken aback when he heard this. He felt that Temari is really capable of such things. The higher-ups in Konoha would probably side with Temari, unless he decided to completely hide and ignore those troublesome higher-ups. As for Temari herself, Naruto admitted she was beautiful, well, purely in terms of appearance. The Land of Wind was known for its beauties, thanks to abundant sunshine. Everyone in the shinobi world knew that the kunoichi of Sanagakure had fair skin, soft and delicate. But it's not like Naruto has never seen a woman before, so he wouldn't be swayed just because of a princess from Sanagakure. As far as the current situation is concerned, being entangled with Temari brought him no benefits whatsoever. Temari stubbornly furrowed her brow, refusing to back down in her standoff with Naruto. "Goodbye. No, you won't be able to find me anyway, and I'm too lazy to bother with you," Naruto said exasperatedly. "There are many ways I can hide if I want to. Don't push me to the point where I'll end up hating you. I can't guarantee what I'll do then." Temari was silent, staring at the ground for a long time without saying anything. After a long pause, she finally murmured, "I didn't mean it that way." Naruto didn't want to hear any more. They had already laid everything bare, so continuing the conversation felt pointless. His relationship with Temari had no bearing on the bigger picture, and was ultimately insignificant. Right now, with Gaara's current condition, the Sanagakure siblings still needed Konoha's support to regroup for a counterattack. In the end, the three siblings would have to return to Sanagakure and face the higher-ups there. As with any power struggle, it would end in victory or defeat. "I'm leaving now," Naruto said. "We'll talk about this later. Let's both take some time to cool down and see where things stand." "No," Naruto frowned as Temari met his gaze. They stared at each other for a moment before she finally relented. She lowered her head and mumbled a quiet, forlorn, "Okay." Naruto didn't bother to respond, turning on his heel and leaving the room with the documents in hand. After leaving Konoha Hospital, Naruto still had displeased expression on his face. Temari's matter was not easy to deal with. Though Konoha and Sanagakure were allies, things were chaotic in Sanagakure right now. I don't know what kind of messed up agreement they signed before, but in any case, the three siblings seemed to come to Konoha for temporary refuge, and they will fight back after regrouping. Naruto only felt that these things were troublesome. He didn't think someone like Temari would genuinely have feelings for him. It felt more like a form of venting or a unique need that happened to involve him. To be honest, he didn't like it at all. This feeling of being used as a tool, even if he was in the dominant position, still made him uncomfortable. Back at the Hokage's office, Naruto dropped off the documents. There was no one inside, so he set them down and turned to leave, only to find someone blocking the doorway. "Are the documents signed?" Sakura asked with a smile. "It's signed," Naruto replied, then was stunned for a moment, and reacted, "Are those documents for Tsunade-sama?" "No, Shizune-san asked for them. She told me to get them signed and deliver them right away." Sakura said this, but there was no trace of urgency on her face. "The documents," Naruto glanced back at the documents on the desk, "they're right there. Want me to bring them over for you?" "Alright," Sakura agreed, a hint of a doting expression flashing in her eyes. Naruto turned and picked up the documents. Every time Sakura said, "Alright," it gave him a strange, uncomfortable feeling. Still, he calmly handed the documents to her. "Remember what you promised me?" Sakura suddenly asked. "Huh? I'll probably be free to leave the Hokage Tower around 4 in the afternoon. Are you free?" Sakura waved the documents in her hand. "Come wait for me at the Hokage Tower." Naruto didn't have any missions for the time being, as Shizune had mentioned it to him. Until the Sanagakure situation was resolved, he wouldn't have any missions for a while. The mission to the Land of Snow was also on indefinite hold since Koyuki had left Konoha, and her whereabouts is unknown. Naruto couldn't just leave the village to chase after a princess who kept avoiding reality, so that matter was shelved for the time being. "Alright," he agreed. When Naruto returned home, he lay on the sofa for a while. Kurama was unexpectedly not home. The balcony window was wide open, curtains swaying, and a beam of light shone straight onto the floor within a meter of the sliding door. With a clatter, the sliding door was pushed open from the balcony, and Kurama strolled in like a tomcat. The summer breeze carried warm air into the living room. "Kid, you're back already?" Kurama hopped onto the sofa, wriggled around to find the most comfortable position, and displayed a satisfied expression. "Where have you been?" Naruto squinted his eyes open, giving Kurama a brief glance. "None of your business," Kurama muttered as he pulled a bottle of booze from under the sofa and skillfully opened it. "Just took a stroll." "Ha, humans are so easy to fool. I just stood there, and they bought food for me. Truly, they're slaves." "Begging?" Naruto asked with a hint of disdain. "What nonsense are you talking about? Begging?" Kurama jumped up from the sofa. "How can a biju like me be begging? It's not like I asked for it, they gave it to me." "I was just making a casual remark. Why are you so worked up?" Naruto teased. Kurama wanted to toss a bijudama at him, but restrained himself for the sake of the alcohol, as he was forced to lower his head under the roof. So he simply flipped over and lay back down on the sofa. The man and fox lay there quietly for a while, the summer breeze blowing in, making the wind chimes tinkle softly. "What's for lunch?" Kurama suddenly asked. You sound pretty pathetic talking like that." After all, you're a Biju, right? Naruto complained. You wouldn't starve even if you ate nothing, right? Hearing this, Kurama's face darkened. That may be true, but since I finally have my freedom, I should enjoy some good food. You're not really planning on not preparing anything, are you? I want barbecue. I'm too lazy to go. No way, you have to go. Kurama jumped off the sofa, grabbed Naruto's arm, and forcibly dragged him off the couch. With a loud thud, Naruto landed heavily on his back, and his eyes snapped open. His face twitched slightly, and he really felt like using the adamantine ceiling chains to lock up this fox. Bang! The door shut behind them. Naruto slowly walked down the hallway, the warm sunlight bathing his body. Kurama lay on his shoulder, curled up behind the tuft of fluffy blonde hair. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of their footsteps slowly faded, and the shadows of the man and the fox became short, like two chibi monsters. The sun was shining brightly, shining on every corner of Konoha. Regarding the development of the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Danzo's bandaged eyes swept across the group of higher-ups. I personally believe it's time to bring this matter onto the agenda. The Jinchuriki from Sanagakure is also in Konoha now. Even if we have signed an agreement to temporarily house them, we have more opportunities to facilitate collaboration on developing the Jinchuriki from both villages. After all, Konoha and Sanagakure are allies. Seated in the shadows, each clan had remained silent. Tsunade had left a while ago, supposedly to retrieve something personally, so they were now listening to Danzo's arguments about developing the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Danzo was a competent higher-up, as he was cunning and patient, willing to go to any lengths for Konoha's benefit. However, he lacked bravery and was self-deceptive. He tried to use the collective interest to accommodate his selfishness. He had no second thoughts about Konoha, so he felt that Konoha couldn't do without him. This was Danzo's main concern: dedication. He had shed blood for Konoha and sacrificed everything except his life. His greatest dream was to be recognized by everyone, and this recognition had crystallized into a tangible goal, which is to become the Hokage. Give and take, this was the story of Shimura Danzo's life in Konoha. It's understandable that the Godem Hokage has personal considerations, but the Jinchuriki is an important strategic weapon for the village and cannot be treated as a regular matter. Danzo continued after a pause. Shikaku coughed softly at this moment. As the veteran military strategist and Konoha's voice, he had the privilege to interrupt Danzo's speech. The issue of the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki has been discussed before, and the Sandame's opinion is. The Sandame is no longer with us, so what's the point of bringing this up now? Danzo interrupted irritably. The younger generation is growing up, with Tsunade as the Godem, and Kakashi may become the Rokudame. This trend deeply frustrated Danzo, but he was also well aware of what Tsunade and Kakashi represented for Konoha. Konoha needed pillars of strength, as well as the power of the younger generation. Danzo held Konoha in such high regard, but he also held himself in equally high regard. Sandame Hokage had already left the stage of history, but Danzo was still unwilling to leave. He firmly believed that his position was irreplaceable and Konoha needed Root, and it also needed him. The conference room was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Danzo's voice was soft but carried the irrefutable authority of a veteran higher-up. With a loud crash, the heavy wooden door of the conference room was flung open. Blinding sunlight flooded in, illuminating the entire room, and Danzo instinctively squinted his eye. The sunlight surrounded Tsunade like a radiant bouquet. Clad in a green robe, with her golden hair flowing, she exuded an impressive aura. Stop wasting time. The crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground echoed throughout the conference room. Tsunade, the Godem Hokage, a pure-blooded descendant of the Shodem Hokage, strode to the long table that occupied 2/3 of the room. The moment Tsunade stood still, her gaze swept across the higher-ups without any hint of fear, her eyes sharp as blades. With a loud slap, she tossed a neatly bound document onto the center of the table. Sanagakure has already signed a betting agreement with Konoha. After Gaara becomes the case cage, the Jinchuriki of Sanagakure and Konoha will form an alliance. The two villages have pledged alliance, never to engage in war. The premise is the refusal to develop Jinchuriki and the rejection of any treaties or plans that sacrifice the interests of the Jinchuriki. Her words exploded in the minds of the higher-ups like a thunderclap. This agreement was not just a few pieces of paper, as it signified the first treaty that protected the rights of Biju's Jinchuriki. In black and white, the protection plan for Jinchuriki could potentially become enforceable law in the future. Moreover, this agreement was not something Tsunade drafted alone with Land of Wind Sanagakure, involving 2 of the 5 great countries, making the ordinance substantial. Apart from the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth also possessed Jinchuriki, with the Tsuchikage facing a critical juncture. This was a reality everyone understood. What will happen in the future? All the Konoha's higher-ups focused their attention on the agreement. Danzo's face turned ashen as he extended his hand. Nearby higher-up quickly grabbed the agreement and handed it to him. Danzo, without saying a word, flipped through the contents of the agreement page by page. What is this stuff written here? In the barbecue restaurant, Kurama tossed the menu onto the table and whispered, "Why are there only juices? Get some bottles of sake." "Haha, do you think that's possible?" Naruto replied impatiently. "At this age, they won't put alcohol on the menu, so just give up on that idea." "Kid, why haven't you grown up yet?" Kurama complained in a low voice. "How can you enjoy barbecue without booze? Stop whining, just pick something." "Ah!" A scream from the street caught Naruto's attention. A white bird flew through the crowd, knocking off a woman's wide hat and circling above the streets of Konoha. At Yamanaka Flower Shop, Ino checked her ninja pouch carefully before pushing open the store's door. The golden strands of her hair were ruffled by the swiftly passing bird. She turned her head, her blue eyes tracking the bird as it soared high into the sky. Shikamaru and Choji walked out of an alley together, bathed in sunlight, frowning slightly as they conversed. They paused briefly by a stall and waved at Ino. Shino and Kiba were leaning against the gate of the Hyuga clan's compound, waiting. Akamaru appeared a bit listless. He looked at the steaming crowd and stuck out his bright red tongue. Under the clear blue sky, the entire village of Konoha was like a living stream, moving slowly yet vibrantly. On June 3rd, the summer in Konoha was unusually hot. Naruto and Kurama, having just left the barbecue restaurant, walked slowly down the street, gazing at the bustling street. The heat in the air caused a slight distortion. He glanced at a convenience store and couldn't help but stop. Hokage Tower, at sunset. Sakura sat on the rooftop railing, her legs dangling and swinging slightly. She gazed at the trees whose leaves had all turned golden, her expression utterly serene. Hearing the footsteps coming from behind her, she turned her head and looked back. Naruto stopped at the doorway, his eyes resting on the girl with pink hair completely bathed in the sunset. His eyelids twitched slightly. He had seen similar scenes before, usually in tragic movies. The cliché plot couldn't move him at all. He could even predict the ending before the tragedy had begun. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked, looking at her. "What?" Sakura jumped down from the railing and looked at him curiously. "Didn't we make an appointment this afternoon?" "Oh." The uneasy feeling in his mind disappeared, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "You asked me for a small favor before. Can you tell me what it is now?" "Ah, just wanted to stroll around." Sakura pointed to Konoha Street in the distance, not yet illuminated by lights. "That sort of thing. You don't really need to make such a formal request." Naruto turned first and started down the stairs. Sakura followed behind with her hands behind her back. There were about 8 steps between them. "Well, you probably wouldn't agree otherwise and would find some excuse to brush me off," Sakura said in a tone that said, "You're just that kind of person." Naruto was at a loss for words, as she had hit the nail on the head. Considering Sakura's recent risky statements and his wariness of her unstable sense of ethics, it is possible that he would reject all of Sakura's individual invitations. It wasn't that he was being overly cautious, he simply didn't want to get involved in unnecessary trouble. He knew very well that whether it was the crazy Temari or Sakura, both were unpredictable ticking bombs. If he were simply motivated by lust, who knows when one of them might explode. As for Ino and Hinata, they both had gentle personalities, and their desires weren't reckless or brainless. Naruto knew he could be a bit of a scumbag, but at least he was clear about it. He is still young and has not been in a relationship yet. He just had a good relationship with Ino and Hinata. Without confirming anything with anyone, there was no sense of being too timing, nor was there any guidance against the forbidden concept of minors dating. Although to be honest, this is not the real world, so he could be a little greedy and want both after he came of age. Even if he were to act more like a scumbag, anyone with half a brain wouldn't mess with his teammates, let alone the Sanagakure's princess. There had to be a limit to recklessness. At the very least, he can gain the friendships of both Ino and Hinata. Why would he risk losing everything by entangling with a yandere or a masochist? Pure friendship is hard to come by. He already had few friends to begin with, so only a fool would play with fire. "Why are you quiet all of a sudden?" Sakura asked. They had already walked out of the Hokage Tower, and the evening light halted at Naruto's feet. He glanced back and saw Sakura standing a few steps behind him, looking at him a puzzled expression. "It's nothing, just lost in thought," he said casually. "It's not like I'd refuse, after all, it's just a stroll. I usually have plenty of free time, not too busy." "That's good," she said with a smile, and deliberately took a few steps forward until she was in front of Naruto, then turned back to look at him. It was one of those 45-degree side glances, just enough to reveal the curve of her neck and jawline. The profile of the girl was displayed before him. Sakura made no attempt to hide her intentions, showing a sweet smile he had never seen before. "Let's go then." "Sure." Naruto shrugged and followed with a nonchalant look on his face. "Naruto-kun really isn't a good person, huh?" Sakura suddenly said as they walked side by side. Naruto didn't react much at first. He glanced at her, then turned his head and asked slowly, "Why do you say that?" "You don't even bother to deny it," Sakura teased. I'm not exactly a good person, but it depends on the aspect. In some ways, my moral bottom line is still relatively high, Naruto said. When you put it that way, I'm kind of curious. Sakura's gaze skimmed over the stores along the street. Naruto fell silent. But Naruto-kun must have some other charm, right? Otherwise, Ino and Hinata wouldn't care about you, would they? Sakura said bluntly. That's true. Naruto admitted shamelessly. You admitted it so straightforwardly that it kind of hurts. Sakura sighed and said, I heard that boys will only admit their relationship with other girls in front of girls they don't care about. Pure friendship. Naruto corrected her. That hurts even more. I might just cry. Sakura stopped, turned around, and looked at Naruto. There's a smile on her face despite her words. I was here first. Don't say such weird things. You only took control of your body at that time, right? Don't lie with your eyes wide open like me. Naruto couldn't quite recall the exact moment, but Dark Sakura's persona probably awakened about 10 days after Sasuke's defection. In that cramped duty room at Konoha Hospital, Sakura had smiled and asked him who Sasuke was. Time sure flies. It's already been a year. Sakura put her hands behind her back and continued walking forward without responding directly to the conversation. Yeah, more than a year has passed. Naruto also felt a tinge of nostalgia. To say he was unaffected would be a lie. Imagine a normal person suddenly ending up in the Naruto world, constantly facing inexplicable malice, suspicion, and cold stares. Watching shinobi run along rooftops, spewing fire, water, lightning, and other supernatural feats. Any normal person would be shocked to the point of questioning reality. Luckily, he had watched Naruto before, so he was somewhat calm when he first arrived in this world. What left the deepest impression on him was the start of the Shippuden series, where Gaara died at the beginning. The fighting scenes were so captivating that he didn't pay much attention to Naruto's youth. After all, it was a hot-blooded shonen anime. Just fighting was enough. Who cares about romantic subplots? But he is now Uzumaki Naruto, a living person. When it was his turn to live here, he didn't want to fight or kill. He didn't care about the hot-blooded shonen anime stuff. Someone else could save the world, and he was just going to take it easy. Flowers can bloom again, but youth doesn't return. He's young now, so why not bloom in Konoha? I want to eat that. Sakura suddenly turned around and said to him. Naruto was spacing out and was startled by Sakura's flushed face. Geez, did she say something wild again? It wasn't until he followed Sakura's gaze and saw the takoyaki stall that Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost scared to death just now. He just hoped that he didn't have to eat anything weird. The two of them approached the stall, and Naruto recognized it as the same stall from before. The last time he bought food there, Sakura's voice suddenly popped up from behind him. It was quite a scare. If you want to eat, just buy it. He subconsciously reached for his money, but suddenly remembered that the other party was Sakura, so he swiftly pulled his hand out of his pocket. Last time, she had mentioned spending Pink Sakura's savings. Naruto doesn't know if her small expenses can keep up with the speed at which she earns big money. Sakura's family seems to be well off, so, if it's just for food, unless she ate premium barbecue every meal and have appetite like Hinata, she wouldn't run out of money. Naruto thought carelessly, and a smile suddenly crept onto his face. Boss, I want that, and that. Sakura said, and suddenly turned her head without warning, just in time to see Naruto's smile. She immediately said with dissatisfaction, Are you still thinking about other girls right now? Yes. Naruto replied confidently, so what, no problem. Even if you're like this, Naruto-kun, I still like you. Dark Sakura smiled gently and said, I'll just be your backup girlfriend. Damn it, don't say that kind of thing in public. Naruto quickly covered Sakura's mouth and looked around in panic, but it was already too late. Although the surrounding customers didn't say anything, they discreetly moved away. When they glanced over as if nothing had happened, there was a hint of contempt at the end, as if to say, he must be a pervert who deceives naive girls. Cough, cough. First of all, I'm definitely not a pervert. Naruto complained under his breath, and she's not some naive girl either, damn it. Ding-ling. The old man with poor hearing at the stall rang the bell, then looked up and said, Customer, your takoyaki. MMMPH. Sakura struggled to take the takoyaki in the paper bag. She didn't care that Naruto was covering her mouth and just stretched out her hand to grab it, creating a rather indecent scene. Naruto couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed the food and dragged Sakura away. After walking some distance, away from the crowd, he handed the food to Sakura with a bit of irritation. Here, is this stuff really that good? It's delicious. Sakura carefully took the paper bag, switching it from hand to hand as the heat made her fingertips tingle. Her cheeks flushed as she blew on the hot takoyaki. After a moment, she seemed to think of something and asked, Do you want some? Naruto looked at her hesitantly and opened his mouth, but still no sound came out. It's not poisoned, Sakura blinked. Tsunade-sama didn't teach me much about poisons. I couldn't possibly learn it bit by bit from books, right? Hearing this, Naruto completely abandoned the idea of trying a bite. After all, he had read too many stories and knew how scary a yandere can be. "I'm not hungry." Naruto coughed and said. "Oh?" Sakura turned her head and continued eating the takoyaki, slowly walking towards the lit area. Naruto followed behind her, always maintaining a certain distance. Dark Sakura had a restrained desire that contrasted sharply, like a pure girl wearing old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses but with a hidden edge. Though sharing the same face and body as Sakura, Dark Sakura always gave Naruto the impression of being a different person in front of him, perhaps in the way she ate, or the changes in her gaze when she spoke. Naruto had seen how Sakura behaved in front of others. She speaks at a normal speed, and her expression is straightforward and natural. Most of the time, she wore a gentle smile, making her seem like a kind girl. It was said that she was very popular at Konoha Hospital, especially in the medical department full of men. Even the most meticulous and gentle wound care couldn't compare to a girl telling you to bear with it. This might hurt, and with Sakura's serious and careful attitude, she quickly earned the nickname, Angel. Sakura stopped as if she had something to say. When Naruto caught up and stood beside her, she finally spoke. "Actually, I wanted to try seeing today as a date." Hearing this, Naruto glanced at her. "Forget it, sounds like a hassle." Night had fallen, and Konoha Street was sparsely lit. The summer breeze hadn't diminished the lingering heat. Sakura, in her sleeveless top, turned her head to look at him. "Well, fine. Whether you pretend, lie, tell the truth, or just brush me off, I don't dislike it." The next day, Naruto woke up. He looked at the empty room and sighed. They had stayed out quite late last night. It wasn't anything particularly special, just wandering around aimlessly. Sakura seemed very happy, and he didn't mind the feeling either. It was comfortable, as they had a date while maintaining some distance between them, so it feels safe. However, Naruto sensed that something had changed. Not with him, but with Dark Sakura. It felt like she had been overly happy, as if she was having way too much fun. Naruto even felt like he was just an accessory, just there as a presence. Oh well, maybe I'd find some time to ask her today. Naruto rolled out of bed and made his way to the Hokage Tower. Tsunade was still absent, and Naruto didn't know what she was busy with. After looking around, he found Shizune. "You're here?" Shizu also raised her head, and her hands, which were processing documents, were so slow that they left afterimages, just like a four-clawed fish that often processes documents so slowly. "Well, someone from the Anbu told me that Tsunade-sama was looking for me. Whenever Naruto had some free time, every few days, he'd run into Yugo." With her purple hair and Anbu animal mask, Yugo was quite eye-catching. After Tsunade took control of the Anbu, Yugo seemed to have gained more responsibility. "I wonder if it's related to Gekko Hayate? After all, her fiancé died in the line of duty, leaving her a widow. Actually, I was the one looking for you. I asked the Anbu to send someone to call you over." Shizune stopped what she was doing and looked up at him. "Tsunade-sama has been quite busy lately, mostly with matters regarding Sanagakure." "Sanagakure?" Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly, and he had a bad feeling. "Yes, Gaara from Sanagakure is likely to become the fifth case. Some of the higher-ups in Sanagakure can no longer stop him, so they resorted to despicable means to force him out of Sanagakure." Shizune explained calmly, as if laying the groundwork for a bigger conversation. "The village will provide Gaara with reasonable support as an ally, and the majority of Sanagakure's higher-ups also support him, so, Naruto asked. "Gaara's succession as the Godem case would be a good outcome for the village and even the Land of Fire," Shizune said while nodding. "I don't care if the world is at peace or not, it doesn't matter even if there's a war," Naruto said, interrupting Shizune's words. "Anyway, I'm not doing any strange tasks, and I'm not doing troublesome missions either." "Your character is really..." Shizune's expression became hard to maintain. "Huh? There's nothing I can do about it. This village isn't that great either." Naruto turned around and said bluntly, not hiding his dislike for the village. "People are shaped by the environment they live in. My personality was slowly developed here in Konoha. No matter how you look at it, Konoha should be the one to take responsibility, after all." Shizune was reaching her limit, and she gradually understood why Tsunade always got so angry whenever she saw Naruto. With such an infuriating personality, even she wanted to slam Naruto into the wall at this moment. But she was not Tsunade after all. Facing this troublesome prince of Konoha, Shizune took a deep breath and suppressed her anger, then gently persuaded him. "Well, it's not a strange mission. It's just to get you to interact more with the Sanagakure's princess. Naruto, you know about the relationship between Konoha and Sanagakure. Although we are allies, our relationship has always been tense. A relationship based on shared interests will never be as strong as more intimate relationships, even friendships." "What does that have to do with me?" Naruto asked with his hands in his pockets. "It's definitely related. Tsunade-sama is particularly concerned about this matter. Don't you want to ease her worries?" Shizune stood up directly from the chair. She would never bother with grand statements like doing it for the village or world peace. She knew Naruto too well and knew he was not interested in those ideals. I don't want to. Naruto shook his head like a rattle. Tsunade-sama, she. Just as he was speaking, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. Those footsteps were all too familiar to him. The rhythmic tapping felt like it was beating against his heart, amplifying the pressure to the extreme. Tsunade-sama has been overworked lately. If there's anything I can do to help, it would be my honor. Naruto quickly switched his tone after sensing the imminent danger. The eldest princess of the Senju clan stood outside the door, frowned and stared at Naruto's back, but said nothing. She came in, picked up a document, and left. The green robe brushed past Naruto's side, making him tense up immediately. The imposing aura of Konoha's empress was too overwhelming. It was mainly because Tsunade had been too busy lately and her temper wasn't the best. Naruto basically hid and never made a sound, for fear of being noticed by Tsunade. Halfway down the hall, Tsunade suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at Naruto, then said, "I'll be waiting for you outside. Once you're done with your business, come out." "Okay." Shizune watched Naruto's sudden change in demeanor, and was slightly stunned. She then thought to herself, it truly was a case of one thing restraining another. Despite all my effort to persuade him, Naruto wouldn't budge, but he immediately changed his attitude the moment Tsunade-sama showed up. "Hey, men." Since Naruto had already agreed, Shizune had nothing more to add. She briefly outlined the details of the Tsunagecure's matters and ended the discussion, urging Naruto to head out quickly so as not to keep Tsunade waiting. Naruto, feeling somewhat reluctant, dragged his feet as he left. Tsunade stood outside in the corridor, her green robe fluttering in the wind. She had been serving as the Godem Hokage for almost a year now, and her earlier defiance had worn down significantly. "If you're not fond of dealing with Tsunagecure, just handle it however you want," she began. Jiraiya sent a message. He has gathered some intel about the Akatsuki organization. They seem to be entrenched in the Land of Rain, where conflicts occur frequently. He plans to investigate on his own, but he wants to come back to take you to Mount Myoboku first. "Is that a question for my opinion?" Naruto was slightly taken aback. "Yeah." Tsunade let out a breath, then reached out to pinch Naruto's cheek. "He is your teacher after all. I'd like to hear your opinion." Naruto pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, "We should let Pervy Sage come back first. The situation in the Land of Rain isn't urgent. Since someone like Uchiha Itachi can serve the Akatsuki organization, it proves that the Akatsuki organization is definitely not an ordinary organization. Rushing in with limited information could be dangerous, even for Pervy Sage." I had similar concerns." Tsunade showed a relieved smile. "Since you said so, there's no reason to hesitate. You won't be assigned any missions for the time being. The reorganization of Team 7 will also be on hold until Jiraiya returns. Kakashi is no longer in charge of Team 7's missions. He has gone to further his studies." Naruto thought for a while, carefully savoring the meaning of Tsunade's words. He then thought of another possibility, so he asked with a frown, "Are the higher-ups planning something with the Biju?" "Yeah," Tsunade said, "but that's not something you need to worry about. Whether it's the advisors or the other higher-ups, they're all outdated. Their minds are rotten and stuck in the past, always thinking about conquest and war. Is it hard for you, Tsunade-sama? Arguing with the higher-ups and all?" "What?" Tsunade was visibly stunned for a moment, and looked at Naruto with a look of surprise. "Hard? Why would you think that?" "Well, they are the village's higher-ups after all. There's bound to be some trouble, right?" Naruto didn't understand why Tsunade reacted that way, and hesitantly said, "Although Tsunade-sama is the Godem Hokage, your foundation isn't solid. If there's a big conflict with the higher-ups within your first year in office, wouldn't that be problematic? Even though Danzo and his gang are not good people and they even sent people to test me before, there's nothing we can do about him if he doesn't admit it." Naruto spoke a lot in one breath, venting about what he found bothersome. Anything involving the village's higher-ups seemed like a headache to him. Tsunade patted his shoulder and looked at him with a bemused expression. "Are you underestimating me?" "Huh?" Naruto was at a loss for words. His understanding of Konoha's higher-ups was mostly based on the original plot, and he definitely didn't have a deep comprehension of it. Tsunade reached out again, this time pinching Naruto's cheeks with both hands, and asked with a smile, "What do you think the village is built on?" "It's probably a coalition of clans coming together, forming a collective of mutual support, abandoning prejudice, and based on the foundation of forging the sign of reconciliation," Naruto said intermittently. "That was in the textbooks, but it's been so long, I've forgotten." "You can't completely trust what's in books," Tsunade said with a smile. "The village was built by the Shodem Hokage through force, whether it was the Uchiha clan or other clans. It was power that allowed Konoha to emerge from the long wars." "Wasn't the Shodem Hokage a peace lover?" Naruto gulped and said with a wry smile. "Loving peace and loving conflict, is that the same thing?" Tsunade asked back. "True peace has never existed in the shinobi world. Wherever there are people, conflict will always continue. The old man's will of fire is certainly admirable. the land of Konoha is full of life and endless vitality. But at its core, Konoha was once a village established through power and maintained peace in the shinobi world through strength. There's no reason that would change now. So why would you think I'd shy away from conflict with the higher-ups? Tsunade-sama, aren't you the Hokage? Naruto was dumbfounded. Okay, it's not that I think you wouldn't dare, it's just that it seems troublesome, and arguing won't solve the problem. Arguing won't solve the problem, indeed. Tsunade nodded, agreeing with him, and I don't intend to argue with those old fogies. Don't underestimate me, Brad. I have a lot of people supporting me. What's so special about the higher-ups? Why do you think they can restrict me? If they truly had the ability, why aren't they Hokage? Naruto felt a new realization sink into his mind, recognizing that Tsunade was reshaping his understanding of this world. Is it because of power? He asked tentatively. Looks like you finally get it. Tsunade seemed satisfied, and let go of his slightly swollen cheeks. The position of Hokage has never been earned by reputation alone, it's won through power. Within the framework of the village, we do need to be more cautious and be mindful to certain impacts, but on some matters, even if I disagree with them, the higher-ups can't do anything about it. Who do they think they are? Just a bunch of old geezers. Sandaime was too gentle and gave them too much respect. I don't agree. Why should they have a say over you? They can keep dreaming. Naruto was completely stunned. He had always thought the shinobi world had entered a semi-peaceful era, with the 5 great countries balancing each other and the 5 great shinobi villages holding absolute power. The authority of the cage was constantly challenged, occasionally facing assassination attempts by terrorists like Orochimaru. But in reality, the shinobi world is still a place where the strong prey on the weak. This world still revered strength above all. As long as one can replicate the strength of Hashirama Senju, they could even trample over civilizations and reshuffle the shinobi world. Naruto always thought that was something only villains like Madara and Obito would do. But in this world, there are no true heroes or villains, only the strong and the weak. The bigger your fist, the louder your voice, and everything you do is right. It turns out that the image of Sandaime had deeply influenced me, making me mistakenly believe that the Hokage was weak. Fake Hokage. Sandaime, constantly pressured by the advisors, remaining silent under Danzo's assassinations, and compromising with every sigh. Real Hokage. Shodem, beat up Kyuubi, trampled Uchiha Madara, gave away the Biju at will, forcing peace in the shinobi world. Tsunade is not the Sandaime, and neither is Naruto. They have no personal ties to those higher-ups, so why should they accommodate them? Strength, at its core, is still about strength. What Tsunade just said boils down to one message. Get stronger, aim for the peak of power even higher than Hashirama's and become a legend, so that Konoha would be so quiet that only one voice could be heard. Whether he's a Jinchuriki of a Biju or some other strange kind of person, it will no longer be an issue. This is reality, very straightforward, but he likes it very much. In his original vision, Tsunade should have a calmer strategy to deal with the higher-ups. Who would have thought she never planned to talk nicely from the start? The Hokage doesn't need a reason to refuse the higher-ups' suggestions. It was never that the Hokage was incompetent, but that the Sandaime Hokage was incompetent, and even the Yondaime Hokage was not very competent. When the Shodem and Nidaime Hokage were the Hokage, were the higher-ups even a factor? For Tsunade, the Konoha village isn't just her hometown, it's also the legacy left by her grandfather. The Senju clan might be diluted among the masses, but they haven't completely disappeared. At least she is still here, so the bloodline of Senju clan still exists here. In the end, Tsunade has only one meaning: to hell with the higher-ups. So, do you understand now? Tsunade's eyes narrowed and a hint of a relaxed smile appeared in her eyes. No matter the time, power can always move people's hearts more than reason. I understand. Naruto nodded and his mind began to become active. Tsunade's idea was for Naruto to become stronger, and no longer became a subject to the scrutiny of the higher-ups or other forces. To be able to protect himself and those he cares about, shielding them from harm. But what Naruto is thinking is, when I become strong enough, I wouldn't need to act human anymore. Any vague or abstract moral constraints wouldn't matter to me. The peak of strength is the freedom to be myself. The two exchanged glances, nodded at the same time, and gradually began to understand everything. After leaving the Hokage Tower, Naruto first went to Konoha Hospital and reluctantly visited Temari for the mission. Initially, he had some concerns in his heart, but Tsunade's words made him suddenly enlightened. Why overthink it? If the sky falls, there will be someone to hold it up. I just need to confidently move forward. The relationship between Sanagakure and Konoha? It doesn't matter. If the relationship between Konoha and Sanagakure can only be maintained by a handful of individuals, then it's better to just let it fall apart. So, a visit is just a visit. He could say whatever he wanted, and acted however he pleased. There is no need to have any psychological burden. Naruto pushed open the hospital room door with a creak. Then he silently closed it again. Seriously, changing clothes without locking the door? Is this how casual things are in Sanagakure? Damn it, with a personality that nasty, who would have thought she'd be into pure white? Cough, knock knock knock. Naruto stood outside the ward and knocked on the door as if nothing had happened. He knew Temari was changing inside but pretended not to know, deceiving himself. First of all, he really wasn't a pervert. Secondly, he didn't even like white underwear. A few minutes later, Temari's uneasy voice came from inside the room. It's fine now. Oh. Naruto pushed the door open and entered with a nonchalant look on his face, as if the scene just now had never happened. On the other hand, Temari seemed a little restless. She was originally sitting on the bed, but as soon as Naruto entered, she stood up immediately. Her face looked a little stiff, and her eyes were slightly drooped. Who said that catching a girl changing must lead to awkwardness and a romantic comedy? Naruto effortlessly diffused the tension without showing any emotion. Temari's injuries seemed to have almost healed, and her blue and white striped hospital gown was neatly folded on the bed. She had changed into a loose white shirt and a modest black knee-length skirt. Generally, this kind of outfit only appears in more formal occasions, such as signing ceremonies or diplomatic meetings with Konoha. Given Temari's status as the Sanagakure's princess, Naruto could roughly guess where she was preparing to go after changing into this outfit. "Where are you headed?" Naruto asked. "Ah, to the Hokage Tower. Someone from Konoha has come to inform me." Temari's face showed a bit of struggle. "You don't like it? I can change back." "You're not fully healed yet, are you?" Naruto asked. "Huh? I guess I'm mostly healed." Temari was indeed very nervous. She had been thinking of meeting Naruto, but she hadn't expected it to happen so suddenly. This made her hands and feet start to sweat. "Let's leave it for today. Just go there in a few days," Naruto said with a slightly firm tone. "I'll have someone tell the people in the Hokage Tower to wait until you've recovered from your injuries before going for the talks." Hearing this, Temari pursed her lips slightly. "Will it be troublesome?" "Not really. The way Konoha's higher-ups do things is always like this, so you need to learn to appropriately refuse Konoha's requests," Naruto said. Temari let out a small gasp, unsure of what to say. Although Naruto was speaking on her behalf, it was impossible for her to really go along with everything he said. After all, this concerned Konoha and Sanagakure, and Naruto was still a Konoha's shinobi. If this caused Naruto to offend Konoha's higher-ups, it wouldn't be worth it. "That's decided, let's leave that matter aside for now," Naruto said, glancing at Temari. His eyes moved downward, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. She was wearing shoes meant for going outside, and her eyes were a little hesitant. Perhaps she felt that it was necessary to go to the Hokage Tower to keep the appointment, and she seemed to be wavering about what Naruto said. Naruto could understand this. After all, the lives and fates of the three Sanagakure's siblings were still somewhat tied to Konoha. With Konoha's support, Gaara's path to becoming Case-Cage would be smoother. "Temari." "Huh?" Temari's back straightened as if she had been electrocuted. "What is it?" Her voice carried a hint of pleading, and if she spoke any slower, a tremor could be heard. Naruto could sense her nervousness as her whole was trembling. "Take off your shoes," he said, and after a moment's thought, he added, "That's an order." Temari's legs were long and slender, and the parts not covered by her skirt exposed a significant portion of her pale, white skin. The anime world is truly outrageous, as the girl's legs are ridiculously fair. However, Naruto's attention wasn't on her legs. He was focused on her feet as Temari sat on the edge of the bed, bending over slowly to remove her shoes. She first took off the left shoe, revealing short white socks. "Do I need to take off the other one too?" she asked, looking up. "Yes." Naruto's reply was brief. Since last year, Temari seemed to have developed a certain addiction to Naruto, finding it hard to resist his orders. However, this was actually the first official order Naruto had ever given her. "Remove her shoes." "Okay." Temari seemed a little hesitant, but did not show any resistance and did as she was told. She slowly took off her shoes. Now both feet were wearing white socks, resting one atop the other. She kept her eyes lowered, avoiding Naruto's gaze, and her whole body was visibly reserved. However, this reservation was different from Hinata's pure shyness. Naruto could tell that part of Temari's reservation was due to. It was absurd, downright ridiculous. But Naruto had started to confront this relationship head-on. Regardless of its nature, he would make use of it. After all, Temari didn't have genuine feelings for him, it was just a compulsion. Tsunade's words had changed his mindset. There was nothing to hide from. Strength could move people more than reason. So it was better to be stronger. "And the socks?" She looked up at Naruto with an embarrassed expression. In reality, there was no need to remove the socks. Naruto had asked Temari to take off her shoes only to deter her from going to the Hokage Tower. He wanted her to rest properly in the hospital for a few days, while also letting Konoha's higher-ups cool their heels. In this Sanagakure's farce, Konoha's higher-ups played the role of opportunists. They leveraged the agreement signed with Temari to maintain a dominant position, ensuring a win-win outcome no matter how things unfolded. Temari, being in a vulnerable position, could only endure in silence, even if she knew the Konoha higher-ups were deliberately making things difficult for her. She had already prepared herself to make concessions in the negotiations. In such a situation, it was hard for her to maintain her composure. As for Naruto, if the higher-ups did this to gain more benefits for Konoha, he would not have to care. But these guys were targeting the Jinchuriki agreement, and they were also trying to take action against him in a roundabout way. This made him a little irritated. Even though he was just a genin, that was only because Konoha's genin promotion system was slow. It didn't mean he couldn't interfere with the higher-ups' orders. After all, his position as Konoha's prince was well established. As long as he doesn't want to pretend anymore, he could lay everything out in the open. Given his body's heritage, he owed Konoha nothing. The socks? Naruto's intention was purely to prevent Temari from heading to the Hokage Tower. Looking at those short white socks, he paused for a moment before saying, "Yeah." Temari blushed slightly and slowly took off her socks, revealing her snow-white feet, which she placed neatly together. Her feet were incredibly fair, so pale it was almost absurd, as if they could glow. The 5 pink toes splayed slightly, and the edges are clean and transparent. Temari's face gradually turned crimson because Naruto remained silent and his gaze is fixed on her feet. This made her even more nervous, not knowing what he would say next. The anticipation and excitement mixed with nervousness slowly dyed her earlobes red. Hiss. Naruto glanced at Temari and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. What was this odd sense of cuteness tinged with an improper relationship? Naruto had never expected to see such an expression on Temari. His order had become a shackle that Temari couldn't defy. More importantly, she didn't hate it, because a year had passed, and Naruto had been hiding from her for a year. That feeling in those unspoken words continued to stir her heart, independent of her own personality. It was a secret she couldn't share with anyone, an itch deep in her heart. Everyone has their own unique quirks that cannot be exposed, but do not affect their everyday lives. But this didn't mean Temari had lost her reason. On the contrary, she was very clear-headed. She was merely playing a different role, exploring another side of herself. However, if Naruto were to ask her to kill Gaara or betray the Tsunagakure, she could immediately break free of this shackle. Naruto had never intended to use Temari for anything significant. He merely wanted to stabilize her, nothing more. "Is this alright?" Temari asked nervously. This feeling was rather peculiar. The word order had bound her, yet it also created a faint connection between the two of them, at least easing their relationship somewhat. "No, it's not alright." Naruto pointed at Temari. "You're too tense. I don't want to see you act all timid in front of me. Just be how you normally are." Naruto left Konoha Hospital. Temari's problem was temporarily resolved, at least on the surface, it had returned to normal. Naruto was already very satisfied with this, and he felt much happier the whole day. Hokage Tower. That girl from Tsunagakure cannot be discharged from the hospital for the time being, so she won't be able to come over these next few days. Naruto said indifferently to a member of the route. Pass this message to Danzo-sama, so as not to waste his time. Aburame Torun was stunned for a moment. After all, a genin had no right to walk up to him directly, let alone cancel Danzo's plans with such a casual tone. It all happened rather suddenly, like a poorly dressed child approaching a king and casually informing him that there would be no food today. Though the matter was a bit absurd, Torun still asked solemnly, "Why?" "You don't need to know why, just tell Danzo-sama directly." Naruto, dressed casually and with a relaxed demeanor, pointed at himself and said, "Tell him I said so." Torun did not regard Naruto as an ordinary genin. After all, he knew some information about Naruto and that there were 2 of the 3 legendary Sannin behind him. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Naruto silently moved to the window, awaiting Danzo's anger, his gaze drifting toward the distance. Danzo's base of operations wasn't in the Hokage Tower, but he was in the Hokage Tower because he needed to discuss something. Occasionally, a shinobi would walk through the corridor, hurriedly carrying documents. Torun came out, followed by another person. It was not Danzo, but Yamanaka Fu. Years ago, when the route was rebuilt, all the clans with secret techniques contributed their members, including the Uchiha clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the Aburame clan. Because Shino was young, Torun volunteered to join the route in his place. His outstanding abilities earned him the role of Danzo's left hand, while the other was Fu, who was selected to join the route during the same period. With long orange hair and a square, honest face, Fu's hairstyle was like the F4 leader. Naruto stared at Fu, thinking, soul-based ninjutsu should be useless against me. Naruto knew that his soul should be much thicker than others, although he didn't know how much thicker it was. However, the last time Ino had tried to use the mind-body switch technique on him, he had effortlessly pushed her back. As Fu approached, Naruto's mind suddenly became active. He really wanted Fu to use the mind-body switch technique on him, to see if he could blow his consciousness apart with one punch. As for venomous insects, Naruto glanced at Torun. Kyuubi's chakra should be able to resist it. It would be great if I could learn Senjutsu, but unfortunately, the system hadn't unlocked that option yet. A while ago, when rescuing the 3 siblings, the system made a series of chimes, but the option panel never popped up. Damn, what kind of lousy system is this? It just takes it easy when I take it easy? As Naruto mentally cursed the system, Fu approached him with a blank expression and said, "Danzo-sama understands, you may leave now." Hearing this, Naruto was somewhat surprised that old thief Danzo was not angry. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to let it go for now, nodding as he replied, "All right." With that, he turned and slowly walked away. This is just a test. There would be plenty of opportunities to stir things up later. There is no need to rush now. In any case, I will not give up squeezing out the higher-ups. Naruto firmly believed in one principle: if they won't let you open a window, then break through the roof. Since the higher-ups wouldn't stop their plans to develop Jinchuriki, he would just push them out and take their place himself. Not becoming Hokage didn't mean he couldn't become a part of the higher-ups. Since he couldn't influence their decisions, he would just become one of them. In fact, with Naruto's current resources, becoming part of the higher-ups was far easier than becoming Hokage. As such thing didn't require any specific qualifications or barriers. It was akin to the process of becoming a counselor. There's no age restrictions, and all one needs is just support from others. He didn't need to truly serve as a higher-up, he just needed a nominal title to block the higher-ups from pursuing their plans with Jinchuriki. After all, he didn't have the time to deal with all the miscellaneous matters, and he didn't actually intend to turn into a full-fledged higher-up. Theoretically, it is not possible, but in practice, whether it is possible or not is just a matter of a word from the Hokage's inner circle. Hokage's office. You want to be part of the higher-ups? Tsunade turned around and stared at Naruto with skeptical look. Is this the solution you came up with? Is that not okay? Naruto asked, feeling a little embarrassed. Isn't this what you were hinting at, Tsunade-sama? Seeing the skeptical look on Tsunade's face, Naruto realized that his idea might have diverged from what Tsunade had in mind. However, he still didn't quite understand where the problem was. It's not entirely out of the question, as there aren't any age restrictions for the higher-ups. Tsunade said, tapping her desk with a furrowed brow. After all, Gaara is about the same age as you, and he's almost about to become the Godem Case-Cage. That's good to hear. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. But you said I hinted at this idea? Tsunade looked at Naruto with a complicated expression. Isn't that right? He asked cautiously. What I meant was for you to refuse them face to face, humiliate those old geezers, and send their ridiculous proposal back down their throats, Tsunade said, leaning back in her chair. You've really taken a wrong turn here, she pointed at Naruto and said with mix of frustration and disappointment. Hearing this, Naruto's face was filled with black lines, so she was just trying to get me to vent her personal grudges? Damn it, this crafty old lady. In any case, if you want to hold a nominal position among the higher-ups, it's not impossible. Tsunade continued, after all, you are fairly mature and steady in your actions. A bit sharper than that Gaara from Sanagakure. But first, you need a status that fits the role of a high-ranking official. Naruto understood what she meant. It's like how Danzo was the disciple of the Naidame Hokage and a comrade of the Sandame Hokage. Choji's father, for instance, was a comrade of the Yondaime Hokage and the clan head of the Akamichi clan. If Naruto wanted to join the higher-ups, the other requirements were manageable, but he at least needed a respectable status. Being Jiraiya's disciple was good, but among the upper echelon, everyone was part of the Hokage's circle, so it wasn't particularly special. As for being a clan head? Currently, I was alone, unless I married into another clan, otherwise. The office suddenly fell silent. After pondering for a moment, Naruto looked up and said, how about becoming the clan head of the Uzumaki clan? Peeved. Tsunade spat out the drink she was sipping, and while still holding the cup, she asked with dumbfounded expression, what did you just say? Naruto looked at the clear alcohol stains at the corner of Tsunade's lips and repeated himself seriously. Become the clan head of the Uzumaki clan. You're the only one in the clan, right? Tsunade wiped her mouth with a piece of paper, her expression turning serious. Are you kidding me? Naruto remained calm and explained, I've gone through the major events in Konoha's history. The Uzumaki clan has deep ties with Konoha. After verifying it multiple times, I have confirmed that I am a member of the Uzumaki clan. As for the previous Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, cough, cough. Tsunade interrupted, then stood up and said nervously, since you want to be the clan head, then go ahead and be the clan head. It's just a nominal title anyway. I'll ask Shizune help you submit the paperwork later. It's not that troublesome. Although your idea is bold, it might not necessarily succeed. Even so, we should go through the procedure first. Ah, we still have to go through proper procedures? Naruto lamented. Sakura raised her head from the pile of documents, her eyes showing a hint of fatigue, but it slowly disappeared. What are you talking about? You're not trying to threaten them, so this is your only option, Tsunade said, pressing her teacup on the desk and frowning slightly. Once Jiraiya returns, there might be a breakthrough. Tsunade spoke ambiguously. When Naruto mentioned the previous Jinchuriki, she seemed a bit tense. Naruto noted everything, but didn't press further. Alright then. He didn't continue to pester Tsunade, as there were enough troublesome matters piling up at the moment. Becoming the clan head of the Uzumaki clan was just a concept, so he would first mention it to Tsunade. Naruto didn't care whether this thing could succeed or not. Even if it didn't, it would still annoy the higher-ups. He could come up with a lot of methods like this. Even if it meant wasting the higher-ups' time, he was determined to keep trying, annoying them back and forth. After leaving the Hokage tower, seeing that it was still early, Naruto asked around but couldn't find Sakura, so he simply went home and lay down. Kurama had been going out more often recently, like a cat frequently sneaking off for secret affairs. If Naruto didn't know Kurama lacked certain anatomy, he might have thought Kurama was getting overly frisky. It wasn't until nightfall that Naruto woke up, and his stomach growled with hunger. He was never the most disciplined person. With no one around to manage him, his lifestyle habits were far from ideal. Wandering around the open-air balcony, he noticed that Kurama still hadn't returned. Damn, could Kurama really have run away with a female dog? Naruto muttered. The balcony was silent, the distant horizon black as ink, with the hot midsummer night breeze blowing gently. Naruto stood there spacing out for a while, then thought of the unfinished mission in the land of snow, and immediately felt a wave of melancholy. The complete flying thunder god technique was like a thorn in his heart, and he could never forget it. If not for that accident, he might have already acquired the complete flying thunder god technique by now. But some things came up in between, and Koyuki had also left. With the mission target gone, the mission itself stalled. After standing dazed for a while, Naruto snapped back to reality. Jiraiya was about to return to the village soon, and once he did, the preparations to uproot the Akatsuki would need to start. According to Tsunade, she wants me to learn Senjutsu first. But Senjutsu, Naruto instinctively felt some resistance towards the great toad sage of Mount Myoboku, that mysterious prophecy ability, seeing the light of the child of prophecy. If we really meet, who knows if that old toad would be able to see the otherworldly soul within me? Naruto wasn't entirely sure, but the chakra of Asura seemed to have disappeared from his body. After all, while the system was rather lazy, its authority appeared to be higher than the level of this world, like a key from another realm, ruthlessly piercing Asura's vital point. For the exact situation, he would have to wait and see after Jiraiya returned. If there's really no other choice, he might just have to bite the bullet and visit Mount Myoboku to meet the old toad. Looking at the gradually darkening night, Naruto lowered his gaze for a moment, then turned, locked the door, and stepped out. The Hokage tower was brightly lit. In the document room, the quiet rustling of a pen echoed in the office. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock broke the silence. Sakura looked up from the pile of documents, her eyes showing a hint of fatigue, but it quickly disappeared. Come in. The door opened. Before anyone stepped in, a voice preceded them. So this is why I find you during the day. Were you working overtime here? Naruto leaned lazily against the doorframe, looking at Sakura with a slight smile. Doesn't working overtime all day get boring? You don't even have any time for yourself. Boring? Dark Sakura lifted her eyes slightly, set down the pen in her hand, and asked seriously, if not working overtime, what should a normal person be doing at this time? Who knows? A normal person is probably working a night shift too. Naruto said as he walked towards her, moths fluttering around the ceiling light. If it were me, I'd probably be lying down and sleeping. He noticed the word normal that Sakura mentioned, his eyelid twitched slightly, but he managed to keep a calm expression. Lying down and sleeping, Sakura murmured, repeating the phrase, but I can't fall asleep. I've slept long enough. And when I want to close my eyes, I just can't. The desk was positioned against one side of the wall, and the ceiling light placement was unreasonable. It wasn't hung in the center of the office but off to the left near the wall. As a result, the desk can only be tucked into a corner. Isn't there anything in particular you want to do? Naruto asked as he stood in front of her, blocking the light and looking down at her. Yes, kill her. Sakura raised her eyes and looked up at Naruto. Would you feel bad? Naruto understood that the so-called she should be Pink Sakura. Did the second personality want to kill the main personality? But this kind of thing is indeed not impossible. Naruto didn't want to avoid it, and he wanted to find out what was really going on. No, he replied without changing his expression. Really? Sakura narrowed her eyes. Then I might actually do it, you know? You'll never see the familiar her again? It doesn't matter. Naruto's heart skipped a beat and he became nervous. Not because he was unsure of his choice, but because such a matter wasn't easy to decide. However, given that it was someone familiar, he couldn't help but feel something. Just kidding. A smile suddenly appeared on Sakura's face. I can't touch her, and she doesn't even know I exist. For her, it's probably just like taking a nap. Ironic, isn't it? I haven't slept for an entire year, but my consciousness is extremely clear. Naruto didn't show any surprise in his eyes, he just looked at her calmly. He turned sideways, allowing half of the light to illuminate one side of Sakura's body. Insomnia, huh? That sounds pretty serious. Naruto's hand reached towards the desk, pressing down on the documents. There's something I'd like to know. About her? Sakura's smile remained. No, Naruto shook his head. I sleep well and spend most of the day lying down and sleeping, so I'm sorry I can't empathize with you. His hand, which was pressing on the document on the desktop, slowly crawled forward inch by inch, like a slowly growing green tree. His fingers gradually extended towards the other side. But I'm curious, what does a person think about when they're struggling with insomnia? Do they get up to eat, or feel like going out for a walk? In the summer, do they go look at the stars? In the winter nights, do they step outside to watch the snow? I don't know. I never did any of that. Sakura was a little surprised, her hand curling slightly. She had originally expected Naruto to ask some cliché questions, like, what's wrong? Or, why do you think that way? Or say something along the lines of, everyone is equally important to me. But no matter what, she hadn't expected him to ask that, so she began to reflect and think carefully. When my parents are asleep, sometimes I stand in the kitchen, or I take out old photo albums and look through them over and over. Most of the time, I just close my eyes like a normal person. Maybe try doing something different occasionally. Naruto turned his palm up in an inviting gesture, his gaze calm, as if he were discussing a simple, ordinary matter. Let's go out for a walk and look at the stars. Yeah, okay. Sakura's first response was to agree. After a few seconds, she looked up at him. Why? What do you mean, why? Naruto asked back. You're not pitying me, are you? Sakura asked seriously. Do I look that pitiful now? It was just a made-up story. How does it feel to be fooled? It doesn't matter if you lie to me. I don't mind. Naruto said, grabbing Sakura's hand and pulling her up, but you can't lie to yourself. Whether you're just being mysterious, making up a story, or simply messing with me, it doesn't matter. But there's one thing, tell me now. Do you want to go out with me or not? Sakura was silent, staring at him for several moments. She then glanced down at the unfinished documents, staring at them for a while as if hesitating. Naruto noticed that Sakura's responses seemed slower than before, and she took longer to think things through before answering. Okay, she finally said. Sakura got up slowly, took a sip of water, and, before leaving, switched off the office lights with a click. As the door creaked shut behind them, she turned around and spoke hesitantly. Sometimes, I stay in the Hokage Tower all night, or I just sleep here. Naruto didn't know about these habits, so he didn't comment. He simply hummed lightly in response. In the hallway, the sound of their footsteps echoed unevenly. You usually work overtime when you can't sleep? Naruto asked. How is that possible? I'm not that stupid. Sakura walked beside him with her hands behind her back. There's no way to finish the work. Even if I finish it today, there will be more tomorrow. She waved her hand and made an exaggerated circle. It's endless. There's no way to truly end it. Outside the Hokage Tower, the summer stars shone brightly, and the night wind was cool. The two of them paused at the intersection before Naruto pointed in a direction. In moments like this, taking the lead and guiding Sakura would be more conducive to their conversation. He wanted to understand what was going on with Sakura and resolve it. He knew this couldn't be dragged on any longer. I know a place where there aren't many people, and the rooftop gives a clear view of the stars. Where? Sakura asked, still a bit puzzled but curious enough to follow his gaze, peering through the scattered lights toward the darker night. It was a secluded spot, located in an inconspicuous area of the village. It looked like an illegal construction, but that was fine, as the whole Konoha was practically a village built atop a maze of haphazard structures. Under the night sky, they climbed up a building nestled within the trees. Ascending a crooked staircase and crossing a makeshift wooden bridge, they reached what appeared to be an abandoned rooftop. With a soft thud, Sakura landed steadily, the night breeze lifting her pink hair from her forehead. Looking up, she saw a half-ruined rooftop, the other half having collapsed. Under the faint light, the rooftop's jagged edge, overgrown with weeds, was visible. The view was wide and unobstructed, as if the horizon had opened up, without any buildings blocking the sight. The surroundings were eerily quiet and pitch black. In the distance, a few faint lights could be seen, making all of Konoha appear as if it were slumbering. Above them, a vast, clear sky, dotted with stars, bathed the village in a soft glow. This is it, Naruto said as he walked to the other side of the roof. It's my first time here too. I found it while wandering around aimlessly before. I've always wanted to come up here and take a look, but I never had the chance. He didn't bring up Sakura's situation or what had just transpired in the Hokage's office. It was as if he had forgotten all of it or simply didn't care. So, does it look nice? Yes. Sakura couldn't bring herself to say anything flippant this time. She looked serious, standing on the abandoned rooftop and gazing up at the vast, bowl-like sky. Don't you have anything you want to ask? Sakura turned to look at Naruto. No, Naruto replied as he sat down. He pulled a drink from his storage seal, popped it open, and handed it to Sakura. Here. Sakura took the drink, then looked up and asked again, there's really nothing you want to know? I do want to know, but I'm not concerned with anything else. I just want to know if you've run into some trouble. Naruto said as he opened another can for himself, his hand casually pulling on the tab. You are my only companion, right? If you trust me enough, I hope you'll speak up on your own rather than me having to ask. How'd I even talk about something like this? Sakura gazed up at the stars again. No one in their right mind would believe it. A second personality came out and I couldn't sleep for a whole year. You're probably the only one who believes it, and you're the only one I can tell. It's because I don't care, so I'm too lazy to question it. Naruto said half-jokingly, then glanced at Sakura again. In fact, it doesn't make much difference to me. You're also very good. If possible, it wouldn't be so bad if things stayed this way. Just not so bad. Sakura's expression suddenly lightened, and she leaned forward slightly. Her tone became drawn out, causing Naruto to feel a shiver down his spine. Here it comes again, something all too familiar. It's so quiet here. Usually, people who hang out in this kind of place are couples, right? Sakura asked with a playful smile. Not necessarily. It could just be people like us. Naruto said with a serious expression, pointing at himself and then at Sakura. Don't say weird things. Especially at a time like this, it can easily be misunderstood. But today, I'm wearing. Before she could finish her words, Naruto quickly covered her mouth, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. It doesn't matter what you're wearing, you don't need to share that with me, he said tiredly. But Sakura stubbornly started to lift a corner of her shirt, only to be interrupted by the sharp-eyed Naruto, who sternly warned her. Don't do anything strange. Hee. Are you nervous? Sakura asked with a smile as she moved his hand away. You didn't care at all before. No matter what I did, you were indifferent. So, Sakura suddenly leaned in closer. Let's do more together. Things we've never done before. Her chest was almost pressed against Naruto's, her fair arms hanging loosely at her sides. She had a relaxed and happy smile on her face, with her eyes curved into crescents. After all, you kind of like me now, don't you? That's a different matter. Naruto stared at her with a complicated expression. We're still young. Focus on study, focus on completing our missions. Naruto wanted to resolve Sakura's issues, not by taking on everything himself, but by addressing the immediate problems she was facing. It was similar to fixing a small bug in a program. If it runs, there's no need to dig too deep into the root cause. After all, even if Naruto wanted to take on everything, dealing with something as complex as a second personality was beyond his capability. In short, he was aiming for surface-level stability. Even if that made him seem like a scumbag, it didn't matter. After all, being too much of a saint would just be self-torture. Despite Naruto's blatant attempts to brush her off, Sakura didn't seem angry. Why do you keep rejecting me? I'm not rejecting you. I never know how to reject, he retorted, saying a famous hypocritical sentence, I already told you, this is for your own good. Relationships are supposed to develop gradually, right? Slowly deepening feelings. There's plenty of time, so why not? You're just brushing me off, aren't you? Sakura suddenly interrupted him, with a look of resentment in her eyes. No, he instinctively denied. Of course, you are. Every time you brush me off, you instinctively look away. Sakura's voice grew quieter. I just want to get closer to you, to blend in with you. Don't say something so terrifying, damn it. Naruto took half a step back. Looking at the selfless Sakura, a certain yellow-haired man's back was soaked with cold sweat. Damn it. Could she really be turning into a yandere? That would be too terrifying. A vision of a certain young man's peaceful black and white funeral photo flashed through his mind, and he shook his head violently. T.N. School days. Recommended for scumbag. The noble stranger is about to be suppressed by the yandere bloodline with split personality. But, I want to leave a mark, a sign that we were together. Sakura pressed further, her eyes fixed intently on Naruto. Today, right here, under the stars. Naruto blinked, his thoughts teetering on the edge of a mental 404 error. He hesitated, carefully considering how to reject her. I don't want this either. Sakura suddenly lowered her head. I want to take things slowly too, as long as I'm with you, Naruto-kun, it's fine, even if we're just lifelong companions. No matter what my identity is, as long as I can be with you, I don't care. Even if it's without a real title, even if we can't hold hands openly, it's fine with me. But, Sakura's voice suddenly carried a hint of a sob. I really can't sleep. The nights have gotten so much longer. No matter how hard I close my eyes, it's still 24 hours. Every minute and second, I'm fully awake. At 1 in the morning, all the noises quiet down. At 2, the drunkard downstairs always ends up throwing up all over the place near the utility pole. At 4, the old man next door gets up, and by 5. Sakura's voice grew increasingly agitated as she finally grabbed Naruto's wrist. I haven't slept for an entire year. I'm not a normal person anymore. I've tried so hard to sleep, but nothing works. I don't want to be like this either. but I'm just a replacement, never truly alive. I see this world, but I still have to go back. It doesn't matter if you're just brushing me off or not, I just want to ask you one thing, will you be with me? Silence fell all around them. Naruto didn't say anything. Sakura's emotions were running high, and anything he said at that moment wouldn't be right. So, the two stood there on that half-collapsed rooftop for a good 10 minutes, just in silence. Never mind. I'm feeling much better now. After a long while, Sakura sniffled and let go of Naruto. She took a deep breath and said, let's go somewhere else. I can't sleep. Alright. He glanced toward the other side of the dark night, where the more secluded fields of Konoha lay. Anyway, let's go down from here first. Actually, Naruto could agree to Sakura's request, even if it were out of pity. But Naruto didn't want that. He felt empty inside, living life with a game-like mentality. Even after spending more than a year in Konoha, he still had no sense of belonging. Daily interactions with girls were fine, but saving someone? No, that was too much. He didn't believe the words he said, and if he wasn't sincere, Sakura would see right through him. The two walked through a rice field, navigating the narrow paths in the dark. Occasionally, they had to stop and turn back because a swarm of mosquitoes blocked their way. Are there any stores still open this late? I'm not sure. Naruto crouched down in an inconspicuous alley along Konoha Street. I'll go over and take a look. Want to come? Alright. They noticed someone approaching in the distance, so the two quickly vaulted over a low wall to hide on the other side. In the darkness, the two exchanged a glance. Naruto's gaze remained calm, just as it had been all night, showing no intention of doing anything more. Sakura's eyes were bright and her face slowly turned red. It was pitch black around them, save for the faint starlight overhead. The continuous chirping of insects and the warm night breeze made Sakura sweat lightly, her eyes fluttering slightly. Do you want to? Naruto tilted his head and gently pushed her. What weird stuff are you talking about? Come on, let's go check it out. TCH. Sakura turned her head away, slightly annoyed. Naruto, you're such an idiot. Why are you suddenly acting like a tsundere? Naruto had already stood up. He glanced at her lazily before vaulting back over the wall. The grass they walked on was soft, and the air was filled with the faint musty scent of earth baked by the sun during the day. Sakura also vaulted over, and the two of them stepped on the grass one after the other, making a rustling sound. The fluffy texture seemed to amuse Sakura, and she stomped on it several times, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Naruto didn't urge her, and just stood there and watched. He watched as Sakura entertained herself until she was sweaty. After she was finally satisfied, she stepped away from the grass. When she caught up, Naruto began to walk ahead, turning his head slightly to ask, is it that fun? I don't know. I've never done it before. It was okay. Sakura replied honestly with straightforward tone. A little further ahead, a convenience store was still open. The late hour made Naruto glance over for a moment. Seeing the lights, he suddenly felt a bit tired and didn't want Sakura to see him yawn. Wait here for a bit. I'll go grab something. Alright. Sakura stood there, watching him. Naruto turned and walked towards the store, stifling a yawn when he was far enough away. As he stepped halfway into the shadow of the convenience store, he glanced back to check on Sakura. She still stood there, like a slender blade of wild grass. Satisfied, he stepped fully inside, and began to yawn unrestrainedly while standing in front of the freezer. The store owner also dozed off at the counter. When he heard the wind chimes at the door rang, he opened his eyes a little, took a look at Naruto, and promptly closed his eyes again. Under the bright store lights, 2 ice creams landed on the counter. How much? Naruto asked. 200 ryo. The store owner muttered and yawned heavily. With a rustling sound, Naruto grabbed the 2 ice creams and stepped outside, instantly feeling the humid heat wrap around him again. He squinted his eyes and scanned around to make sure Sakura was still standing where he left her. Here. Naruto handed one of the ice creams to Sakura. The two found a bench to sit on, with Naruto leaning back as he licked his ice cream, and Sakura mimicking him, eating her own. Their legs were crossed, and they sat close to each other. Naruto could clearly feel Sakura's body temperature. He didn't say anything, just looking at the dark night, while his mind drifting back to the mission in the land of snow. What are you thinking about? Sakura asked suddenly. Now that Koyuki-chan has ran away, the mission in the land of snow can't be completed. Naruto sighed and leaned back on the bench. As expected, I still care about it, but we can't find her now. Sakura glanced up at the dim streetlight partially obscured by the tree leaves and narrowed her eyes slightly. The trees were lush and green, providing ample shade. Are you going to bring her back? Sakura asked. It may not be easy to get her to restart the Land of Snow's mission. Princess Fune seems to be reluctant to return to the Land of Snow. Maybe, Naruto said ambiguously, actually, we might not even need her. He remembered that Koyuki's necklace was still in his possession, stored away in his seal space. If all else failed, he could just sneak off to the Land of Snow and finish the mission alone. Even though it wouldn't be the most legitimate approach, if push came to shove, he had no choice. After all, the complete version of the Flying Thunder God technique along with invisible kunai was not something he could give up. It was his future trump card, the opportunity to surpass even the Yondaime Hokage's speed. With it, he could become the fastest man in the shinobi world. I can help you persuade her. Maybe we can restart the mission. Sakura's voice dropped slightly as she turned to look at him. Do you want me to join you on the mission? Of course. If the mission is restarted, how can I handle it alone? Naruto, oblivious to her emotions, continued eating his ice cream. But we definitely need to stay away from Anko. Can't have her tagging along again. That fake Jonin. Alright. What's wrong? Naruto turned his head. Why so quiet all of a sudden? He stopped mid-sentence and froze in place. Sakura looked exhausted. Her eyelids seemed to be drooping and she looked particularly frail. I'm a little sleepy. She yawned and then smiled. Walk me home. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Half an hour later. I'm heading up. See you tomorrow. Sakura stood at the door of her house, watching the dawn gradually appear, and waved to Naruto. Okay. Naruto felt a twinge of worry and voiced it directly. Are you sure you're alright? You haven't felt unwell, have you? No, just a little sleepy, Sakura said with a smile in her eyes. Naruto couldn't quite figure out why she seemed so happy. Was it because we spent the night together, or was it because she could finally feel what it was like to sleep? Even so, Naruto wasn't willing to let her go so easily. Are you sure you're okay? You said you hadn't slept in a long time, but suddenly? I told you, I was kidding. How could anyone not sleep? Sakura showed an expression she had never had before and looked at him with amusement. Well, then why are you crying? Sakura flinched and subconsciously touched her face with her fingers, finding them wet. The next morning, Naruto woke up in bed and took out the key Koyuki had given him, hesitating about whether to sneak out and complete the mission on his own. However, leaving the village was another problem, especially with Jiraiya returning soon. After thinking it over, Naruto couldn't come up with a safer plan, so he could only put away the necklace-like key. Hokage Tower. Sakura asked for leave. Naruto asked Tsunade with some interest. Her mother came by and explained that she seems to be suffering from overexertion. No matter what they do, they can't wake her up, Tsunade said while flipping through some documents. It's probably just fatigue causing her to sleep deeply. I believe she should be fine after a day of rest. Since when do you care about her? Tsunade asked curiously. You two seem to have gotten close lately. That's rare, Uzumaki Naruto. You, with your lazy personality, actually caring about a teammate? What's so strange about that? I'm just asking casually. Naruto rolled his eyes at her and said, anyway, as long as she's fine. In truth, Naruto was worried. He had already planned to visit her house in the afternoon to check on her. After all, the way Sakura looked yesterday didn't seem like someone who was just fine. Yo, Naruto, you look pretty energetic, huh? A loud voice rang out from the doorway. Standing there was Jiraiya, his white spiky hair bristling, laughing heartily. Pervy Sage? Naruto was a little surprised. With a snap, the popsicle broke into two halves, and ice chips splashed everywhere. Here, Naruto shamelessly handed Jiraiya the smaller half. Jiraiya's face twitched as he took it and he said speechlessly, you little brat, are you really that poor? What's with the act? I'm not poor. Naruto slurped on his popsicle and said, I'm just being frugal, saving for when I start a family in the future. Damn it. Jiraiya took the popsicle and grumbled while munching on it. How much could starting a family cost? Stingy. Naruto ignored the comment and changed the subject. Tsunade-sama said you went to investigate the Akatsuki organization. What was the result, pervy sage? The result? Jiraiya was not used to being questioned about his intel, and said awkwardly, probably somewhere within the land of rain, right? Has Tsunade already told you all this? Is there something you can't tell me? Naruto looked at Jiraiya in confusion. Pervy sage, you're not underestimating me, are you? It's not that, haha. Jiraiya felt a little guilty after his thoughts were seen through, so he quickly came up with an excuse. Anyway, the land of rain is always shrouded in secrecy. It's still too dangerous for a little genin like you. I'll go in and investigate first. Let's talk about it again after I get detailed intel. Detailed intel? Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly. What I lacked the least was intel. But he couldn't say that outright, so he had to find a way to tag along with Jiraiya. We mustn't let the Akatsuki fight in a group. Splitting them up and taking them down one by one was the safest strategy. I'm not some little brat. If Uchiha Itachi shows up again, I'll definitely take him down. Naruto grinned, give me a bit more time, and even if the whole Akatsuki organization comes at me. Bang! Jiraiya smacked the back of Naruto's head and said, kid, stop spouting nonsense. Dealing with the Akatsuki organization isn't something for youngsters like you to worry about. Naruto was quite speechless at Jiraiya's overbearing guardian attitude and showed his discontent through his actions. He looked disdainfully at Jiraiya and spat on the roadside. Patui, seeing Naruto's cheeky expression, Jiraiya was instantly annoyed, and said through gritted teeth, "You little brat. You sure are infuriating. Anyway, no matter what, I'm going, pervy sage, so deal with it." Naruto scratched his face. "I'm a perfect Jinchuriki. I won't be able to sleep well if I don't kill them." Jiraiya stared at Naruto, who was looking like a total rascal, and was completely speechless. How did this kid turn out like this? Alright, we'll talk about it later. Jiraiya sighed, reluctantly giving in as he thought about how this blonde rascal was his student. First, get rid of that smug look on your face. Upon hearing this, Naruto dropped his cheeky expression and returned to normal. It would be more dangerous to sneak into a place like the Land of Rain alone, right? You little brat, Jiraiya laughed. I am the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku, not some small fry. I've been to countless dangerous places in my life, and I've come out unscathed every time. I'm not bragging, no matter how dangerous the place is. Hey, don't walk away, you brat. Uzumaki Naruto, didn't the academy teach you about respecting your teachers? Tisk. Naruto had already walked off, completely ignoring Jiraiya. As the so-called child of prophecy, his mind was now solely focused on figuring out how to take down the Akatsuki. In the past, he didn't mind taking his time, thinking he had plenty of it, but now, he needed more power, even though his current strength already allowed him to stand tall in Konoha. But that wasn't nearly enough. Facing the Akatsuki's overwhelming numbers, he needed much greater strength. Stronger opponents were on the horizon, so he needed to be even stronger. Later that afternoon, Naruto stopped by Sakura's house to check at her, but after finding out that she was still asleep, he returned home. After thinking it over on the way back, he decided to just wait and see how things unfolded with Sakura. In the days that followed, he remained idle, doing only simple training exercises each day. Right now, Team 7 was in shambles, with only him remaining. Since Tsunade allowed him some time off, delaying the team's reorganization, he had plenty of free time. The other Genin teams are very busy as they had to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exams. After a year of training, the Genin who graduated last year were gradually maturing. Being promoted to Chunin meant a higher status and more mission rewards. More importantly, it's a necessary motivation. After working as a Genin for a whole year, who wouldn't want to climb up the ranks? Not everyone could afford to be half as laid back as Naruto. Strength is indeed crucial for a shinobi, but so is the title that comes with it. At least, it's essential to have a notable achievement in one's shinobi career. Take Shikamaru, for example. Thanks to his cool-headed command skills, he earned the title of Konoha's only Chunin during last year's joint Chunin exams. The value of this title surpassed that of an ordinary Chunin who passed the Chunin exams. In any case, aside from the higher-ups, most people's attention was now on the upcoming Konoha's Chunin exams. Are you going to take part in the Chunin exams? Jiraiya sat astride the roof in a frivolous manner, put down the telescope he was loving so much, and looked at Naruto in some surprise. The rooftop is just opposite of the bathhouse. Just for the heck of it, Naruto said, leaning against the wall. Anyway, I don't have much to do recently, and staying idle all the time is pointless. If Tsunade hears you say that, she'll rip your head off. Jiraiya shook his head and said, she's been busy with your affairs lately, working herself to the bone. That can't be helped. I'm having a hard time too, pervy sage. Being idle all day isn't as easy as it seems. Naruto gestured while speaking. I need to find ways to have fun everywhere and train occasionally, but it's really boring without any missions. How about we just head to the Land of Rain now? Don't even think about it. Tsunade would go crazy. Jiraiya coughed, and lately, with you insisting on becoming the clan head of the Uzumaki. Oh, you might as well marry 300 wives, little brat. Huh? Why aren't you saying anything? Jiraiya turned to look at Naruto, only to find the blonde was rubbing his chin, as if he was seriously considering his suggestion. Jiraiya's expression fell, his forehead was full of black lines, and he looked utterly exasperated. You're not seriously thinking about it, are you? I didn't say anything. Naruto was slightly embarrassed. He was obviously distracted just now and didn't hear Jiraiya's comment at all. Well, you are indeed growing up. In a few years, you'll be ready to settle down. Jiraiya, straddling the railing and casting a shadow over the rooftop, looked at Naruto with a parental air and asked, come to think of it, last winter, you brought that girl from the Yamanaka clan to meet me, didn't you? So, how's she doing now? Nothing much has changed, Naruto said, hiding in the shade and yawning as he looked at the dense sunlight under the eaves. Everyone is busy, and I haven't seen much of them lately. You're quite the slacker, huh? They're still genin, so naturally, they can't compare to you. Jiraiya put away the telescope directly, as today's research session was over. But I still suggest you not to take part in the Chunin exams. In a few days, there will be news from Tsunade. You're waiting, and so am I. Once those idle Konoha's higher-ups loosen their grip, you'll just need a title to avoid being restricted everywhere because of your status as a Jinchuriki. Because of Kyuubi? Naruto looked up at Jiraiya. The atmosphere between them was light and casual. Just a pervy old man chatting with a regular blonde genin in his free time. The summer was long, and the sun was scorching. Jiraiya had not yet realized the gravity of the situation and just thought that Naruto was just feeling a bit down. After all, knowing that you have a monster sealed inside you, facing constant wariness or even hostility from the villagers, is a burden that's hard for anyone, even an adult, to bear. Not to mention that these burdens fell on the shoulders of an orphan who, from a young age, couldn't escape being feared, manipulated, or even being seen as a weapon by default. Such is often the fate of a Jinchuriki. Those chosen for this role are inherently unlucky. Jiraiya, lacking a better solution, could only teach Naruto ninjutsu to the best of his ability and support him whenever possible. Maybe it was too late for these efforts, but Jiraiya understood that some things were beyond his control. At least, for now, things were manageable. For a shinobi, gaining true fame is not easy, and power is even harder to grasp. Although Jiraiya was initially hesitant about Naruto joining the higher-ups, Tsunade managed to convince him. As long as Naruto holds a position among the higher-ups, his future path might not be as difficult. Even if Jiraiya were to die one day, at least Naruto's situation wouldn't be too dire. Yeah, the Kyuubi is indeed troublesome. Jiraiya was still choosing his words carefully, thinking about how to comfort Naruto. It's not something that can be changed. The relationship between a Biju and its Jinchuriki is complex. If the Biju is forcibly removed, the Jinchuriki could die at any moment. Naruto understood Jiraiya's point. He was being told to keep his emotions in check, to look on the bright side as much as possible, and as the person directly involved, he should maintain a strong mindset. But while that logic made sense, applying it in reality was far more complicated. Jiraiya paused for a long time, hesitating before speaking again. The Kyuubi is not entirely uncontrollable. If you can gradually learn to harness its power, it would be a significant boost for you. No thanks, Naruto said. Jiraiya was surprised by Naruto's response. He had expected Naruto to be exhausted, perhaps struggling with his mindset, which would be understandable. After all, teenagers are often sensitive, especially when they have a Biju sealed within them. This isn't about wanting to or not, Jiraiya began to say. He was more inclined to let Naruto master the power of the Kyuubi, but seeing Naruto's unstable mood, he thought it might be better to delay the matter. That's not what I meant. Naruto interrupted with a cough, his expression turning serious as he looked at Jiraiya as no Kyuubi in my body anymore. Jiraiya's words halted abruptly. He jumped off the railing, quickly moved to in front of Naruto and lifted up his shirt to see his belly. The four-symbol seal is gone? Jiraiya broke into a cold sweat as he looked up at Naruto. Are you alright? Do I look like I'm not? Naruto replied, pulling his shirt back down with a hint of annoyance. It's just Kyuubi. Not all Jinchuriki are weaker than their Biju. Jiraiya was stunned for a long time, then looked at Naruto's expression and was rendered speechless. He had too many questions to ask, but he didn't know where to begin. When did it happen? It's been a while, Naruto said, rubbing his nose. I wasn't sure how to tell anyone. But basically, I'm no longer the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Where's the Kyuubi? Naruto wanted to say, in my living room, but felt that answer might be too shocking, so he changed his answer. Not sure. Maybe it ran away. Hearing this, Jiraiya began to doubt his life. He even felt that the scene before him was almost surreal. The Kyuubi had run away. His understanding of everything was turned upside down at this moment. How did this happen? Who took out the Kyuubi from you? No idea. I woke up one day and the seal was gone. Naruto lied casually. The fox in my belly was gone too, but luckily, I seem to still be able to use a portion of the Kyuubi's chakra? Are you really okay? I need to have Tsunade check on you later. Jiraiya circled around Naruto, examining him repeatedly until he was finally convinced that the Kyuubi was indeed gone. A portion of the chakra? Approximately how much? Have you tried using it? Jiraiya asked. Approximately 1.5 young Kyuubi worth of chakra. Well, there's no way I can say that. A portion that exceeded 100%. This wasn't just a portion, it was clearly an overflow. Haven't really tested it, but there's quite a lot anyway, Naruto explained. Overall, it's probably a good thing. I just haven't told anyone about it yet. What about Tsunade? Jiraiya asked suspiciously. Nope, I haven't mentioned it to Tsunade-sama either. Naruto firmly denied. If the higher-ups wanted to develop the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, they're bound to be disappointed. But you still express the desire to enter the rank of higher-ups? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he realized that Naruto had really grown up. Naruto, you're a bit sneaky, aren't you? Cough, cough, pervy sage. I don't understand what you're talking about. Naruto replied, I only told you, so don't go spilling the beans. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto a few times, then became increasingly convinced that this kid was becoming more like a little monster. Naturally, he had learned about what had happened in the village during this period, and he also knew that the higher-ups had the idea of developing the village's Jinchuriki. Tsunade's stance was the same as his, and they would never agree to the higher-ups' plans. In the higher-ups' eyes, Naruto was just a Jinchuriki, but to Jiraiya, Naruto was his disciple. As long as he and Tsunade disagreed, it didn't matter how hard the higher-ups pushed. But he couldn't be certain that Danzo and the two old advisors wouldn't come up with other strategies, like using village public opinion to apply pressure. It was out of concern for these uncertainties that, after communicating with Tsunade, Jiraiya abandoned his plan to infiltrate the Land of Rain for intelligence gathering and returned early. It was all to solidify Naruto's seemingly far-fetched idea, to enter the rank of higher-ups as the clan head of the Uzumaki clan. Since Gaara had already secured the Kage's position at a young age, it wouldn't be surprising for Naruto to become a higher-up. Even though Konoha hadn't had anyone so young in such a position before, precedents are meant to be broken. The situations of Konoha and Sanagakure are similar, as both experiencing a generational gap in leadership. Kakashi's generation had experienced war, and the shinobi who survived were indeed outstanding. But those who surpassed Kakashi were few, and the village would almost certainly rely on Kakashi's generation to support it. There are no qualified talents among the generation below Kakashi's, so Konoha's future rested almost entirely on this batch of children trained by the Sandaime Hokage. Since it's like that, when truly exceptional talent appears, why not break precedents? Jiraiya was almost 70 to 80% certain that the higher-ups would give in. Because the development of Jinchuriki has been firmly blocked by Tsunade and him, so if the higher-ups still want to gain benefits from Jinchuriki in the future, they'd have to agree to Naruto's proposal. This was the compromise that both he and Tsunade hoped to see. Naruto would contribute to Konoha as a higher-up, but would retain his autonomy and no longer be just a weapon of the village. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto would be the head of the Uzumaki clan, a disciple of the Sannin, and the youngest high-ranking member of Konoha. But now, everything had changed. The unaware higher-ups might still agree, but Naruto was no longer the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Konoha had lost its Biju and gained a young higher-up. The idea of the Konoha's higher-ups to continue to seek benefits from the Jinchuriki is doomed to fail, and they may even lose a higher-up position to Naruto. Jiraiya could already imagine how green the higher-ups' faces would be when they learned the truth. A bit sneaky, but beneficial for Naruto. Jiraiya's only concern was, where had Kyuubi gone? After all, if it ended up in another village's hands, it would be a major threat to Konoha. Looking at Jiraiya, who was slowly falling into deep thought, Naruto spoke up first, casually saying, "Pervy sage, I'm heading back first. Remember, keep it secret." Jiraiya didn't know what to say. He instinctively wanted to call Naruto back to get to the bottom of this, but after a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. He felt that it's a good thing for Naruto to lose the Kyuubi. Jiraiya decided it was better to find a tavern and calm down, to sort through everything himself. So troublesome. Jiraiya muttered. He let Naruto leave just like that, and as he watched Naruto's retreating figure, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable sense of relief. That kid had already borne too much. Perhaps it was good for him to be a bit more carefree. As for what remained, let me be the one to shoulder it. Step by step, Naruto descended the stairs with his hands in his pockets, but he's feeling far from calm inside. Finally, this day has come. From now on, Konoha is Konoha and me is me. The Kyuubi's Jinchuriki was no more, and the shackles on my body are gone. Here's a joke. A guy from another world went through hell for a pile of garbage, rising to prominence over 30 years, crushing his rivals and sweeping through enemies. He finally reached the pinnacle of power, only to take a bite of that garbage. Isn't that just disgusting? The so-called peace in the shinobi world, the redemption of villains, and everyone's personal salvation, it was all trash to Naruto. He didn't care what others wanted, he only knew what he wanted. He took it easy because taking it easy got him stronger faster than working hard. This world was never so kind, the dead crawled from graves, and the strong were reincarnated. Bloodline reigned supreme, and the power of the Otsutsuki caused all order to collapse. The shinobi world became a ranch for the Otsutsuki clan, and humans became mere livestock. Naruto harbored a small ambition in his heart. If the system didn't fail him, he hoped to one day rip off the robes of the Shinigami and peel away the mask of the Jashin, then see how they could stomach letting a few Otsutsuki continue to jump around. To revive the glory of Uzumaki clan and rebuild the order of the shinobi world, I, a stranger in a strange land, have to rely on myself. You're distracted again? Ino said, puffing her cheeks. This is the third time. Oh, sorry. Naruto came back to his senses and said apologetically, maybe I didn't sleep well yesterday. I'm too tired. By the way, where were we? In the barbecue restaurant, the two were having a private meeting, sitting face to face. Their seats were near the window, with 2 bottles of opened orange soda on the table, and 5 or 6 plates of meat on a small cart. 2 small plates of watermelon were placed on each side, and various sauces were laid out in front of them. Ino was dressed elegantly, wearing a black and blue striped crop top paired with loose beige pants. It was obvious that she had dressed up carefully for the occasion. In contrast, a certain blonde was much more casual. His messy blonde hair, white t-shirt, and black pants gave him a laid-back appearance wherever he went. "You," Ino rolled her eyes. "Don't you usually love to sleep? You sleep everywhere, even in Tsunade-sama's office." "That time was because I had to wait too long, it was just so boring." Naruto defended himself, there was no one around, yet they insisted on calling me in so early? Ino's expression turned complicated, and she asked quietly, "So you just slept on the desk?" "That's not important." Naruto awkwardly tried to change the subject. "What was the mission you mentioned earlier? Can you repeat it?" "The Fire Temple." Ino propped herself up on the table with one hand, using the other to start grilling meat. With a sizzling sound, a puff of white smoke rose, and her voice resumed. "Asuma-sensei said the client is a monk from the Fire Temple. Apparently, someone attacked the temple, targeting Chiriku-san. But Chiriku-san wasn't there, so..." Ino spoke methodically, but her hands never stopping. Her fair wrist moved nimbly, flipping the meat quickly and then skillfully lowering her head to mix the sauce. Her high ponytail was tied up, and her blonde hair was tucked behind her ears. She continued to chat without noticing Naruto's increasingly quiet demeanor. It wasn't until she realized the blonde in front of her was too silent that Ino stopped. "What's wrong with you?" she asked puzzledly. "This mission is too dangerous." Naruto cleared his throat, then subconsciously touched his nose nervously. "It's really too much for a genin teen to carry out that kind of mission." "You underestimate us too much," Ino complained. "Besides, didn't we have Asuma-sensei with us? There won't be any danger. After all, we've done quite a few dangerous missions together, so this one shouldn't be anything special." "I've been to the Fire Temple," Naruto said after a moment of silence. "Chiriku-san is someone who... Well, anyway, let's just say the enemy is a member of the Akatsuki that even Chiriku-san can't handle. This mission is just too perilous." Chiriku's life was valued at 30 million ryo, and the Akatsuki were taking on missions for money everywhere. So Chiriku had long anticipated he would be targeted. However, at that time, the Akatsuki had not shown signs of activity in the Land of Fire, so Chiriku didn't take too many precautions. But now, Chiriku was still alive. Naruto didn't know if it was because of his warning or simply a butterfly effect. But one thing was certain, Kakuzu hadn't taken Chiriku's head yet, so he would definitely come back sooner or later. "Idiot! It's a mission. Since when is there one without danger?" Ino placed the grilled meat in Naruto's bowl. "Even if we know it's dangerous, so what? This is a shinobi's job." "No, I can't let that happen. I'm going to talk to Tsunade-sama. I want to go too," Naruto said after taking a sip of juice. "You think it won't be dangerous just because you're going?" Ino was speechless. "Of course, I'm very strong, you know that," Naruto said half-jokingly. "Besides, if I don't go, I'll just be worried about you, and I won't be able to rest well in the village either." "How could you possibly not rest well? Someone hasn't contacted me in a long time, and it seems like you don't have much going on most days," Ino said with a pout. Naruto knew he was in the wrong. "Alright, you don't need to explain," Ino mumbled. "Anyway, that's just how you are. But not contacting me is fine, at least I don't get bothered." "If you say it like that, I'm going to be sad." "Peeved? Who would believe you?" Despite her words, Ino still smiled. "The mission is decided then. I'll talk to Tsunade-sana about it," Naruto said, taking on a determined stance, with a tone that left no room for refusal. "Better not." Ino sighed and said a little guiltily, "It's really safe. There's no need to trouble Tsunade-sama." Hearing this, Naruto's eyelid twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, how could I not know whether it's safe or not? It would be a miracle if you guys could be safe after meeting Kakuzu and Hidan. The immortal duo are the most troublesome and difficult to deal with among the Akatsuki's members. If you guys make the slightest mistake, you will lose your lives. Since there is a butterfly effect, Naruto doesn't dare to bet that Ino can come back safely. "I've already decided, no need to persuade me anymore," Naruto said. "But you're still just a genin, right? If you keep being this reckless, even if Tsunade-sama doesn't blame you, you might offend the higher-ups." Ino was anxious and couldn't help but say. As soon as she said it, she regretted it and quickly tried to change her words. "Not really the higher-ups, it's just, the impression won't be good. Always doing things just for me is too. You don't need to worry about that." Naruto leaned back in his chair. "It's not troublesome at all. Besides, there's no way I'd let you go on a risky mission." Ino felt a bit flustered, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Isn't that what all shinobi do? How could they do something like this just because they're worried? Of course they can. Naruto stared at her and showed a mischievous smile. "I'm about to become a higher-up myself soon. What can they say to me?" "What?" Ino looked up in surprise. "What higher-up?" "Me?" Naruto pointed at himself. "Didn't I make it clear enough just now? The person sitting in front of you is about to become one of Konoha's higher-ups." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ino blinked, wondering if Naruto had lost his mind. "You're still a genin, how can you be a higher-up?" Soon, Naruto corrected, then coughed once and sat up straighter. "Let me reintroduce myself. Uzumaki Naruto, the new clan head of the Uzumaki clan." He stretched out his hand with great flair and said, "One of the future higher-ups of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto, at your service." You? Ino was stunned, struggling to digest such a large amount of information at once. "What did you just say about being the clan head of the Uzumaki clan? I didn't quite catch that." "You don't need to understand that, it's just a title," Naruto said as he returned to his usual demeanor and picked up a piece of grilled meat. "Anyway, no need to worry about me. No matter what, I can't just sit by and watch you take on such a dangerous mission." Who asked you to care?" Ino retorted in a low voice. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, the two walked side by side along the road, with Ino listening to Naruto's explanation about the higher-up position. She couldn't help but occasionally sigh. After giving him a complicated look, she said, "Being the clan head of a clan all by yourself, won't you feel lonely?" "It's alright. Do you want to join, Ino?" "I shouldn't have asked you." Ino turned her head away, choosing not to continue the conversation, and Naruto didn't have much of a reaction either. The events at the Fire Temple were unexpected, but he knew he had to be involved. Asuma and Team 10 are definitely not enough to handle the immortal duo. Would his involvement change things? Naruto couldn't be entirely sure. If it were any other opponents, it would be manageable, but this was the immortal duo. They're more troublesome than powerful, just plain tricky. When Naruto came to his senses, the two were still walking side by side down the street. Ino had a worried look on her face. After hesitating for a long time, she turned to Naruto and asked, "Is your plan feasible?" Naruto didn't answer immediately. After a moment of silence, he said, "To be honest, I don't know. Maybe it'll work. I don't want to deal with all these messy things. My life is a mess after all." Ino was taken aback, and her eyes dimmed for a moment. "Alright, don't think too much about it." She forced a smile and said, "It's the Konoha higher-ups we're talking about. Even if it doesn't work out, it's no big deal. But if it does, then you've hit the jackpot." Ino was also affected, and her attempt to comfort Naruto seemed a little pale and powerless. But Naruto didn't need comfort, and he was just venting about his chaotic life. A messy village, a messed up life. "Yeah, quite the jackpot," Naruto said lazily, obviously not meaning what he said. Ino sighed and glanced at the boy beside her. Then, she took the initiative to reach out and grab his hand. Naruto felt his hand being grabbed, and turned his head to look at her in surprise. "What are you looking at?" Ino's face turned slightly red and she looked annoyed, but she didn't let go of his hand. She just turned her head away. It was still broad daylight, and there were quite a few people on the street. Naruto was a little surprised, and seeing that Ino was already embarrassed, he leaned over to ask in a low voice, "Aren't you worried of running into someone we know?" At that moment, Ino threw Naruto's hand away with a swift motion. Her face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. She glared at him and said, "You'd better not ask that again." "Oh." Naruto nodded, then gently squeezed Ino's palm. The latter's body jolted violently, and she reflexively turned her head. "What's wrong with you? If you squeeze again, I will." Ino gritted her teeth and raised her fist. "I won't squeeze again." Naruto leaned over and said in a low voice, knowing when to stop. Holding hands and whispering on the street in broad daylight was bound to attract attention. Ino could no longer handle it. She pulled Naruto into an alley, where they stayed for a while until her flushed face gradually returned to normal. The two stood at the mouth of the alley. Ino, dressed in light clothing, fanned herself with her hand as the warm breeze gently blew. Overhead, large patches of white clouds floated by, with green trees providing shade in the distance. Naruto squatted down, squinting as he watched Ino from the alley entrance. He noticed beads of sweat gathering on her forehead. The street outside was noisy, and the sound seeped through. It felt faint, like being separated by a thin sheet of paper, with Naruto and Ino standing on the other side. Naruto stared at the girl, who kept fanning herself and looking around. Ino turned her head and noticed his gaze. She was stunned for a moment, looking a little embarrassed. "What are you looking at?" Naruto hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm looking at Summer." "Are you an idiot? How can you look at Summer?" Ino brushed her loose blonde hair behind her ear, and said with a laugh, "Summer is everywhere. There's no need to go out of your way to see it." "But the way you said that sounds so cheesy." After saying that, she herself couldn't help but laugh again. It seemed she found it amusing to liken Naruto to something sappy. Naruto didn't get angry at Ino's teasing. He just stood up, smiled at her, and said, "Ino, you're so cute." "Aw, why are you saying something like that all of a sudden?" Ino's face flushed instantly. "You can't beat me, so you're being shameless again." "Summer is hot and annoying, and makes me feel sticky all over, but I also like it." "I didn't say anything, you said it yourself," Naruto said as he walked to the alley entrance. He then paused, with Ino hesitantly looking outside. Naruto gave her some time to think, then grabbed her hand. "Let's go." Ino's pupils dilated instantly, but Naruto didn't react as if he was unaware. He simply held her hand and walked forward, showing no sign of embarrassment. He glanced back at her, noticing Ino's deep blue eyes shifting uneasily. She touched her face, trying to hide her nervousness. "Let go," Ino said, but her voice was very soft. Naruto pretended not to hear anything, continuing to hold her hand as they walked under the sunlight, openly and without hiding. "You are now one of Konoha's higher-ups," Tsunade said. Her voice sounded slightly fatigued as she glanced at him. "Now that you've finally gotten what you wanted, get out of here if there's nothing else." Naruto was naturally not so ungrateful. He took the initiative to come forward and poured Tsunade some tea. To his surprise, the pure liquid pouring into the cup emitted a whiff of alcohol. The scene became slightly awkward, then Tsunade picked up the cup and said as if nothing had happened, "Don't put sake in my teapot without permission in the future. If Shizune finds out, you'll suffer a terrible fate." Naruto's mouth twitched, but given the celebratory occasion, he held back his retort. Alright, next time for sure." Tsunade, known for her straightforward nature, noticed Naruto, usually sharp-tongued, behaving so obediently today, and understood that he was someone who appreciated kindness. She felt comforted, realizing her efforts hadn't been in vain. Tsunade took a sip of her drink, and Naruto, sensing the moment, moved behind her to massage her shoulders, playing the role of a diligent bootlicker. After all, Tsunade had indeed been kind to him. Though he didn't say much, he was well aware of all the things she had done for him lately. If he lacked even a little tact, that would be truly unfortunate. In this world, there's no such thing as unearned kindness, nor baseless hatred. Tsunade's goodwill towards Naruto stemmed from the time he blocked a sword for her, and from a certain move that had since been censored. But this wasn't enough for Tsunade to continually look out for him. Some things are about reciprocation. Since Tsunade had been kind to him, he also tries his best to cooperate with Tsunade fully. Even with his laid-back nature, Naruto never refused any task Tsunade assigned him. Although he made it clear he didn't want to be groomed as the next Hokage, he wasn't entirely tactless. "Not bad, your shoulder massage technique has improved." Tsunade moaned, took another sip of sake, feeling thoroughly relaxed. "At least you still have some conscience." "It is my duty to share Tsunade-sama's worries," Naruto said flatteringly, then cautiously asked, "Tsunade-sama, why did the higher-ups give in so easily?" "Easily?" Tsunade raised her eyebrows, her voluptuous figure shifting slightly as she turned to give Naruto a stern look. "Who told you this was easy? The higher-ups were originally entirely against it." She paused midway through her sentence. Naruto asked while trying his best to contribute his value, "Then how did they agree in the end?" "You don't need to know that," Tsunade replied. "Just know that Kakashi spoke on your behalf. You should go and see your teacher when you have time," Tsunade reminded. If there are no surprises, the position of the Rokudame Hokage will be Kakashi's. Among the younger generation, there's no one more suitable than Kakashi to take over. Okay. Naruto didn't quite understand how Kakashi managed to be part of the Konoha's high-level meeting. After all, logically speaking, Kakashi was just an elite jonin. Konoha only a few, even counting those who were just figureheads. Unless Kakashi was the Anbu commander, it would be unusual for him to attend such high-level meetings. Being merely the former jonin instructor of Team 7 and an active jonin probably wouldn't carry that much weight. "Tsunade-sama, have you been busy lately?" "Well, not too." Tsunade enjoyed her drink while Naruto continued to massage her shoulders. Occasionally, they'd chat casually, the wide sleeves of her robe rustling. The little bit of alcohol wasn't enough to affect Tsunade, and it only served to warm her up slightly. "I heard that you want to take part in the Chunin exams?" Tsunade asked offhandedly. I was just considering it, haven't decided yet," Naruto replied. "Recently, I've had some free time, so." He stopped mid-speech because he could sense Tsunade's strong dissatisfaction, and quickly corrected himself. "I just want the title of Chunin. I can't stay a genin forever, right?" "Do whatever you want," Tsunade said. "If you want to participate, then participate. It's not a big deal. Just remember, your position among the higher-ups is merely honorary, you don't have any actual power." "Just having a title is enough," he said. "I don't want to actually get too busy." "Tsunade. In a few days, I'll take you to one of the high-level meetings, to let you see what it's like. Before the Chunin exams, you should make an appearance. Then you can be officially known in Konoha." "So, is this an official debut? What is that?" Tsunade asked with a frown. This kid always had strange words coming out of his mouth. Nothing. Tsunade-sama, is Sakura's condition serious?" Naruto continued massaging her shoulders while subtly shifting the topic to Sakura. "She seems to have been hospitalized. I visited the Konoha hospital a few times, and there's no sign of her waking up. It shouldn't be too serious." Tsunade sighed. All her physical indicators are normal, but she just won't wake up. Being Hokage was a busy job, and even though Sakura was Tsunade's apprentice, she couldn't just abandon all her duties to stay by Sakura's side all day. Moreover, there was nothing wrong with Sakura's body, it was just that she hadn't woken up yet. Faced with such a complicated condition, even Tsunade didn't have any good solution in the short term and could only observe for a while. "So, all we can do is wait?" Naruto was a bit surprised. He didn't have any good solution either. especially without knowing the exact cause. There's nothing else we can do for now. We'll have to wait and see when she wakes up, Tsunade said. It shouldn't take too long. Alright. Naruto continued to massage Tsunade's shoulders diligently until Tsunade no longer needed him, and then he slowly left the Hokage's office. Outside the Hokage tower, Naruto squinted his eyes as he looked at the bright and intense sunlight flooding the street. Sakura's situation did concern him, but as Tsunade said, for now, all they could do was wait for Sakura to wake up on her own. With a sigh, he walked towards the direction of Konoha Hospital. The Tsunagakure siblings had been discharged from the hospital long ago, likely after signing some kind of agreement with Konoha. In short, Konoha had acknowledged Gaara's position and treated him seriously as the future case Cage. The reason was simple. Abiju's Jinchuriki was irreplaceable. The accident that happened some time ago was nothing but a conspiracy against Gaara, but conspiracies will always come to an end, and the other Tsunagakure's higher-ups are not fools. As long as they put a little thought into it, they'll realize Gaara's importance to Tsunagakure. Once the storm passes, Tsunagakure will instinctively start eliminating those higher-ups that targeted Gaara, a survival instinct like cutting off a limb to save the body. Right now, their own Biju's Jinchuriki is staying in Konoha's territory. Every day Gaara stays there will be an additional hidden danger to Tsunagakure and even the entire land of wind. Konoha Hospital. Naruto, carrying a bouquet of flowers, made his way upstairs with practiced ease, passing through hallways filled with the scent of disinfectant before stopping in front of a certain room. He didn't knock right away but peeked inside first. Usually, there would be someone keeping watch at this time, either Sakura's parents or the seniors in the medical department. Even though Sakura had been transferred from the medical department, the medical nin there still had a good impression of the diligent dark Sakura. Ever since Sakura was hospitalized, they had almost voluntarily taken turns watching over her. Yu from the medical department was napping in a chair by the wall, while Sakura lay quietly on the bed, receiving an IV. Her condition seemed to be no different from the previous few days. When Naruto pushed the door open, the medical nin woke up immediately. "Oh, you're here." Yu, who had met Naruto before, yawned and stood up, patting him on the shoulder before leaving. "Keep an eye on things, and call us if anything happens." "Okay." Naruto agreed. He didn't have much of a relationship with the medical department, just a familiar face. Most of the time when he woke up in the hospital, it was Sakura he saw. Naruto replaced the flowers on the table and sat in the chair Yu had been sitting in. He yawned and night fell in the blink of an eye. Watching over a patient is exhausting, and Naruto had learned from Yu that Sakura's parents had requested the staff here to take care of her for the day, with someone else coming in the morning. Glancing at the night outside, he decided he might as well stay until morning. As the night deepened, the surroundings grew quieter. The hospital room was brightly lit, and as Naruto got up to get some water, he suddenly heard a faint groan from the bed. Startled, he almost dropped the cup. She woke up. He didn't even bother to get the water. He just put the cup on the table and walked to the bed in 2 steps. Sure enough, Sakura was frowning, making faint noises, looking as if she were about to wake up. Naruto felt nervous and turned to call the medical staff on duty. Just as he turned, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Sakura, looking a bit dazed, gripped Naruto's sleeve tightly, like clutching a lifeline. Naruto suddenly became less anxious, and he stared into Sakura's eyes. "Sakura?" he asked. "Yeah?" Sakura's voice was weak. She stared at Naruto for a long moment before recognizing him. "Naruto, why are you here?" The tone is so familiar. It's Pink Sakura. Naruto didn't know why, but even though he had told himself it didn't matter who woke up, whether it was Pink Sakura or Dark Sakura, as both had been good to him, when the moment finally arrived, he still felt a pang of emptiness in his heart. It was only when the scales tipped that he realized his preference leaned towards Dark Sakura. He liked that girl who said she would stand there and actually stood there, motionless, her slender figure like a blade of grass. But she wasn't just a blade of grass, she was a living person. Having been in this world and seen it all, she understood what was normal, and from that understanding, she realized her own abnormality. Only after witnessing others' happiness did she see herself as a mere substitute. It wasn't fair. If a person's right to even suffer is stripped away, that's a fate worse than death. Naruto had hoped Dark Sakura could remain, but it was only at the last moment that he convinced himself. However, whether Dark Sakura truly had the right to choose, he dared not ponder. Even though they were all Sakura, and on the surface, nothing had changed. But Naruto knew, and because only he knew that it made his heart ache slightly. When Sakura spoke, Naruto finally understood the meaning behind Dark Sakura's words. She was too clever, painfully so. Naruto remembered her completely, painfully, and only he would feel that pain. It wasn't the pain of loss, but the sorrow of a person who now exists only as a memory. Just like Dark Sakura had once told him, if she disappeared, no one would remember. Now, Naruto knew she had really existed, but he couldn't tell anyone. Only he would remember, forever, until his death. "Naruto, I want some water." Sakura curled up and murmured weakly. "Oh, okay." Naruto snapped back to reality, feeling a small wound tear in his heart. He walked to the corner of the room and picked up the glass of water. At the moment he handed the glass over, Naruto was momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a faint pain came from the tip of his right index finger. Naruto's pupils widened slightly. Seeing isn't always believing, as vision can deceive, and sounds can lie, but touch is real. Through the glass of water, Naruto vaguely saw a pair of eyes. The face looked extremely weak, but a faint smile flickered in those eyes, like raindrops sliding down a windshield. What was that? Naruto asked. Sakura seemed to have returned to normal. She sat up and took a sip of water before asking, "What? You just bit me, didn't you?" Naruto looked closely at his fingers under the light and indeed saw bite marks. The other party seemed to have used a lot of force, as it left a faint mark. Naruto's tone was calm and measured, and he wasn't easily swayed by emotions. His temperament was typically composed, rarely showing any significant emotional fluctuation no matter the situation. "No," Sakura said, drinking her water calmly, "I'm a bit hungry." "Even so, it's the middle of the night. I'll see if I can find something to eat." Naruto gave her a strange look. "I'll go to the medical department and find someone to check on you first." Naruto still can't figure out the situation completely. When Sakura woke up, her expression and mannerisms resembled the familiar pink Sakura. However, the tone of her second sentence sounded more like dark Sakura. In any case, it was best to have someone examine her first. Just as he was about to leave, his clothes were grabbed again. Sakura stared intently at him with a burning gaze. "Wait. Let's kiss." "Cough, are you crazy, Sakura?" He gulped and instinctively tried to take a step back, but was held back by Sakura. "Hee, did I scare you?" She showed a smug smile on her face. Even though she was already weak, she stubbornly tried to act strong. Naruto was stunned for a moment. He had already guessed the result. It was just a false alarm, she just fell unconscious, and her personality hadn't disappeared. "So, you're alright?" he asked. The personality didn't disappear?" "I don't know." Sakura let go of his shirt and, after thinking seriously for a while, said, "It might have recovered, or it might never." "What do you mean?" Naruto frowned. Sakura didn't answer directly, but stared at Naruto for a long time before saying, "Give me your hand." "My hand?" Naruto extended his hand, and Sakura immediately grasped it, her fingers naturally intertwining with his, locking their fingers together. "Like this," Sakura said slowly. "I don't feel repulsed, on the contrary, I'm very happy." "If we go a little further," she lowered her head and gently sucked on his index finger, licking like a cat, lightly biting with her teeth. "I'll get excited." But she would be very embarrassed. I can sense her presence when doing things like this. Sakura let go of Naruto's hand and pointed at her head. "The body is still under my control, but she's awake, and if it's too stimulating, she can feel it too." Two personalities sharing one soul. Naruto was slightly surprised, and asked in a daze, "So, you two shared the same body, and she was the first to wake up, right?" "Yeah," Sakura said, "but our memories are shared. If you want to talk to her, you can do that too. Do you want to?" Naruto hesitated and forced a smile. "You're still weak, maybe next time." "Okay." Sakura's smile widened. "Naruto-kun, are you worried about me?" "I guess so." He turned his head and glanced outside the door. "I'll go find someone to check you. I can't understand the medical data." "No need, I can understand it," Sakura said with a smile. "The seniors on duty are working hard too. Why don't you examine me instead?" "Me?" Naruto swallowed nervously. "I don't know how." "It's fine. I know the procedure, it's very simple." Sakura reassured him. "I'll teach you, just do as I say." "There won't be anything weird, right?" Naruto asked skeptically. "Nope." Sakura shook her head. In fact, it was just basic things like listening to the heart, measuring temperature, etc. Even so, Naruto was still terrified. "What was the result?" he asked. In the quiet hospital room, deep into the night, it was just the two of them. "I'm hungry," Sakura said. "I mean the results." Naruto sighed. It really took some effort to deal with her. "It's okay, everything is fine, but I'm hungry," Sakura replied with a serious expression. "I want to eat something. In return, I'll tell you a secret." "I'll get you some food now, but forget about the secret." Naruto waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave the hospital room. Sakura remained normal until Naruto returned with some food. "This is all I could find," he said somewhat embarrassedly. "It's the middle of the night and everything outside is closed, so you'll just have to make do with this." "Alright." Sakura nodded. Hearing that familiar voice, "Alright," Naruto felt a strange sense of comfort, having a cooperative teammate still feels. After Sakura finished eating, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. The sky outside was still dark. Naruto felt a little sleepy, and his eyelids drooped as he looked at Sakura, who was slowly wiping her mouth while leaning against the hospital bed. The latter glanced at him and said softly, "If you're tired, you can go back. I'll be fine on my own." "It's alright." Naruto yawned. "Ah, it won't be long before daybreak anyway. I can hold on a bit longer." "Well, you're always like that," Sakura said with a smile. "To be honest, I never really intended to do anything before, and those things I said were just to scare you." Naruto pointed at her. "You better be." But he chuckled after saying that. He wasn't bothered by her words, after all, he wasn't too uptight. He had a rough idea that half of what Sakura said was in jest, and he just found it troublesome at the time. "What about now?" he asked. Usually, whenever the past is mentioned, the present follows. Now, Sakura pursed her lips and stared at Naruto for a long time before saying, "I think I might really like you." Really? Naruto clearly didn't take it seriously, assuming Sakura was just putting on another act. "That's quite an honor, but there are too many people who like me. I'm really sorry. I had to turn you down. Is it because you can't handle it?" Sakura smiled with her eyes narrowed. Her smile is still as charming as ever. "That's not the case." Naruto leaned lazily against the wall. "No problem, I'm always available," Sakura said. "Besides, I have an advantage others don't. I don't mind Naruto-kun liking someone else. It doesn't matter if there are several, I don't mind being third in line." Naruto's forehead was covered in black lines. "It's all a joke. There's no such thing as ranking. It's just that we have a better relationship. After all, we are still young right now, and everyone's just focused on getting stronger," he said perfunctorily, casually brushing off the topic. However, what he is true, shinobi prioritized missions over romance, and they don't have much time for relationships. Most of the time, meetings were just coincidental. They would run into each other during breaks or at gatherings. "So, we're no different?" Sakura asked. "No difference." Naruto was in a good mood, continuing the conversation. "I had to go on a mission tomorrow. It's a shame you can't join, otherwise, it would be more reassuring." Naruto was referring to the mission at the fire temple. Now that it was the early morning, he planned to leverage his status as a higher-up to force his way into the mission after sunrise. "If we were partners, wouldn't it be more thrilling?" Sakura tilted her head and asked, secretly, behind everyone's backs. "No," Naruto cut off Sakura's morally ambiguous suggestion. Are you really not going to consider it again?" Sakura asked nonchalantly, her tone revealing no emotion. During that time, she'd wake up too. It'd be quite thrilling, wouldn't it? Hearing this, Naruto glanced at her without any visible reaction. By now, he was entirely accustomed to Sakura's sudden outrageous remarks, and was already semi-immune to them. However, he didn't mind these conversations with Dark Sakura once he understood her intentions. Dark Sakura would say anything to him, giving him a sense of freedom. There was no need to worry about words or consequences, he could just be himself. They continued their conversation, drifting from one topic to another, until the first light of dawn broke. Naruto, looking exhausted, got up, splashed some water on his face at the sink, yawned, and prepared to leave. Sakura was curled up under the blanket, staring at Naruto. They had spent the entire night alone together, and even though it was just talking, it was actually quite enjoyable. The two had never talked so much before, and in 2 or 3 hours, it felt like they had covered every topic imaginable. It was not until Sakura got tired that the ward gradually quieted down. It had only been 8 or 9 days since they last saw each other, but it felt like a reunion after a lifetime apart. Naruto was equally exhausted. After all, staying up all night talking was mentally draining. Summer is hot, but it was full of vitality. The cool morning breeze blew through, stirring 10,000 dreams. Konoha Hospital was slowly waking up, and the hallways were filled with noisy footsteps. Despite the noise, Naruto was in a great mood. After waiting for so long, there was finally a good result. Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him, though fatigue crept into his heart. Just as he was about to leave, in the split second when he closed the door to the hospital room, he and Sakura locked eyes. Raising his voice, he said, "Welcome back." Click. The door shut, and Sakura burrowed deeper into her blanket, burying her head deeply. Yes, everything was back to normal. After returning home, Naruto fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already afternoon. Kurama, reeking of alcohol, was dozing on the sofa, but Naruto didn't bother with him. After washing up, he grabbed a quick bite. Dragging his sluggish feet, he made his way to the Hokage's office. As soon as he stepped into the building, the sunlight abruptly disappeared. All eyes turned toward him, some filled with suspicion, others with shock. Yesterday, Tsunade had spread the news that Uzumaki Naruto would join the Konoha's leadership as the clan head of the Uzumaki clan, becoming one of the youngest higher-ups. Naruto was dressed casually, wearing the same slippers he always wore in summer. After noticing the odd looks casted on him, he glanced around but didn't give it much thought. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly made his way up the stairs. Is Hokage-sama joking? Why is that kid becoming one of Konoha's higher-ups? Someone asked in a low voice. He's still just a genin, right? And claiming he's the clan head of the Uzumaki clan is nonsense. Sure, Konoha has always been on good terms with the Uzumaki clan, but they've been gone for years. You can't just call anyone their member, can you? Who knows, you'd have to ask Hokage-sama. but considering he's a Jinchuriki, it could be a part of the higher-ups' plan. Anyway, that's a slippery slope you don't want to touch. An older veteran at the Hokage Tower warned sternly. Alright, everyone, disperse. If you want to chat, you can do it in secret after get off work. Perhaps realizing the gravity of the situation, they dispersed before the rumor mill was even built. Naruto originally planned to intervene in a mission, but he ended up getting roped into something else by Tsunade. Got it. Just let Shizune handle that, she said. Anyway, there's a high-level meeting happening now, so join me. Tsunade-sama, Naruto wasn't too keen on going at first, but after being given a death stare by Tsunade, he became obedient. Stop with the nonsense. I swear, there must be something wrong with you. Tsunade dragged his hand forward and said in an exasperated tone, after being away for so long because of their meddling, it's time you showed up. How can I give up this opportunity to dampen their spirits? It's giving me a headache. Okay. Naruto said helplessly. The higher-ups are also helpless as it was the first time they had to attend a meeting alongside a kid. With a loud bang, Tsunade pushed open the heavy wooden doors single-handedly and took her seat at the Hokage's seat with a big, enthusiastic grin. Naruto stumbled in and found a spot to sit down. He was there in name only, without any real authority, but he did have voting rights. The Konoha's higher-ups gradually filed in, each casting different looks at Naruto. Some were all smiles, some wore long faces, and others seemed mildly amused by the situation. Naruto sat there quietly, occasionally glancing in Tsunade's direction. The meeting began, and Danzo and the two old advisors wore displeased expressions. The two old advisors glanced at Naruto with a slightly dissatisfied look, feeling that the Godem Hokage's behavior was far too unorthodox and completely misaligned with the Sandaime Hokage's philosophy. After discussing some minor, inconsequential matters, the meeting moved on to more serious topics. Danzo was the first to voice his discontent. Godem, the Jinchuriki is just a figurehead, there is no need for him to attend the routine meetings. Tsunade wasn't fazed. She tapped her fingers on the table and said, since he's part of the higher-ups, he can attend if he wants to. Being a figurehead is just a title. If you hadn't clung so stubbornly to the past, we could have let him take on some actual responsibilities. As she said this, she smirked and said, I think the route would be a good fit. Godem. Utatane Kaharu interrupted Tsunade. She also understood that the conflict between Tsunade and Danzo had deepened further due to Naruto's entry into the higher-ups rank. But as one of the advisors, in order to avoid the meeting from stalling, Kaharu felt it was her duty to mediate the tension between her old friend and Tsunade. We've already made the biggest concessions. Please stop talking about things that are not negotiable, Kaharu said in a hoarse voice. Tsunade didn't say anything. She knew pushing for that would be extremely difficult. After all, it had already taken her considerable effort just to get Naruto the empty title of Uzumaki clan's clan head. As for the Jinchuriki, Danzo continued in a dismissive tone. What Jinchuriki are you talking about? Naruto suddenly interjected, cutting off Danzo's words. Anyway, I'm not one. You're not. Advisor Mitokado Homura began, but he immediately realized something was wrong. This isn't a place for you to talk nonsense. Although Homura's tone wasn't aggressive, Tsunade had almost torn apart her relationship with them just to secure a higher-ups position. Even a seasoned advisor like Homura couldn't help but feel a surge of anger seeing a young boy sitting among the village's top leaders. Is this a place for playing around? This is pure nonsense. Tsunade was also taken aback and turned to look at Naruto, wondering what kind of stunt he was pulling. She just wanted to have Naruto show up at the meeting and secure his position. After Naruto said that, he sat there calmly, showing plenty of patience. It wasn't until Homura couldn't hold back and was about to scold him again that Naruto spoke softly. As if doing it on purpose, he interrupted the old advisor again. I'm not kidding, Kyuubi ran away. What ran away? One of the higher-ups asked. Kyuubi. Naruto repeated, Kyuubi, the Biju, is gone now. Don't ask me where it went, it's simply not inside me anymore. The conference room fell silent for a moment before erupting into noise. Didn't the academy teach you about honesty? Everyone here is a member of the village's leadership, so stop fooling around with the jokes. A higher-up Naruto had never seen before said. He sat near the back, so he's probably a department head of some kind. This meeting wasn't the highest level, so some of those present weren't big shots but still held significant power. They either sided with Danzo or tried to remain neutral like the advisors. Naruto suddenly realized that his status as a higher-up didn't matter to them because, in their eyes, he was still just a Jinchuriki. To them, a Jinchuriki dressed in the robes of a leader is still a Jinchuriki. He glanced at Tsunade, who was also looking at him with a frown, but she did not ask any questions. Shut up, Naruto was getting a little annoyed, and without caring that there were several higher-ups and advisors present, he slammed the table and said, enough with the Jinchuriki, this, Jinchuriki, that. What nonsense are you all spouting? Have you said enough? Do you think I need to make up a lie? I already told you, the Kyuubi has broken its seal and ran off. Do you understand what I'm saying? It ran away. Seeing Naruto getting angry, the big shots in the room showed no reaction. They looked at each other and then fixed their eyes on the four main leaders. Danzo, Koharu, Homura, and Tsunade. These four are the main leaders of Konoha, and their status is above everyone else in Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade finally spoke. After all, as the Godem Hokage, she had to step forward. Yes. Naruto seemed to have calmed down a bit, but in reality, even when angry, his eyes didn't show any real emotion, as it was all just an act. He had long since stopped caring about his status as a Jinchuriki. As for why so many people fixated on him, he had already figured that out. Responsibility, destiny, all those nonsenses. He was just unlucky. The Yondaime Hokage died, leaving him without any resources or backing. But once Tsunade and Jiraiya came along, his treatment completely changed, and now he was a higher-up, Uzumaki Naruto. Why should he restrain himself now? With Jiraiya and Tsunade around, could Danzo make a move against him? The answer was obvious. Tsunade stared at Naruto, her face clearly showing her displeasure. She realized that Naruto had been hiding something from her, and her first thought was, did that old rascal Jiraiya know about this? Is the Kyuubi really no longer inside your body? She asked. No, it's not. Naruto pulled back his chair and stood up, lifting his shirt to reveal his belly. The four symbols seal is gone. I can't fake that, right? My teacher has also confirmed it, Kyuubi is gone. Tsunade didn't react much and leaned back into her seat. Although she still had doubts in her heart, hearing that Jiraiya had confirmed it made her feel less anxious. However, the other Konoha's higher-ups in the conference room were far from as composed as she was. The news of a missing Biju immediately threw them into chaos. How is that possible? How could a Biju just disappear without reason? You must have done something. Yes, it's impossible for a Jinchuriki to survive without their Biju. This situation is not that simple. I think the Anbu should investigate this thoroughly and get to the bottom of it. One person chimed in. That makes sense. The current situation is strange and we can't come to any conclusion for the time being. After all, the Biju and Jinchuriki rely on each other's power. They coexist symbiotically and can't exist independently. How could something like this happen at such a critical moment? Even if we investigate and find out, who can bring the Kyuubi back? If we make a big move, the other villages will notice. I suggest sealing off all information before conducting a thorough investigation. Sealing off the information isn't so easy, and waiting around isn't going to solve anything either. The Biju is gone and won't be coming back. The most urgent thing is to strengthen our defenses. Sanagakure's Jinchuriki has returned. Everyone was talking at once, their voices overlapping. Koharu and Homura sat silently, their brows tightly furrowed. Danzo, seated among them, wore a grim expression but remained still. Finally, Danzo couldn't hold back anymore and spoke, fixing his gaze on Naruto. Do you know what you're saying, Uzumaki Naruto? As soon as Danzo spoke, the entire conference room fell silent. In Konoha, hierarchy was strictly observed, and even the higher-ups had to show respect in front of Danzo. I know, Kyuubi ran away, Naruto replied lightly. After receiving adequate nutrition over the past year, Naruto had grown significantly taller, almost reaching 170 centimeters, making him one of the taller ones among his peers. Standing there, his demeanor didn't show the usual nervousness of an ordinary teenager. Enough of this nonsense. Don't think that your indifferent attitude makes you impressive. Danzo's murky eyes stared at him. This is a major matter concerning the interests of the village, and you have a responsibility here. If you're still a shinobi of Konoha, drop that arrogance and clearly explain the entire situation. You might not realize the consequences of your actions, but the Biju plays a crucial role in the village's safety. What does that have to do with me? Naruto pulled out his chair, sat down with a sullen face, and looked at Danzo from across the room. Responsible? You want me to be responsible? Why should I? Because you are the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and a shinobi of Konoha. Koharu couldn't bear it anymore and scolded with a little anger in her voice. Tsunade, unable to watch any longer, tapped her fingers on the table. He's still a child. A child? Homura joined in. When he thought about giving up one of the higher-up seats in Konoha, he felt like an idiot who had been fooled. Obviously, he had been forced to compromise and give up one of the higher-up seats to supposedly gain a more legitimate claim for Jinchuriki to contribute to the village's Biju development. At first, it was understandable to disagree, but with time, they would eventually compromise. But what about now? What compromise? The Kyuubi is already gone. Development? What development is there to speak of? Not only does Konoha need to constantly be on guard for the Kyuubi's attack, but they also have to go to great lengths to keep this information under wraps. But even so, secrets are hard to keep forever, and the news will leak sooner or later. When that happens, Konoha will find itself at a disadvantage, caught between the other four great shinobi villages. If things go wrong, even Tsunagakure, which just signed a peace agreement with Konoha, might start causing trouble. The more Homura thought about it, the worse his mood became. And Tsunade's remark, "He's just a kid," completely ignited his fury. "You call it a child? Go dem. Where do you place the village's interests? There are more children in the village. If Konoha falls into war, the fate of those children will be even more tragic." Homura said grimly, "Kumogakure has always been restless, and Iwagakure is targeting Konoha as well. War isn't just talk, it could become a reality at any moment." The atmosphere in the conference room instantly grew tense, with Danzo maintaining a stern expression. While it seemed like they were holding Naruto accountable, in reality, they were putting pressure on Tsunade. Haha. Naruto's sudden laughter broke the oppressive mood in the room, causing Homura to frown with displeasure. "What are you laughing at? What am I laughing at?" Naruto wore an incredulous expression and asked back, "What do you think I'm laughing at?" "I'm laughing at how foolish and incompetent all of you here are." "What did you say?" Homura's patience was also running thin. "Did I not make myself clear enough?" Naruto glanced around before continuing. "Has Konoha become so rotten? Just because the Kyuubi disappeared, it seems like Konoha is going to collapse completely. The reason Shodem Hokage-sama capturing the Kyuubi was to suppress and seal it, but what about now? The Kyuubi is out of control and you can't suppress it, and in the end, you just want to put the blame on the Jinchuriki. Since Konoha can't handle the Kyuubi, isn't it better that it's gone? What's the benefit of keeping it? You all keep talking about protecting the villagers of Konoha, but your true reasons are dubious." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Kaharu said sternly. "I'm not talking nonsense." Naruto's attitude also became tougher, and he glanced at Tsunade, who didn't look at him, so he continued. "I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Whoever wants to be the Jinchuriki can be the Jinchuriki. If you have the ability, catch the Kyuubi and find a new Jinchuriki. Or try and see if you can make me bow down. If you have the guts, then kill me. Don't treat me like a child you can fool. Aren't you all so good at pushing heroes to their deaths? Try it again and tell everyone in Konoha that this is the fate of Konoha's heroes. This is the fate of the descendants of Konoha's heroes." Naruto stared straight at Danzo and the two old advisors. "I just don't get it. Why should I be kind? Why should I be the one to make sacrifices? You're just doing what you think is right, without caring about the life or death of the Jinchuriki. You keep saying Jinchuriki, but who is the Jinchuriki?" The more Naruto spoke, the angrier he became. A thick, fiery red chakra appeared behind Naruto, forming the outline of a fox's shadow. Immediately, everyone in the meeting room shot to their feet with a collective gasp. "Damn, it's the Kyuubi." Only Naruto and the four top leaders remained seated, with serious expressions on their faces. "Don't be surprised. Just because Kyuubi ran away is gone doesn't mean I can't use its power." Naruto said in a deep voice, "You're all afraid of the Nine Tails, but I'm not. What you can't do, I can. You keep saying Jinchuriki, but what do you all even count for?